Sunny crossed the threshold and entered the great hall of the ancient temple. It was just as he remembered it. The vast hall was desolate and empty. Its roof had partially collapsed, letting in the elements. There were piles of rubble on the floor, covered with snow and ice. Cascades of moonlight were falling through the holes in the roof, suffusing the dark hall with a beautiful and otherworldly splendor. Deep shadows surrounded the silver light, not daring to touch it. Everything was silent. Sunny took a deep breath. He had almost expected to find the bones of the Mountain King on the floor, where it had been torn apart by shadow, but there were none. The desolate hall was empty. Enveloping the temple with shadow scents to make sure that there was no danger, Sunny took a step forward. Ice shattered with a brittle sound under the onyx soles of his armored boots, and the ancient shadows stirred, reaching out to him in reverent glee. Surrounded by them, as if wearing a cloak of darkness, he walked toward the altar. It used to be a single slab of black marble, long and wide enough for a human to lay on it comfortably. Or maybe not so comfortably, if it had been a sacrificial altar. Was it? It didn't matter now, anyway, because the altar was broken. The great slab of black stone had shattered, and was laying on the floor in several pieces. That was the only thing in the temple that had changed. Sunny studied the broken altar for a while, his face slowly growing paler. There were too many mysteries surrounding this place. He concentrated, trying to remember everything he knew about the first nightmare, the dead gods, and the secrets of the fallen pantheon. And then, his eyes widened. Of all the knowledge Sunny had learned in his life, of all the pieces of information gathered in his memory, one suddenly stood out. A memory that Sunny had never considered very significant, and had no reason to. It was the evaluation the spell had given him after the first nightmare. Not the important part that had to do with the appraisal, but rather the slightly poetic summary that had been there seemingly on a whim, to add some flavor. Standing above the broken altar, Sunny whispered. A nameless slave ascended the Black Mountain. Both heroes and monsters fell by his hand. Unbroken, he entered the ruined temple of a long-forgotten god and spilled his blood on the sacred altar. The gods were dead, and yet they listened. The temple of a long-forgotten god. He inhaled deeply. Back then, Sunny had been an ignorant kid from the outskirts. He knew very little about the world, let alone about its greatest secrets. He had not known who the forgotten god was, and so, he had not paid attention to these words. The spell had never uttered them after that, and neither used nor translated the runes describing the lost deity. Of course. Sunny looked around the ruined temple. Why had his sacrifice been made to all the gods? Perhaps because this temple had been built in the time before the memories of the seventh god were struck from the world. It was consecrated to worship Dream God, as well, and therefore, when Dream God became forgotten, the temple was forgotten, as well. Because worshipping the forgotten god was forbidden. Just like worshipping the demons, his children, was. Still. Sunny was sure that there were some who had disregarded the will of the gods and put their faith in forgotten god despite it. Otherwise, Scholar would not have heard stories of pilgrims climbing the Black Mountain in ancient times. The temple of the forgotten god. Sunny looked around the great hall with a complicated expression. He was himself forgotten by the world, so it wasn't hard to feel a sense of kinship for this forlorn ruin. He sighed and looked one last glance at the altar. There were deep shadows nestling deep below him, so Sunny knew that the temple extended underground. He had never got the chance to explore it during the first nightmare, so it was nice to have an opportunity now. LGHT. Del/world. He was curious to see what he would find out. Still, he would leave this place and continue toward Godgrave soon. There was no time to waste. Before that, however. Sunny froze. It was because he had something familiar when looking at the broken altar. Wait. No way. Can it be? The shattered slab of black marble gave off a subtle, but very familiar feeling. Sunny stared silently. It was a gateway. He had missed that fact at first, but now that he studied the broke altar closer, there was no doubt. It felt exactly like the one in the sanctuary of Noctis, the chain circle in the ivory tower, and the runic one in the crimson spire. And if the altar had been made into a gateway? Sunny looked around once more. Then the nameless temple was now a citadel. Suddenly, he wanted to laugh. How fitting. He was a transcendent, and a homeless one at that. Most saints, however, were usually in control of a citadel, ruling it at the behest of their sovereign. There were exceptions, of course, like Saint Tyrus, who had lost the sanctuary of Noctis and had been exiled to Antarctica with her entire clan. Fortunately, White Feather was doing much better now. Sunny himself served no sovereign, and he wasn't even sure if he could take possession of a citadel. Citadels were created by the spell, after all, so he didn't know if controlling one was something that only a carrier of the spell could do. It was worth trying, though. He hesitated for a while. Then, he hesitated some more. Right. But how do I actually claim a citadel? If there was an instruction manual for being a saint, Sunny had never received one. After thinking for a while, he retracted the onyx mantle, bared his forearm, and commanded the onyx shell to reduce the resilience of his skin there. Then, he cut his forearm with his fingernail. Nothing happened. Letting out a frustrated sigh, Sunny also commanded Bloodweave to release a few drops of blood. Why was it so difficult to bleed a little? Several crimson drops fell on the broken altar and rolled down the surface of one of the black shards. There was no reaction. Once again, nothing happened. Sunny scratched the back of his head. The small cut on his forearm was already healing, and before too long, it was entirely gone. At that time, he also came up with another idea. It can't be that simple, can it? Feeling uncertain, Sunny took a deep breath, and silently released the tether connecting him to the ivory tower. Then, he concentrated on his soul and started the process of placing a new one. He had a suspicion that it was very simple to claim a citadel. All that a carrier of the nightmare spell had to do was become a transcendent and use the gateway to return to the waking world. Then, they would become anchored to that gateway, and therefore, take possession of the citadel. Unless it was already claimed, of course, in which case a more powerful saint would take control. However, Sunny was not a carrier of the nightmare spell, so he had to go through the process manually. Instead of allowing the spell to bind him to the gateway, he had to create that bond himself. And so, he was placing down a tether. The concept called tether by masters and saints was a mysterious, but simple thing. It was a sort of imprint one could leave on the world by using their essence. The spot marked by the imprint was where one's soul was anchored to the world. Masters could only imprint themselves on the waking world, but saints could imprint themselves on the dream realm, as well. In addition to that, the tethers placed by saints were much more expansive and deeply rooted in the fabric of the realm than those placed by masters. In fact, Sunny was quite certain that they were entirely different things. It was just that both served the same purpose, so humans just used the same word for both. The reason why transcendent tethers were so much more robust than the ascended ones was because of the nature of saints. The soul of a saint was connected to the world, and so, it interacted with the world much closer. For example, saints could absorb spirit essence from their surroundings. In rare cases, they could also pour their soul essence out into the world. There was no need to mention how vital the former was, but the latter was more or less useless. The soul essence would swiftly dissipate if it wasn't poured into a special vessel, like a memory, for example. However, one time when pushing one's own essence onto the world was necessary was the process of creating a tether. If manipulated in a special way, the essence would leave an imprint on the area where it had been unleashed before dissipating. That imprint was the tether, and since it maintained a faint connection with the saint's soul, it was possible to pull on the connection to step between realms and return to the place where one's soul was imprinted. Only two tethers could exist at a time, one in each world. It was necessary to break the connection with the old one before creating a new one. Well, in Sunny's case, each of his incarnations could place two of their own. Regardless, that was what Sunny was doing now. He was pushing his essence into the world and controlling its flow to create an imprint. The process took some time and was quite arduous. However, he was not doing it blindly. Instead of allowing his essence to cover the area freely, he tried to concentrate all of it in an isolated spot. Namely, the gateway of the ancient temple. Soon, his tether started to take form. And then, something unexpected happened. There seemed to be a strange reaction between the gateway and the forming tether. It was as if the two had been created to exist together all along. Not only the strain on Sunny lessened significantly, as if the process had taken on a life of its own, but he also felt as if the imprint was becoming deeper, and also different in some way. At the same time, Sunny felt something changing within his soul. It was as if a mystical bond was being established, connecting him to the ancient temple. He felt very strange. Diving into the soul sea, Sunny saw that the vast expanse of still water was still no more. Instead, it was surging, boiling almost, with great waves rolling on the dark surface. As if someone had thrown a huge boulder into the black water, sending ripples spreading across the silent expanse of his soul. What? As Sunny watched, astounded, the water at the very heart of the soul sea suddenly foamed. And then, a familiar black edifice rose from beneath the waves. A perfect replica of the nameless temple, how it had been before its roof collapsed, and its gates were broken, slowly rose from the lightless depths of his soul, bathing in the dark radiance of his 6 soul cores. Soon enough, the surging waters calmed down, and the soul sea grew still and silent once more. It was as if nothing had happened. Only, there was a great temple of black stone standing on the still water now. Sunny stared at it with wide eyes. I'll be damned. That was pretty cool. He regretted not being connected to the spell once more. Sunny could feel a deep connection to his newly claimed citadel, but did not know what he could do with that connection, and what it was meant for. If he was still a carrier of the spell, there would be hopeful runes to guide him to the necessary understanding, without a doubt. But then again, the spell did not even explain the enchantments of the memories it created to most awakened. Who knew how helpful it would have been in case of a citadel? Sunny knew that he would have to explore and investigate this matter personally. Until then, however. What do I even do now? He had not been planning to come in possession of an unknown citadel. Ruling one was not in his plans right now. He was in the middle of traveling to Godgrave. After hesitating for a while, Sunny sighed. Well, whatever. I can spend a few days here. Having a secret lair to return to wouldn't hurt, anyway. His original body was anchored in the nameless temple now. So, he had no choice but to consider it in his future plans. There was one silver lining to the unexpected situation, though. At least, Sunny wasn't homeless anymore. Several days later, Sunny was sitting on the steps of the nameless temple. The sun was traveling across the clear blue sky, and the snow covering the mountain peak was shining with its light. There was a stunned expression on his face. The other 5 incarnations were resting on the lower steps, panting heavily. One was tiredly rubbing his shoulders. Another was leaning on a broom made by manifesting shadows. A third one was sprawled on the black stone, lazily staring at the sky. LGHT. Del/world. There was one who was pouring dirty water out of a bucket, and another one who was looking at them with disdain. They had been busy cleaning up the temple for the last few days. The cleanup was mostly finished, but the reconstruction had not even begun. Sunny knew that he would need special stone to rebuild the broken roof. He could scavenge some from the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, durable wood for the beams. Would he have to visit the burned forest again to harvest some? Luckily, he was good at all things having to do with craftsmanship, not only because of experience and practice, but also because of bone weave. His fingers were dexterous and responsive, like those of a master artisan. Any tool he needed, meanwhile, could be manifested from the shadows. However, the scope of the work that had to be done to restore the nameless temple to a decent state was not the reason why Sunny was spacing out right now. Instead, the reason was the discovery made by his original body. While the avatars had been busy with cleaning, he had explored his new citadel. Of course, he had discovered the mystical circle in the Undertemple almost immediately. However, it took him a while to figure out what that component did. The instinctual understanding of its purpose was hidden in the connection Sunny shared with the citadel. So, it can move. He raised his gaze and studied the desolate mountain peak. Sunny assumed that the nameless temple had been built here, and wondered what madness forced the builders to carry the great weight of black marble to the top of a towering mountain. But now, he knew that the ancient temple had been built elsewhere, and had stood elsewhere, before appearing on this mountain peak one day. He also knew that it could move again, now that it had an owner once more. Slowly, a bold idea formed in his mind. Sunny lingered for a while, then looked at his avatars and studied each one for a few moments. Eventually, his gaze landed on the gloomy incarnation. He smiled. Let's do it this way, then. Some time later, a sudden commotion disturbed the deadly peace of Godgrave. A dark figure in an onyx armor reached the edge of the dead god's breastbone, covered in ash and blood. Behind him was a trail of severed flesh and broken bodies. The man's face was hidden behind a ferocious mask carved from black wood. Standing on the precipice of an abyssal drop, he gazed down silently, paying no heed to a wave of abominations rushing at him from behind. Then, a great temple built of black marble was suddenly standing on the bone plain. As the man wearing the demonic mask turned, 3 warriors clad in the same onyx armor walked out of the darkness under the eaves of the black temple. A graceful stone knight followed, wielding a black blade and a round shield. Then, a silvery fiend forged in the flames of hell, a tenebrous steed shrouded in the mantle of nightmares, and an enormous serpent with onyx scales. The dark dwellers of the Black Temple faced the tide of abominations calmly, and a few moments later, more blood flowed on the white surface of the ancient bone. A great darkness spread, hiding the battlefield from the cloudy sky. At the same time, far away, a young mundane girl was being taught how to slay nightmare creatures by an eccentric shadow. And further still, a trade caravan was approaching Bastion. Dozens of heavily loaded wagons were rolling down the road, pushed by monstrous echoes. A sizable force of Awakened was flanking the caravan, protecting it from the dangers of the dream realm. Their expressions were clear now that the lake city was in view. A handsome young man with porcelain skin and onyx eyes was sitting on the bed of one of the wagons, leaning his back against a wooden crate and looking ahead with a beautiful smile on his lips. He didn't seem that strong, and wore an elegant black mantle instead of durable armor. Far away, the awesome silhouette of a great castle was slowly revealing itself from the shimmering waters of a clear lake. The young man looked at it for a while, then glanced down at his shadow. Chapter 1803. After the fighting is over plus, turn off reset. Back in the courtyard of the nameless temple, Cassie let out a heavy sigh and looked away, hiding her eyes. Sunny remained silent, waiting for her to come to her senses. He hesitated for a few moments, then moved his chair back. The tea had grown cold, the refreshments did not look appetizing anymore. The leaves of the lonesome tree rustled peacefully in the darkness. After a while, Cassie's shoulders trembled. It has already begun. Her voice was distant. Sunny lingered for a few moments. This time, the memory he had shown her was not nearly as long as the previous one. The awesome desolation of the burned forest and the mysterious nature of the nameless temple were memorable and distinct. However, as expected, what had affected Cassie the most was the sight of LO-49. Of course, she would not know anything about that lunar observatory in particular. But it was unmistakably a modern building, there was no place for it in the dream realm. Knowing that, she would have instantly understood the meaning. Sunny raised an eyebrow. You didn't know? She shook her head slowly. He studied her delicate face, then let out a soft sigh. Finally, there was something he knew that Cassie didn't. However, that did not bring him any joy. After remaining silent for a while, he said neutrally. It was an old lunar observatory. L049. It used to stand on the southern edge of the Antarctic Center, well, designated south, at least. Obviously, every direction there is technically north of the pole. Sunny paused for a moment, and then added. The staff and soldiers who were garrisoned there were wiped out during the early stages of the Chain of Nightmares, and nobody has seen LO-49 since. I am the last human to have visited Antarctica, I think. But I never went that far south. So, I don't know when the observatory was swallowed by the dream realm. He smiled darkly. It would be a bit funny, if it wasn't so terrifying. While wandering the sword domain, I often felt that it was safer than some parts of our own world. Now, the difference between the two realms is even more vague. Soon enough, there will be none. Cassie did not respond, sitting motionlessly in the darkness. Eventually, she said in a quiet tone. I'm sorry. I need to process the news. Sunny leaned back and allowed her to think in silence. After a while, he said evenly. Does it change anything, though? The war was still coming. Finally, Cassie faced him again. Of course. It changes everything. 1-foot-LL have to rethink a lot of things. The human enclaves in the dream realm are hardly self-sufficient, after all. It is difficult enough to provide food and shelter for 300 million people. To accommodate billions, even if it happens gradually over the span of a decade, a lot of development plans will have to be accelerated. Most communication still happens through the waking world. Data is stored digitally. The scope of it all is too much. She let out a shaky breath. That is not even mentioning the fact that all the rules we know will become obsolete after our world is devoured by the dream realm. There will be no more nightmare gates, for example. No more division between the physical body and the spirit body, and so on. The spell will have to change accordingly. It might very well plunge us into a new horror, one that would make everything prior seem like a gentle prologue. Cassie was thinking as the right hand of a person who was supposed to take the throne of humanity. There was a heavy responsibility that came with the throne, of course. But to Sunny, her train of thought seemed a little funny. Because they had not even come close to vanquishing the sovereigns yet. He smiled. You seem to have a lot of plans for what happens after the fighting is over. Cassie faced him with a hint of surprise on her exquisite face. I do. Don't you? Sunny chuckled. Of course, more fighting. Their woes would not be over with the fall of Anvil and Kisong. If anything, the true battle would only start after the war was over. She remained silent for a while, then nodded somberly. You are right. A few moments later, the young woman added quietly. But, regardless of it all, I am glad that you found a reason to come back. Then, Cassie faced him with a brittle smile. It might feel like the word has rejected you, but, Sunny, it needs you, as well. Saying these words, she turned away. As do I. And Nephi's, most of all. Sunny stared at her silently, a complicated mess of emotions rising in his heart. He wanted to say something, but didn't quite know what to say. In the end, he simply shrugged. That is all right. Because I need the world, too. And Nephi's. And you as well, Cassie. She smiled. I'll remember. With that, she stood up and sighed. Our time is up. If I linger any longer, some people in Bastion might grow suspicious of the purpose of my visit. Sunny nodded lightly and rose from his chair. He had brought Cassie here from NQSC. So, he had to bring her back, as well. Soon, the two of them appeared in a deserted alley in the depths of the outskirts. Cassie could use her own tether to return to Bastion immediately, but hesitated for a while. Eventually, she said with uncertainty. I won't say anything about what is happening between Nephi's and you in Bastion. Sunny suppressed an embarrassed cough, feeling grateful for her decision to refrain from discussing that matter. The situation was strange and complicated enough, already. Cassie took a deep breath. I want you to know something, though. He raised an eyebrow. What? She lowered her head. About how it feels, on the other side. You see. One can't quite imagine how you feel, being forgotten by everyone. But I do know how it feels to have forgotten. It is a strange thing. When we first met, I didn't know who you were, by all accounts, you were a stranger. And yet, there was this strange sense of familiarity. As if we've known each other all our lives. Cassie took a deep breath. There were other feelings, as well. Subtle and faint, but undeniable. I won't describe them. But I am sure that Nephice is being swayed by these unconscious thoughts, as well. Even if she can't retain the memories of you, the emotions those memories stir remain. So, she wasn't just captivated by Master Sunless because he is charming, handsome, and pleasant to be around. Cassie faced Sunny once again. You might think that her feelings are not quite real, because her knowledge of you is not quite true, and maybe you are right. But I still want you to respect them. She remained silent for a moment, then nodded. That is all I wanted to say, you can decide what to do yourself. Before Sunny could say anything, she was gone. He stared at the empty space where Cassie had stood expressionlessly. After a while, he sighed. Did I just get the "if you hurt her, I'll kill you" talk? The tone wasn't quite the same, but somehow, it did feel like that. Chuckling, Sunny turned around and pulled on his tether. If I hurt Nephice, she'll kill me herself. Well, at least she'll try. I am a bit hard to kill these days. Today was a strangely slow day for the brilliant Emporium. Actually, it wasn't that strange. Sunny had been complaining about how swamped he was in the kitchen when the business was good, but now that it was dull, he missed the money he could have made dearly. The lack of clients was not strange, but the mood in Bastion was which, in turn, was the cause why so few people were visiting. It was an odd mixture of agitation and somber anticipation. People were incensed and indignant about the attempt on Neff's life, which was attributed to Clan Song more and more. But, at the same time, some of them were disturbed by the swiftly changing tone of public opinion. After all, people weren't fools. Many could recognize the malignant roots of the spreading rumors. They might not know who was behind the propaganda, but they could at least sense that they were being lied to. Others had enough foresight to see where the volatile situation was headed, even if they did not know why. All in all, there were as many dissenting voices as those wishing to hold the Queen of Worms responsible. It was all happening a little too quickly. Sunny was still reeling from the recent conversation with Castle. Now that he knew how fast the war was approaching, his own mood had turned strange, as well. Luckily, he did not have a lot of time to worry about such things. He was terribly busy despite the lack of customers. Most of his time was dedicated to designing the weave of the soul sword. But he was also preoccupied with something else. Because his date with Nephice was approaching much faster than the war. Damn it, what to do, what to do? The pressure of designing a perfect date was more daunting than his attempts to weave a soul-bound weapon. He had acted confidently when asking her out, but now that he actually had to come up with something, Sunny felt like his mind was paralyzed. Why did I prepare a picnic for a fake date? I should have saved that idea for the real one. There were not a lot of romantic places in Bastion. Even worse, Sunny was not that knowledgeable about romance. And worse still, Nephice was not exactly a typical young lady. Who knew what her idea of a romantic encounter was? In short, Sunny was stumped. And Aiko wasn't helping. What's the problem, boss? Just take her to an inn. I mean, you are both adults. There are inns that charge by the hour, you know. He glared at her silently. You are the problem. Do you want to get me killed? Aiko laughed. Alright, I'm joking. Honestly, though, one say you are overthinking it. Anything and anywhere will be fine. After all, the only necessary ingredients are you and her. Since both of you will be present, that's most of the work done. She glanced at him and asked. Just be yourself. Draw from your experience. What's the most romantic memory you have? Sunny scratched the tip of his nose. Well. I spent a month being stuck on the corpse of a giant nightmare creature with a girl once. Aiko stared at him silently for a few moments. On second thought, don't be yourself. Forget everything about your experience. Just take her on a boat ride, or something. Sunny eyes brightened. A boat ride? Huh. That's actually not a bad idea. He would have said more, but at that moment, his expression changed subtly. Sunny looked at the door. He could sense a group of people approaching the brilliant emporium. And they did not feel like his usual customers at all. Heavy armor. Sharp weapons. Disciplined movements. Clear intent. Soldiers. Why would a cohort of awakened warriors of Clan Valor be approaching his humble shop? For a moment, Sunny thought about how he would kill them. Dealing with these awakened would only take him a few moments. Then, he could dismiss the mimic, grab Aiko, and step through the shadows to outside the city. After that, Valor would not be able to catch him unless Anvil took action personally. If his cover was blown, that was the only way. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. First of all, even if his cover was somehow blown, they would most likely only learn that he was the Lord of Shadows. The Lord of Shadows was an ally of Clan Valor, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Secondly, in the much worse scenario where the elders of Clan Valor had learned that he was plotting to murder the king with Nephites, there would not have been a mere cohort of awakened approaching his shop. So, why the hell are they here, then? Sunny was very confused. What's the matter, boss? Aiko looked at him apprehensively. He hesitated for a moment. I have no idea, really. At that moment, the soldiers reached the brilliant emporium. Then, there was a loud knock on the door. Don't eat them. Giving Mimic a mental warning, Sunny sighed, put on a pleasant smile, and went to open the door. Welcome to the brilliant emporium. How may I help you? He was met with an unfriendly stare. 6 awakened warriors were standing a few steps back, while one was looking at him with disdain. The man was tall and sharp, clad in an enchanted armor, with a vermilion cloak hanging from his broad shoulders. He was also an ascended. Master Sunless? Hearing the deep voice, Sunny smiled a little wider. That's what they call me, yes. The knight nodded. Please, come with me. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Why? The man glanced at him with badly hidden irritation, and then said coldly. I was ordered to escort you to the castle. Please follow. What the hell? Sunny hesitated for a bit, wondering if it wasn't too late to kill them and escape. But he had to reluctantly abandon that idea. Why, by all means. Exchanging a glance with Aiko, he shrugged helplessly and followed the knight out of the brilliant emporium. He tried to strike up a conversation a few times on the way to the castle, but his escorts seemed to be in a foul mood. They were definitely not fans of Sunny, that was for sure. With his sharp hearing, he could catch a few of them muttering under their breaths. Damned mongrel. No, really. What was going on? Was he going to get splashed in the face with water and be given a tidy sum of soul shards to never see Nephites again? That was what usually happened in dramas. Sunny had thought of 1,000 possible reasons for this unexpected visit, each more ominous than the previous one. However, he failed to learn the truth until the very end. The escorts brought him across the lake, and then to the very heart of the castle. When Sunny was led to the main keep, where the direct line of Clan Valor resided, he was on the verge of collapsing from fright. Half an hour later, he somehow found himself in a grand hall, facing none other than Morgan, the Princess of War. Morgan was leaning on a stone throne, holding a sharp sword in her hand. Her gaze was piercing. Suddenly, Sunny felt a chill run down his spine. She doesn't know. Does she? The last time they met was during the assassination attempt. Of course, back then, Sunny was wearing the persona of the Lord of Shadows. Morgan's cold gaze traveled across his figure, making him shiver. Then, her scarlet lips parted. Oh. Morgan's voice sounded calm. I understand now. Sunny struggled to keep a deep scowl off his face. What does she understand? Smiling faintly, Morgan descended from the dais and approached him. The sharp blade of her sword glistened in the rays of sunlight. Master Sunless, I presume. Sunny nodded and forced himself to speak. Princess Morgan. It's an honor. She stared at him with a strange expression, then cleared her throat. Indeed. Please kneel. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Pardon? Her gaze turned a little dark. I told you to kneel. He hesitated for a few moments, glanced at his escorts, and then elegantly lowered himself to one knee. Morgan has grown immensely strong after transcending. Still, if she attacks, I should be able to dodge. She raised her sword slowly, and at the same time, he prepared to call upon the shadows. However, to his shock, the sword did not fall down to cut his neck. Instead, Morgan touched the blade to his left shoulder lightly, then repeated the same process with his right shoulder, and the crown of his head. Sunny was dumbstruck. What is going on? Having finished the strange action, Morgan dismissed her sword and smiled in satisfaction. Master Sunless, I hereby proclaim you a knight of valor. Rise, Sir Sunless. May your edge never dull. Sunny's eyes widened. Pardon? Sunny was so stunned that he did not know what to say. All he could think was, what the hell? No, really. Him? A knight of valor? His mind short-circuited for a moment. Of all the things Sunny had expected when a cohort of unfriendly soldiers invited him to the castle, that one never crossed his mind. Still standing on one knee, he raised his head and looked at Morgan with a dumbfounded expression. She studied his face for a few moments, then clicked her tongue and turned away. That will be all. You can go now. Remembering that he had been allowed to rise, Sunny slowly stood up. Princess Morgan. Please excuse my impudence, but if I may ask. Before he could ask anything, though, the guards unceremoniously grabbed him and escorted him out of the hall. A moment later, the door was slammed shut, hiding her bewitching figure from sight. Just like that, his very short and very baffling audience with Morgan of Valor ended. Sunny was left standing in the corridor, not sure what to do. He blinked a couple of times. Are they forcefully conscripting independent masters? That was the only thing he could think of. But then, it didn't make any sense. If Clan Valor really wanted to conscript him into the army on the eve of war, they would have gone about it in a different manner. Forcing a master with no loyalty to fight for them could do more harm than good. Slowly, Sunny realized that a person who he had assumed was just passing by was actually standing still and staring at him. Composing himself a little, he looked up. There was a dignified middle-aged man in a well-tailored livery standing in front of him. His gray hair was neatly combed, and his expression was perfectly stoic. Noticing that Sunny was paying attention, the man nodded. Sir Sunless. I am Sebastian, the steward of the great Clan Valor. Allow me to congratulate you on your knighthood. Sunny took a deep breath. I'm not dreaming, am I? He exhaled slowly. There was actually a steward named Sebastian in Bastion. That was just a little bit too much, wasn't it? Worst of all, Sunny couldn't even sense the man's rank. He could have been a mundane person or a saint. Sunny forced out a polite smile and said, Nice to meet you. Please forgive my lack of manners. I have to admit, I am extremely vexed right now. Can you explain what is going on? The middle-aged steward nodded. Certainly, sir. You've just been granted the title of a Knight of Valor. Oh, additionally, you have also been appointed as the Knight Commander of the Ardent Wardens. What an honor. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Ardent Wardens? Who are these Ardent Wardens? The steward gave him a dignified smile. Ardent Wardens are a grassroots volunteer organization that holds various activities to enrich the daily lives of the elderly citizens of Bastion. Food drives, cultural events, interest clubs, and the like, self-governed. Sunny stared at him silently, struggling to maintain a calm expression. So, if these Ardent Wardens are self-governed, then why do they need a Knight Commander? No, wait. Why does a volunteer organization dealing with bored elderly people need one? The middle-aged man nodded seriously. Exactly. There was not a hint of sarcasm in his esteemed voice, but somehow, Sunny got the impression that he was being mocked. He was very confused. So what are my responsibilities as a knight commander, exactly? The steward lingered for a moment, then said in a solemn tone. There are none, Sir Sunless. Well, I should rather say that there is only one. It is to uphold the dignity of the great clan Valor. Don't do anything that would besmirch the prestige of the royal family, and you should be good. He paused, and then added neutrally. Of course, you will receive a monthly stipend, as well as other benefits befitting a man of your station. Sunny stared at him some more. Crazy. I'm going crazy. So, let me get this straight. I was made a knight, but I don't have to perform the duties of a knight. There is nothing I am responsible for, but I am going to be paid for doing nothing? Sebastian smiled. Your wisdom is unmatched, Sir Sunless. You put it all so eloquently. With that, he walked away at a brisk pace and beckoned for Sunny to follow. Now, please come with me. Sunny suppressed a frustrated groan and hurried after the steward. Coming, but, where are we going? The middle-aged man answered in a refined manner. As a knight commander, you are to receive a list of items. 2 sets of full dress attire, 2 finely dyed tabards, a parade cloak with an embroidered crest, an unadorned winter cloak, an embroidered battle banner, a painted household banner, a leather waist belt with an engraved silver buckle. Sunny silently covered his face with a palm. Some time later, he was standing alone in one of the courtyards of the castle, holding a sizable pack. His expression was absent. The steward had basically chased him away from the keep after assembling the list of items that a knight was eligible to receive. The man had refused to answer Sunny's tentative question until the very end, finding inventive ways to tactfully dodge them every time. It was just that, how could Sunny put it? Steward Sebastian did not seem to have kept the truth from him on purpose. Rather, it looked like the dignified man was too embarrassed to answer directly, as if saying it aloud would be a disgrace. Sunny stared into the distance silently. I guess I am a knight of valor now. Weirder things had happened. Granted, just a few. In any case, at least the whole thing was such a formality that he had not even been forced to give an oath of allegiance. Neither had he been issued any memories. With the war approaching, Clan Valor did not seem keen to waste resources on a fake knight. LGHT. Del/world. That was a good thing for Sunny, because he did not want to receive a sword forged by anvil. Nor was he capable of receiving one. There was no spell to facilitate the transfer of memories between him and its carriers, after all. He would also be receiving a monthly stipend of soul shards. Sunny sighed. Wow, nepotism is truly the best. By now, he had figured out that his sudden knighthood had something to do with his connection to Nephice. It was just that the initiative must have come from some other entity in the great clan, which was why the signals had crossed. So, there was nothing left to do except return home. Sunny was ready to take a step forward, but then froze for a moment. He was currently in a courtyard, a different one from where he had dueled young Master Tristan, but the mood was quite similar. There were more than a few unfriendly gazes aimed his way. Looking around, he saw various knights and squires, all staring at him with cold expressions. Sunny gulped. They had already hated him before for having the audacity to accompany their princess. Now that Morgan had knighted him for no good reason. It did not look good. Even Sunny was starting to hate himself a little. Who wouldn't hate a handsome freeloader? Gods. I won't have to fight another duel, will I? As a matter of fact, he had the feeling that, this time, there would be no duel. Instead, there would be a thorough beating. Or an attempt of one, at least. Sunny looked around once more, noticing that several knights were already approaching him slowly with dark faces. Right. I just need to defuse the situation. Be polite and keep calm. Be polite. One of the knights snarled through gritted teeth. I didn't believe it. Hey, you. Mongrel. Have you know? Sunny's eye twitched, and he opened his mouth to retort. Before he could, however, there was a rustle of wings, and suddenly, a breathtaking figure was standing between him and the incensed knights. Shielding him with her radiant wings, Nephi's frowned and looked at them scornfully. What is going on here? Chapter 1806, Shadow in distress. Seeing that a literal saint had fallen from the sky, the approaching knights froze and looked away in embarrassment, or rather, they tried. However, they were too mesmerized by Neph's appearance. With her beautiful white wings, tousled silver hair, and flawless figure, she looked nothing short of stunning. It was as if a celestial deity had suddenly descended into the mortal world, illuminating it with her pure light. Additionally, she wasn't wearing her usual elegant attire or polished armor. Instead, she was dressed in simple clothes made out of soft white fabric, which seemed almost like loungewear, and contoured the graceful lines of her body well. Too well, maybe. Suddenly, Sunny felt an overwhelming impulse to walk in front of Nephis and shield her from their gazes, instead. What are you staring at, bastards? To be fair, there was nothing lascivious in their gazes. Instead, the knights were strangely stuck between embarrassment, admiration, and a bit of remnant contempt directed at Sunny. It was a funny sight. What is going on here? Neph's voice was cold, and her expression was stern. White sparks danced in her piercing gray eyes. The knights shivered, instantly losing their rancor. And nothing, Lady Nephis. We apologize for our rudeness. Please don't mind us. She scowled. If there is nothing going on, then I suggest you be on your way. Her voice was even, but the seasoned knights suddenly turned pale. A moment later, they were gone. It was quite amazing, actually. The skills of these warriors were truly formidable. If Sunny did not know any better, he would have thought that they were blown away by the wind. What a splendid movement technique. Knights of Valor were known for their indomitability in battle, but it seemed that they knew a thing or two about how to retreat, as well. While he was considering admiring their swift withdrawal, Nephis huffed quietly and turned to him. Her scornful expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a subtle look of concern. She lingered for a moment. I am sorry, are you all right? Sunny couldn't help but gaze at her deeply, taking in every little detail of her. Eventually, he remembered himself and answered in a slightly stifled tone. Yes. I am fine. Then, he tilted his head a little, glanced at the distant silhouette of the Ivory Island, and looked back at Nephis. I'm sorry, Lady Nephis, but did you just jump down after noticing that I'm in trouble? He had not put two and two together immediately, but now that he took a better look at her, there were a few strange details. Her comfortable clothes, unkempt hair, and slight signs of agitation were far from the composed image Nephis usually presented to the public. So, it wasn't hard to surmise that this appearance had not been planned. Nephis froze for a moment, glanced down at herself, then awkwardly swiped a lock of her hair back, putting it behind her ear. Sunny could have sworn that she blushed a little. Well. I happened to be free when Cassie informed me that something was afoot. So, here I am. She studied his face to make sure that everything was indeed all right, then looked at the pack in his hands in confusion. That said, what exactly happened? She only told me that you were taken to the main keep. Her expression hardened. Did someone harass you? Was it my sister? What did she say? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, not knowing how to answer. Eventually, he gave her a reassuring smile. Oh, no, nothing like that. Nobody harassed me. One was indeed summoned by Princess Morgan, but for a different reason. Well, I'm not sure how to say it. Neph's frown only deepened. A different reason, you say? What reason might that be? Sunny coughed. Well, it's like this. She made me a Knight of Valor. He did not know what Nephis had expected to hear, but it definitely wasn't this. For a moment, she seemed startled. What? He smiled helplessly. It's how I said. I was given the title of a knight and the post of the Knight Commander of the Ardent Wardens. Oh, the Ardent Wardens are a group of volunteers who do community service, mainly taking care of the elderly. Yeah. I was told that my only responsibility is to maintain the prestige of the royal family, whatever that means. Nephi stared at him for a while, then sighed and covered her face with a hand. After a few moments of silence, she said in a flat tone. I am sorry. It's my fault. They were probably unhappy with me dating a man of no background. I expected opposition, but who would have thought that Morgan would be so accommodating? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Oh. So it's because of my lowly background. I see. She lowered her hand and looked at him with a startled expression. No. I didn't mean it like that. Sunny smiled. I know. You're not a conceited person. If anything, to be honest, between the two of us, I am probably more of a bigot. I actually have quite a prejudice against the legacy clans. Although, it might be a bit bold of me to admit something like that while attempting to court a princess of a great clan. Oh well, what can I do? That just goes to show how the lack of pedigree results in a lack of common sense and decorum. Hearing his light-hearted tone, Nephi relaxed a little. She lingered a little, then met his smile with a tentative one of her OWN.ch. Ek out L? T? ST? V? L? On NOV? L/Ben. C? M. Then. I am grateful that you are willing to put your prejudice aside and give this princess a chance. You are an admirably broad-minded person, Master Sunless. He laughed. No one has ever accused me of being broad-minded before. It's just that I would have to be mad to let my pettiness stand in the way of seeing you, Lady Nephi. Then, he suddenly froze. Right. Weren't they supposed to go on a date in a few days? Meeting her today, therefore, was a bit awkward. What was he supposed to do? Pretend that they had not made plans? Or try to woo her right now? Noticing his puzzlement, Nephi asked. What's wrong? Sunny hesitated for a few moments. No, it's nothing. It's just that, to be honest, I've been thinking about our date a lot. Constantly, even. I've been looking forward to it so much that meeting you all of a sudden is a bit of a shock. Well, I know that you are terribly busy, Lady Nephi. So, I'll see you in a few days? She looked at him silently for a while. Then, she smiled subtly. Actually, I'm not that busy, how about we just make it today? Online. Ropero today, 17:04 plus 18:0. They parted soon after. For a little bit. Sunny might not have known a lot about women, but he knew enough not to try taking Nephi on a date immediately. Women had their mysterious rites and rituals. After all, if he invited her anywhere without giving her a chance to clean up and change out of her loungewear into something more flattering, he would have earned the scorn of the entire womankind. Granted, those light clothes of hers were flattering enough, already. Although not exactly sparse, they did a splendid job of accentuating every pure thoughts. In any case, the brief parting worked in his favor, as well. While Nephi returned to the Ivory Island to get ready, Sunny scrambled to arrange a few things. About an hour later, he was waiting by the riverside dock, holding the familiar picnic basket in one hand. It was a blessing that there were two bodies at his disposal here in Bastion. Otherwise, he would have never managed to prepare in time. Not only did he have to make arrangements, but he also had to quickly assemble a delightful meal for a romantic getaway. One body had been running around and outside the city, while the other had been busy in the kitchen. Luckily, he managed to finish everything in the nick of time. Suppressing a hint of nervousness, Sunny couldn't help but look up at the graceful silhouette of the ivory tower hovering among the clouds. He almost expected to see a beautiful figure descending from the sky in a mantle of sunlight, but due to the location of where they had arranged to meet, Nephi decided to be less conspicuous. If Changing Star had indeed landed on a lively street in all her radiant glory, the commotion caused by her arrival would not have been small. Therefore, she simply walked up to him like a normal person, appearing from an alley. Of course, there was still a big reaction. A saint was not someone who could be ignored, and Nephi's was not just any saint. Wearing a simple white summer dress and no jewelry, she was still stunning. The passerby couldn't help but react to her beauty, and a lot of heads had been involuntarily turned. Sunny felt his heart skip, knowing that today, that beauty was just for him. As she approached with a light smile, he heard a quiet and melodious ringing. He had not told her a lot about the destination of their date, but he did tell her that it would have something to do with water, so Nephi summoned the familiar pair of silver anklets, which were a memory she had used on the great river to help her move in the water. Sunny couldn't help but smile when looking at her. Nephi walked over, stopped near him, and asked in a light tone. "So, Master Sunless, where are you taking me?" He hesitated for a moment. Out there in the waking world, it was winter, and bitter cold haunted the snowy streets. But here in Bastion, it was still summer. The entire city was bathed in smoldering heat. People were seeking shelter from the incandescent sun in the shade and longing for cool drinks. Of course, as saints, both Sunny and Nephi could ignore the sultry weather, but that did not mean that they would not enjoy the refreshing feeling of cooling down their bodies. He smiled. "To a beach." Nephi tilted her head a little. "A beach?" Sunny nodded. "It might sound a little silly, but actually, I've always dreamed of going to the beach. It's just that there were none where I grew up. Actually, I'm not entirely sure if there are any left in the waking world." He paused for a moment, and then added with a smile. "But I've learned that there is actually one not far from Bastion. So, would you mind making a dream of mine come true, Lady Nephi?" She looked at him with a hint of mirth. "How would I dare refuse? I remember you telling me that you'd given up on having dreams. Fortunately, you seem to have found one, so I'd be delighted to help you fulfill it." The corner of Neff's mouth twisted upward, and she added with a hint of teasing in her tone. "However, are you sure that you don't just want to see me in a bathing suit, Master Sunless?" He looked at her seriously. "I promise that I don't just want to see you in a bathing suit." His tone was earnest, but there was a subtle accent on the word just. She laughed. "If you say so. Then, how do we get to this beach?" Sunny offered her his arm. "Follow me." Once she wrapped her arm around his, he guided her to the dock. There were several rivers feeding the Mirror Lake, and one it gave birth to. That river was much more modest than the great river of tears that flowed through the entire Song domain, but it was still deep and full. LGHT. del/worldc//m. Its destination was also the same. It flowed south, toward the Storm Sea. Bastion was much further south and closer to the Storm Sea than Ravenheart, so the river wasn't very long. It could be quite dangerous for the same reason powerful sea monsters sometimes entered the estuary and swam far upstream, attracted by the smell of human souls. They never reached the Mirror Lake, though, because the citadel of Clan Dagonet stood between Bastion and the sea. The powerful abominations from the depths always died trying to breach the river fortress. Nevertheless, the length of the river between Bastion and the stronghold was not entirely safe. But Sunny judged that nothing in this tamed region of the Dream Realm could seriously threaten him and Nephi. Very few things out there that could. What he cared about was that there was a wild beach not too far down the river. It was beautiful, peaceful, and remote, a perfect place for a date on a hot summer day. That was where he wanted to take Neff. There were several wooden longships tied to the pier, their bows carved to resemble dragons and serpents. These drakers belonged to Clan Dagonet, and were used to patrol the river and guard the trade ships coming from the Storm Sea. There were also several barges meant to deliver supplies to the river fortress and the town that had grown around it. Most importantly, there were plenty of small river boats. "Thanks, Alco." Sunny guided Nephi to one of the boats, which he had rented from the owner in advance. It was just large enough to fit 2 people and a bit of cargo, with a single pair of oars at the stern. She looked at it curiously. "Are we sailing down the river?" Sunny hesitated for a moment, then smiled helplessly. "Well, more like rowing down the river." "Oh, I'll be the one handling the oars, of course." "Why, you don't like it? Should I kill Aiko?" "A little." Nephice looked at the boat, then at the river, and finally back at him. Eventually, she smiled. No. I love it. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Aiko can live. Should I give her a raise? Sunny held Neff's hand to help her step into the boat, then untied it, pushed it away from the berth, and jumped inside nimbly. His movements were so light that the boat did not rock at all. Nephi sat down on the bench at the front, while he took his place on the bench at the stern. They were facing each other, with only the picnic basket between them. He took the oars and moved them gently, guiding the boat to the middle of the river. It floated smoothly, cutting the water with a pleasant sound. The lively streets of Bastion crawled past them, with plenty of interesting scenes to be seen. The further from the shore they moved, the quieter it became, until the bustle of the city had turned into a quiet hum. Sunny was not looking around, though. He was looking at Nephice, and in turn, she was looking at him. Both were smiling. Nephice leaned to the side and lowered a hand into the water. Watching her fingers cut its surface, she sighed deeply, and then closed her eyes for a moment. Her features relaxed. How peaceful. Hearing her say that made him happy. Sunny extended his shadow sense in all directions, so he knew that there were no nightmare creatures hiding under the water. He did not spoil the mood by telling her to be careful. Instead, he used the few moments she had her eyes closed to stare at her with an unabashed craving. Then, he averted his eyes and concentrated on rowing. After a while, Nephice looked at him with a subtle smile. The city was behind them by then, there were no other boats on the river, and no ships in sight. The only sounds breaking the silence were the rustle of water and the soft splashes produced by the oars. She leaned back a little and asked in a leisurely tone. Won't you grow tired from rowing? Sunny chuckled. It was obviously a question asked for the sake of being polite. He was supposed to be a master, after all, guiding a small boat downriver would not tire him. LGHT. Del/WorldC//M. He could have used a measure of strength suitable for an ascended and sent the boat flying at great speed to strain himself, but then the oars would probably explode into splinters. That wouldn't be nice at all. Oh, I might not look it, but actually, I'm quite strong. He let go of one of the oars for a moment and showed her his hand. These hands of mine can crush mountains. Nephice laughed. I'm sure. Still, I feel guilty watching you do all the work. Sunny remained silent for a moment. Then, his smile turned a little daring. Why don't you come here and help me, then? She looked at him, then rose with a smile and moved to the rear bench. Sunny shifted to the side to give her some room. A few moments later, they were sitting side by side, each holding one oar. The bench wasn't quite wide enough to fit two people, so their bodies were pressed tightly against each other. The cool breeze was caressing them gently, and the sun reflected beautifully from the surface of the water. The river was peaceful and quiet. Sunny could feel the heat of her body through his clothes, and she could undoubtedly feel his. He inhaled deeply. Rowing a boat in this manner was a little tricky. The oars had to move both simultaneously and with equal amounts of force, otherwise, the small vessel would either turn to the shore or start spinning in place. But Sunny and Nephice easily fell into a comfortable rhythm. They were perfectly in sign, the oars rose and fell in tandem with each other, and the boat remained perfectly straight. It was rocking a little, though, and due to the fact that they were so close, each holding an oar with one hand, maintaining balance was a little tedious. Sunny moved his free arm and wrapped it around Neff's waist, firmly holding her in place. She glanced at him with a smile, then did the same. Just like that, they remained silent for a while, rowing in harmony while enjoying the breeze, the peaceful quiet of the river, and each other's warmth. The silence between them wasn't awkward or tense. Instead, it was comfortable and soothing, easing their tired minds. After a while, Nephice looked at him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Sunny lingered for a moment, then shrugged slightly. "Just, life, I guess. How it is sometimes full of sorrow, and sometimes full of joy." She studied his face carefully, then turned to enjoy the view of the river. Interesting, my life is quite different, I think. I am content at times, and at other times I am resentful. But I don't really feel joy or sorrow that much. Mostly, I am just focused. Actually, I feel a little guilty if I am too happy or too sad. It makes me feel that I have allowed myself to become distracted. He looked at her curiously. That was how Nephi's was. She lived in service of her goal, which didn't mean that she was miserable. It just meant that her mind was preoccupied with practical matters, and she mostly drew both satisfaction and discontent from the actions undertaken to realize her aspiration. That was a valid way to live a life. Still, Sunny felt that she was being too harsh on herself. He hesitated for a moment. Really? Then, when was the last time you felt joy? And when was the last time you felt sorrow? Nephi looked at the river with a faint smile. She remained silent for a bit, then answered in an easy tone. I don't quite remember. Sunny kept looking at her, not saying anything. Was it because it was not important to her, so she had forgotten? Or was it because her joys and sorrows had all been connected to him? He hugged her tighter. Sensing it, she turned to face him and smiled. What about you? Sunny blinked a couple of times and answered honestly. Why, I am full of joy right now. Hearing Neph laugh, he smiled brightly. As for sorrow, I had to throw out a batch of strawberries because there were too few customers in the cafe as of late. That was really sad. Her laugh grew a little louder. That made him happy, as well. After a while, Nephi looked at him, lingered for a few moments, and then said neutrally. This was a really great idea. I have a bit of history with boats, you know. Sunny knew, of course. From the boat she had built from the bones of a demon to cross the dark sea to Ananke's catch, the two of them had shared many poignant moments while rocking on the water. Nephi sighed. I once sailed down a great river with a dear person. That person is gone, but the fondness remains. He couldn't do anything but hold her close. Sunny knew that she was talking about Ananke. But even though she could not remember him, these words described the two of them, too. Looking ahead, he smiled and said. Then, it's good to forge new memories, to remember them fondly as well, one day in the future. Eventually, the beach he had wanted to take her to appeared in sight. By then, basked in her warmth, Sunny felt a bit regretful that it did. Bastion used to be surrounded by a vast, lush forest. Sadly, the entire forest had been one giant, dreadful abomination, a fallen titan that possessed immense power and almost inexhaustible vitality. The Knights of Valor had risen to become one of the deadliest forces among the early carriers of the nightmare spell precisely because the warriors of the future great clan had spent decades fighting against the titanic forest and its horrid spawns. There were no masters and no saints back then, and yet, they managed to push it back from the shores of the Mirror Lake. Nevertheless, Bastion had still been besieged by the hungry woods from all sides, and it was only after the second generation of Awakened came of age that the situation changed. One of the sons of the famed founder of Clan Valor took command of the Knights and waged a ruthless war against the vast Titan. Today, everyone knew the name of that son, for he had become the King of Swords. As for the abominable forest, it was long gone, burned to the ground, the ashes scattered by the winds. A bustling city and fertile fields now stretched where impenetrable woods once stood, blocking the light of the sun and drowning the land in darkness. Sunny and Nephi had traveled far enough downstream to leave the settled parts behind, though. Now, tall trees crowded the shore, these ones quite docile and not dangerous at all, unless one went digging for their roots or tried to cut them down, at least. There was a river bend not too far away, and the trees retreated a little along its curve, forming a sequestered beach. Emerald leaves were rustling like a vast sea, and sunlight poured from the pure azure sky. The air was shimmering from the sweltering heat. Further away from shore, the ground was covered by moss and swaying grass, but there was a wide strip of golden sand near the water. It was beautiful and peaceful, like a picture out of a book. Sunny smiled when he saw the picturesque view. We're here. The two of them carefully guided the boat to the shore. Nephi jumped down onto the sand, looked around, and inhaled deeply. She seemed at ease and relaxed, which was a rare sight. Sunny, at least, did not remember when was the last time he had seen her in such a serene mood. Perhaps it was never. Picking up the picnic basket, he jumped to the beach, then grabbed the bow of the boat with his free hand and pulled it ashore as if it did not weigh anything. Then, he studied their surroundings with a curious expression. How nice. Suffice it to say, Sunny wasn't a big fan of getting wet simply because the spell had never missed a chance to drop him into some damnable body of water. LGHT. del/worldc//m. Nevertheless, now that he was on an actual beach, the idea of spending a pleasant day playing in the water and basking in the sun did not seem terrible at all. Especially in the present company. Nephi's glanced at him curiously. Well, what do you think? Is it everything you dreamed of? Sunny chuckled. It's not bad, I guess. We'll see how things go. This outing of theirs was entirely spontaneous, and they had spent quite a while getting here. Needless to say, Sunny had not had a chance to eat before due to being summoned to the castle and running around to prepare the date, so he had worked up an appetite. Nephi's was most likely the same. He found a good spot near the water and placed the basket down. Opening it, Sunny produced a beautifully embroidered blanket, laid it on the sand, and then moved the basket to its middle. Looking at Neph, he asked, "Would you like to eat something, Lady Nephi's?" She studied him for a few moments, then shook her head with a smile. "Actually, I think I want to cool down a little first." He nodded. "Oh." Then, his expression changed a little. "Oh." Before Sunny could react, Nephi's took a step back and pulled her dress off. She was wearing a white swimming suit beneath. It was not too modest and not too revealing, hiding everything that needed to be hidden just well enough to set his imagination ablaze. He barely managed not to gulp. Her alabaster skin, her glistening silver hair, her striking eyes, the smooth lines of her supple body, it was a lot to take in. Her figure was slender and athletic, with a flat stomach and perfectly defined muscles, as expected from a person who spent most of her time either in battle or practicing the sword. However, it wasn't harsh and cumbersome. Instead, it was beautiful and soft in all the right. I should probably look away. Sunny struggled to maintain his mental composure, knowing that she could sense the intensity of his longing. His struggles had limited success. Nephi's chuckled, then turned around and stepped into the water. Then, she looked at him over the shoulder. "Are you coming?" Sunny hesitated for a few moments. He wanted to. And he was going to, eventually, but doing so meant that there was no way back. Because he would have to dismiss the nebulous mantle to take a dive into the cool water. The mantle protected him from prying eyes and suppressed his presence. Once his presence was released, Nephi's would get a better measure of his power. She might not realize that he was a saint immediately. Some masters had one too, after all. Sunny himself had emanated a subtle presence as an ascended, for example. Plus, 5 of his shadows were far away, which diminished the ferocity of his presence a lot. But, still, Nephi's would be able to realize the truth eventually. He wasn't quite ready to let that happen, yet. Sunny smiled easily. "Go ahead first. I'll prepare things here and join you soon." She studied his face for a moment, then smiled and turned away. "Suit yourself." Not wasting any time, Nephi dove into the cool water, escaping the summer heat with a splash. She moved away from shore with powerful strokes, then turned onto her back and continued swimming while looking at the vivid blue sky. Her tranquil gaze was full of joy. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then looked down and concentrated on setting the table. However, he couldn't help but throw glances at Nephi's, who was enjoying herself in the water. His gaze was a little heated, but he tried to control his emotions as best he could, knowing that she might sense the nature and intensity of his desire. He was sure that she already had. Maybe Nephi's did not mind, though. Sunny let out a quiet sigh. His shadow sense had expanded to envelop a vast area, reaching far and wide. From the sky to the bottom of the river, nothing could escape him. He knew that Neff could handle any danger hiding underwater, but he still felt protective. Today was her day off, which was an exceedingly rare event. So, nothing was allowed to spoil it. Many kilometers away, a hideous monster was stealthily moving through the woods. Before it could take another step, though, shadows suddenly came alive all around it. The beast did not have any time to react or to let out a roar. It was swiftly pulled into the darkness and disappeared from sight. A few moments later, a stream of blood flowed out of the shadows. Sunny shook his head with reproach and continued pulling out snacks out of the picnic basket. There were all kinds of dishes for Nephi's to choose from those she liked the most at the brilliant emporium. There was also a small brazier and a kettle to brew tea. He had prepared well. Eventually, Nephi's had enough fun and swam back to the shore. Sunny was standing there peacefully, enjoying the breeze. Rising from the water, she swept her hair back and looked at him with an easy smile. "Aren't you hot, Master Sunless?" All alone there on the shore. He hesitated for a moment. "Not really. I prepared the food. Would you like?" Instead of answering, she looked at him for a moment, then moved her hand unhurriedly. In the next moment, Sunny was splashed with water. He froze. What just happened?" His brain refused to process the information. Noticing his startled expression, Nephi's couldn't help but laugh. Her melodious laughter, so rare and beautiful, was carried away by the wind, and then she looked at him with a hint of a mischievous smile. Her tone was subtly teasing. "I feel a little cheated." Sunny stared at her silently for a few moments, then sighed deeply and lowered his head. Then, the nebulous mantle dissolved into shadows. Immediately, the summer day seemed a little colder. The shadows hiding under the trees had grown deeper and darker. Their darkness, in turn, made sunlight more stark. Not wasting any time, Sunny pulled off his clothes. He was wearing a pair of simple black swimming trunks underneath his trousers. Finding them had given him a lot of trouble, actually, while he was preparing for the date. Everything else was fine, but something like that would usually be imported from the waking world. Obviously, Sunny had to run around the city a little to procure a suitable pair. The breeze caressed his naked skin, and at the same time, Nephi's looked at him with a strange intensity in her calm gray eyes. Sunny's body was not at all like what one would expect from a gallant and scholarly enchanter. It was lithe, with not a gram of fat covering the lean muscles. His figure looked like something chiseled from marble by an enamored sculptor. His flawless porcelain skin made his raven black hair and dark eyes seem even darker. Most striking of all, though, was an intricate tattoo of a great serpent that crawled around his arms and torso. Contrasted against the fair skin, the black ink was like pure darkness. Every onyx scale of the calling serpent was so vividly tattooed that it almost seemed alive. Sunny had summoned the serpent from Godgrave for a special purpose. He had not planned on revealing it in such a manner, though. Well, all his plans had gone astray ever since this morning. Nephi seemed a little startled by the sigh. You have a tattoo." Sunny looked at his arms, then smiled pleasantly. "That I do." While she was gazing at him deeply, he sent a little essence into his muscles and jumped high into the air, then plummeted into the water like a cannonball, making sure that Nephi's was in the splash zone. "You." In the next moment, she was doused with water from head to toe. Neff's eyes widened a little. Laughing, Sunny surfaced and then swam away from the shore. "You, get back here." The water was cool and clear, washing away the summer heat from his body. Coming to a beach was indeed a really great idea. The two of them played in the water for a while. With her silver anklets, Nephi's was like a mermaid. Sunny spent most of the time enjoying the sight of her moving gracefully underwater, so much so that he was starting to worry that he would be too distracted and accidentally drown. The water was pleasantly cool and incredibly clear. The sun, which had been high above them on the way to the beach, was slowly rolling down the horizon. At some point, Sunny left Nephi's alone and swam far away from the shore, then held his breath and dove down. Reaching the depths of the river, he noticed what he was looking for, a stealthy nightmare creature that looked like a massive boulder. Once he swam close to it, though, the boulder split apart, revealing a jagged line. LGHTN_VL_VC_M. The abomination was like a monstrous abalone, and what had seemed like stone was its shell. Before the creature could swallow him, Sunny crushed the impregnable shell with his fist, and then spent some time thoroughly tearing the river beast apart. Eventually, he fished the soul shard out of its remains and pushed himself toward the surface. Soon, thoroughly hungry, Sunny and Nephice returned to shore. Pleasantly tired, they walked over to the picnic blanket and sat down. She looked at the food with glistening eyes. Before Nephice could eat anything, however, Sunny reached outward and opened his palm. The soul shard was laying on it. It was a bit different from how the usual rough crystals, this one was perfectly round and polished, glimmering with a beautiful nacre color. Nephice looked at it with curiosity. "What is this?" Sunny smiled. "Just, something beautiful. For you." She hesitated for a moment, then took it and studied the glimmering pearl for a few moments. Then, her face bloomed with a bright smile. Bringing the pearl closer to her face, Nephice looked at Sunny with appreciation. Then, she sighed. "I don't have a gift for you, though." Pushing a plate of sandwiches closer to her, Sunny laughed. "You are here, that's the best gift." "You are here. That's the best gift." Neff's smile grew a little wider. Such a smooth talker. Still, coming from Master Sunless, even the most trite compliment was too pleasant to hear. She looked down at the luminous pearl he had given her. It was merely an awakened soul shard, but the lustrous pearl was so pretty, glowing softly with an opalescent shine in her hand. Its beauty and uniqueness made it seem quite valuable. However, it was the intent behind the gift and the words that accompanied it that made Nephice like it a lot. She looked at him with a light smile. "I'll cherish it." Master Sunless usually wore his hair tied back neatly, but now it was loose and wet, falling to his shoulders like a waterfall of black silk. His skin was like white porcelain, with the onyx scales of the coiling serpent contrasted starkly against its smooth surface. His dark eyes were glistening in the sunlight. He looked lovely. Nephi stole a furtive glance at his chiseled body, then hid her agitation by biting into a flavorful sandwich. Her eyes closed slightly. Ah. The sandwich was absolutely delicious. It was simply unfair, her sight was already being assaulted by his figure, and now, her taste was besieged by his incredible cooking. Which of her 5 senses would Master Sunless tackle next? Thinking that, Nephice tried not to blush. She had been a little flustered when he took off his clothes to jump into the water. He was much sharper than she had imagined. Nephice was used to being in the company of warriors. So she had seen her fair share of athletic bodies. But the contrast between his gentle demeanor and his lean, sculpted physique was too striking. Not to mention the detailed tattoo of the coiling serpent. It was so out of place on the body of the refined enchanter that Nephice had been given a pause. That tantalizing tattoo seemed like it had a history. Had Master Sunless been a delinquent once? For some reason, the thought was strangely exciting. Of course, she had a different suspicion about the origin of the serpent tattoo. Then, there was the unexpected potency of his presence. She had known for a while that Master Sunless was in a habit of wearing a memory that dampened the impression people had of him. But she had not expected that he would be that impressive. His presence was subtle, but undeniable, very fitting for a man whose affinity lay with zero shadows. However, although she had paid attention to his appealing body and the unanticipated power of his dark presence, Nephice had been distracted by something else. When Master Sunless dismissed his mantle, there was another thing that was revealed. She had always felt that his longing was strangely muffled, it was there, but somewhat obscured from her senses. But when the black mantle came off, the burning heat of his desire was finally revealed to her in all its startling depth. It seemed that behind the humble, slightly melancholic exterior, Master Sunless was a man of great passion. That was why Nephice had been clustered. She had known that he felt a strong attraction to her, both on an emotional and physical level. However, it was quite a surprise to feel how deep that attraction went. It was not an unpleasant surprise, though. Because Nephi's felt a strong attraction, too, otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to see him in earnest. So, instead of being uncomfortable, she secretly felt pleased and flattered by his attention. Nephi had been grateful for the cold water at that time. It was all strange, and not entirely like herself. She had never felt that way, at least not that she could remember. But being with Master Sunless spoke to something deep within her. LGHTN_VL_VC_M. He made her feel at ease, as if the two of them belonged together like two pieces of the same puzzle. He was just so pleasant to be around. She couldn't help herself. But that was fine. Nephi let go of these thoughts as she enjoyed the picnic prepared by Master Sunless. Everything was delicious. The tea was fragrant. The company was the best part. The glistening water, the rustling leaves, the embroidered blanket, the man sitting near her, it was all perfect, like the picture out of a book. She had not felt that relaxed in a long, long time. A disastrous war that would decide not only her own fate, but the fates of countless humans as well, was almost upon them. And yet, here she was, enjoying an idle day at a beach with a beautiful man. Nephi would have felt guilty about neglecting her responsibilities, but she knew that coming here today was also important. She was proficient with a sword and had spent countless hours practicing how to wield it. Therefore, she knew that pushing her body without reprieve only seemed appealing, but would never produce a good result. The body needed sufficient rest in order to grow stronger and absorb what it had learned, otherwise, it would simply collapse, destroying all the progress. It was the same with the mind. Nephi had 1,000 issues to think about and 1,000 strategies to plan. But it would not be good to drive herself into delirium by never allowing herself to relax. The mind needed rest, too. Persistent mental fatigue and sleep deprivation would only make it dull. She knew all these things well. But she had realized only recently that the heart was just like the body and the mind. Liar spirit needed reprieve from time to time, as well. She couldn't just strain it endlessly and expect that nothing would break. Instead, she needed to maintain it carefully, just like she maintained her body and mind. So, this idle time with Master Sunless was not irresponsible at all. There was no need to feel guilty about satisfying her desires. That was just her doing some much needed maintenance on her weary heart. Today was perfect. Finishing the sandwich, Nephi leaned forward to pour herself some light wine. However, at that moment, Master Sunless reached forward, as well, aiming for the tea kettle. Suddenly, their faces were terribly close. Nephi looked at his lips thinking. I wonder. How soft would they feel to the touch? Chapter 18:12 Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood Plus, Turn Off Reset. Sunny was enjoying the sight of Nephi consuming the food he had prepared delightedly. He did not speak much and just looked at her, feeling that the day was perfect. Everything went much better than he had anticipated. It was so blissful, in fact, that he unconsciously expected a cursed titan to fall on their heads out of nowhere. Then, he had to remind himself that he wasn't fated anymore. So, it will probably be fine. Still, his mouth was suddenly dry at the thought. Not thinking much about anything, Sunny reached for the tea kettle. But, at the same time, Nephi reached for the bottle of wine. Suddenly, their faces were terribly close. It was to the point that he could feel her breath on his cheek. The two of them remained motionless for a few moments, looking into each other's eyes. Neff's gaze was calm, but also made him feel hot. His own gaze. Sunny had no idea. He felt that it was rather intense. Her tantalizing lips were so close. She did not exactly move, but he sensed a subtle tension in her muscles, as if she was about to lean closer. The leaves rustled softly all around them, and the setting sun painted by the sky in a million shades of golden radiance. Sunny took a deep breath. And said, I need to tell you something. Just like that, the moment was gone. He sighed. I said that there were secrets that I might never reveal. But, before anything else happens, there is one of them in particular I must share. So. Nephice remained motionless for a bit, then picked up the bottle of wine and leaned back. Pouring the greenish liquid into a glass, she exhaled slowly and took a sip. Then, she smiled faintly. You don't really have to tell me. I already know. Sunny froze. His heart skipped a beat, no, a few beats. Suddenly, he was a little panicked. Hiding his frazzled state, he forced himself to breath and asked slowly. Lady Nephice, what, exactly, do you think you know? He had been gathering courage to admit that he was the Lord of Shadows for so long. But, she already knew? No? Since when? There were too many thoughts buzzing in his head. Nephice drank more wine and smiled wistfully. Well, it wasn't that hard to figure out, was it? She paused for a few moments, then sighed. Plus, I feel like you've been giving me hints since we met today. I would be a fool not to realize. Her tone wasn't particularly agitated, which was good. However, at the same time, why wasn't it? How could she be so nonchalant? Sunny had been agonizing about this issue for a long time, so he felt a little hurt by the fact that she could remain so calm about it. He also didn't know how she could remain calm. Nephice looked at him and continued. There are too few people with an affinity to shadows out there. But now, I am suddenly surrounded by them. Additionally, you could not have expected me to know, given how rare and arcane this knowledge is. LGHTN/VL/VC/M. But my experience in the third nightmare allowed me to draw a direct parallel between you and the Saint of Godgrave. Sunny trembled. What knowledge? Her smile grew a little gentle. That mantle you wear looks just like the ritual attire of a priest of the nightmare spell. The mask the Lord of Shadows wears is part of that attire, as well. Now, it might be a coincidence for me to stumble on two people with high affinity to shadows, and it might be a coincidence for two awakened to possess memories inherited from the followers of Weaver. But both of these connections can't be a coincidence. He slowly poured the tea into his cup. Huh. Indeed. Why had he not thought about that? Probably because the nebulous mantle was quite inconspicuous, unlike the eye-catching Weaver's mask. He had not expected anyone to attribute it to the cult of Weaver, but this was an Anki's mantle, after all. Nephice knew it too well. Additionally, she had never been supposed to meet the humble shopkeeper. To begin with, their unexpected relationship was the result of a messy series of unanticipated events. So, Sunny had not been as meticulous in maintaining his disguise as he would normally be. She knew all along? The idea was startling. Nephice, meanwhile, finished her wine and poured herself a little more. But mainly, it was the fact that the Lord of Shadows was too well informed about everything that is happening in both worlds for someone who is supposed to be a recluse. Knowledge like that can't be achieved without an information network. So, I figured that he has many agents scattered across the waking world and the dream realm. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Huh? With a sigh, Nephice put her glass down and added in a soft tone. The lineage of Shadow God has never been discovered, at least everyone thinks so. But all these facts hint that it has. I don't know how the Shadow Clan managed to remain hidden for so long, and why you are starting to move now, but it doesn't matter. What matters? He tilted his head a little. Wait a moment. She looked him in the eyes and smiled. Is that I know that you are an agent of the Lord of Shadows, Master Sunless. But, that doesn't really change the way I think of you. So, you don't have to worry. Sunny stared at her silently. No, but why does she sound a little smug? And also, she did not care if he was a spy working for the Lord of Shadows. That made him feel warm inside. It was so adorable. He inhaled, then said in a cautious tone. No, that's not it. A hint of surprise appeared on Neff's face. She lingered for a moment, then asked. It's not? Sunny scratched the back of his head awkwardly. What I mean to say is that I am not an agent of the Lord of Shadows. His voice was a bit smooth. I am the Lord of Shadows. Nephice looked at him incredulously. Her expression was deadpan. What? He nodded. Yes. The Lord of Shadows, that's me. We met in Godgrave before we met in Bastion. Her face froze. Nephice remained silent for a while, then asked in a flat tone. How would that even work? Godgrave is so far from Bastion, and your tether. Sunny sighed, then manifested the gloomy shadow into an avatar. A moment later, two of him were sitting on the blanket, one wearing nothing but the swimming trunks, the other wearing clothes made from manifested shadows. It's an ability of mine. I have 7 bodies. 2 are here in Bastion, 4 are in Godgrave, and 1 is in the Song domain. Neff's eyes slowly widened. She stared at the two of him without saying anything, her expression perfectly emotionless. After a while, Sunny asked. Lady Nephice, are you fine? She nodded slowly. Yes. Of course. He hesitated. Are you sure? Nephice raised an eyebrow elegantly. Yes. Why are you asking? Sunny coughed. Because, the river is on fire. The river was, indeed, on fire. It was quite a strange sight. A vast expanse of clear water was boiling, and more than that, a sea of white flames was spreading across its surface like burning oil. A wave of heat assaulted Sunny like a tide, bathing him in warmth. Neff slowly turned her head and looked at the river, a calm and composed expression on her face. The flames fell and were extinguished under her impassive gaze. Then, she cleared her throat. Ah, yes. There was a nightmare creature preparing to surface. I burned it. Her tone was poised and confident. Sunny kept the smile off his face. Oh, I see. Of course. Thank you for reacting promptly. His shadow sense was still enveloping the entire area, so he knew perfectly well that there had been no abomination. However, he wasn't going to mention it. Instead, he raised the steaming cup of tea with a trembling hand, gulped it down, and sighed. His avatar silently turned back into a shadow. Well, yes. As I was saying. There is no shadow clan and no information network. Instead, there is just me. My transformation ability allows me to manifest my shadows as incarnations of myself. Nephi stared at him with wide eyes, Starlight struggling to accept the revelation. Her Valche turned a little subdued. Transformation ability? So, you are a saint? No, of course you are, because you are the Lord of Shadows. She closed her eyes for a moment. Then what about the other forms? The Shadow Colossus? The Little Crow? I was under the impression that the Lord of Shadows, that you, could assume these shapes due to your transcendent ability. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Those forms are made possible by a technique based on my dormant, awakened, and ascended abilities as well as my aspect legacy. Nephice took a deep breath, then looked at him sharply. After a few moments of silence, she asked with a hint of agitation in her voice. You are really him? The Lord of Shadows? Sunny remained motionless for a bit, then extended an arm forward. Soul Serpent slithered under his skin, flowing into his palm. Then, the intricate tattoo slowly disappeared, and the black Odachi appeared in his hand. He hesitated for a few moments, then gently placed the great sword on the sand. Yes. Although, it would be more appropriate to say that the Lord of Shadows is me. Sunny looked at Nephice with a pale smile. I attained transcendence 4 years ago, near the end of the Southern Campaign. After that, well, one was a little done with the world. So, I spent a few years wandering the dream realm aimlessly, having no desire to return. But eventually, I did. I sent most of my incarnations to Godgrave, where they battled the nightmare creatures and established a foothold in that damned place. LGHTN/VL/VC/M. And at the same time I came to Bastion and opened my shop. That is pretty much it. She looked at him for a while without saying anything. What was she thinking about? Sunny was afraid to imagine. Was she blaming him for fooling her? Feeling betrayed? Was she too stunned to understand the meaning of his words? Or was she, perhaps, all right with it? He did not know. Nephice, meanwhile, reached for the wine gallantly. The bottle, not the glass. Nephice was reeling. She couldn't help but look at Master Sunless. No, Saint Sunless, no, was that even his real name? She couldn't help but look at the charming enchanter and mentally compare him to the sinister, cold, overbearing Lord of Shadows. Sunless was slender, beautiful, and nice. His features were very handsome, but not in a rugged kind of way. Instead, he was gallant and charming in a soft and charming manner. His onyx eyes were usually calm, with a hint of wry humor hidden in their dark depths. Sometimes, they were clouded by a veil of strange melancholy, and sometimes, they were glistening with sincere mirth. He made Nephice feel at ease. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, was fearsome and imposing. His face was always hidden behind a mask. Sometimes, it was a featureless mask that made him look eerily unfathomable, and sometimes, it was the ferocious mask of a dark demon. His movements were sharp and powerful, full of ruthless intent. His sinister voice was cold and emotionless. He made Nephice feel on edge. If there was something in common between the two of them, it was that both of them seemed to be able to stir her emotions. But, still, how could the two of them be the same person? How could the gentle Master Sunless have cut down great nightmare creatures without batting an eye? How could the aloof Lord of the Shadows have worn a homely apron and caringly prepared delicious waffles for her, placing a scoop of ice cream and fresh strawberries on top? She was failing to understand. My head hurts. Nephice asked a few questions to buy herself some time to process the impossible revelations. He answered them, but she barely heard the answers. No way. It can't be. I mean, yes, I made the connection between the two of them. And yes, Master Sunless. Saint Sunless, he warned me that he has a lot of secrets, but. Mostly, Nephice felt stunned. There was a subtle hint of humiliation at being fooled, as well. Or rather, of being a fool. But there was also something else. Beneath the shock and rejection, she couldn't help but think. Would it be so bad if the charming enchanter had turned out to be the Lord of Shadows? Nephice remembered her first meeting with the mysterious saint. She would have lied if she said that he had not fascinated her. His power, his beautiful swordsmanship, his cold arrogance, back then, she had felt wistful, thinking that it would have been so nice to have a steady partner like that. Someone who could keep up with her, an equal. Of course, she had often wondered what was hiding behind the mask of the Lord of Shadows. It was a bit exciting to imagine. She was quite sure that he was young, but what did he look like? Was his face as cold and emotionless as his voice? Were his eyes as ruthless? Was he handsome? He had to be, as a saint. Was he even a human? Nephice had only been distracted from that fascination after stumbling into an unexpected relationship with Master Sunless, the charming and gentle enchanter, first a fake one, then less and less so. She mentally replaced the ferocious mask with the beautiful face of Master Sunless. Saint Sunless. Or whatever his name truly was. He would look so out of place in the heavy onyx armor, wielding the great blade of the dark Odachi. But also, it fit so well. His raven black hair, his porcelain skin, his dark eyes. She could imagine it easily, a beautiful man like him sitting on an obsidian throne in the nameless temple, clad in intricate onyx armor and surrounded by eternal darkness. How did I not realize it before? Nephice wanted to fall through the ground. She feverishly went over every encounter with the Lord of Shadows, and then put them side by side with the time she had spent with Master Sunless. The way he watched her practice swordsmanship. The way he watched the lonesome tree in the courtyard of the dark temple. The way he seemed to enjoy seeing people eat his food. The way he seemed to prefer the solitude of the nameless temple despite surrounding himself with human-like shadows. She swallowed some wine, not feeling its taste. Wait. Sunless. Is that even your real name? Sunless. Is that even your real name? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Why is she? But then, it made sense. He knew that his feelings for Nephice were real, and him being the Lord of Shadows did not change them. But, for her, she must have been questioning everything she knew about him. Every word he had uttered was under suspicion of being a lie, and every action he had taken was under suspicion of being premeditated and purposeful. That was because, while Master Sunless was merely a person, the Lord of Shadows was something else. He was one of the players in the grand game between the powers of this world. Sunny lingered for a moment, then offered her a fragile smile. Sure. That is my real name. Well, actually, although it is my real name, most people call me Sunny, so. I was going to suggest that you call me that too, soon, today. He faltered, then sighed. Listen, I want to explain something. My intention was never to deceive you. I did not approach you with an ulterior motive, insinuating myself into your good graces for a nefarious purpose. In fact, I never expected to meet you at all. I mean, meet you here, in Bastion. He wasn't being very eloquent, but there was no helping it. Sunny's mind was in turmoil, and therefore, so were his words. He sought a momentary refuge in the act of gulping down tea. It was, sort of like this. The Lord of Shadows was supposed to be a part of me that deals with the big picture. While Master Sunless, he wasn't supposed to have any purpose at all. He was just meant to live the life that I have always wanted to live, but was never able to. A quiet and peaceful life away from bloodshed and strife, one that had nothing to do with the sovereigns, the war, the nightmare spell, the gods, and the demons. The future. Sunny sighed. I just wanted to manage a small shop and live quietly. Or rather, I wanted to let a part of me experience that bliss, at least. So that was what I did, and I never expected that a few days after the Lord of Shadows met you, you would walk into my shop. Actually, I was so startled that I fell, like a fool. Neff blinked. That was why you were on the floor. Sunny coughed and scratched his head in embarrassment. Yeah. She stared at him intently. Walt. What about the duel with Tristan of Aegis Rose? He looked down. Oh, that. I tried really hard not to hurt him. Too much. Nephice opened her mouth to say something, then closed it again. Then, she opened it once more and covered it with a hand, as if mortified. Wait. So, when she. Sunny smiled sheepishly. Ah, right. That happened, too. It was a bit funny, actually. Effie was in a habit of belittling the Lord of Shadows in an earnest attempt to help out Master Sunless win Nephice over. Her clumsy attempts to help missed the mark completely, of course, but were strangely endearing. Although Nephice had indeed ended up seeing the humble shopkeeper in a favorable light. So maybe Effie actually knew what she was doing? Sunny wasn't sure, at that point. Noticing that Nephice seemed to have lost the ability to speak, he hesitated for a moment, and then said softly. When you walked into my shop, it was like two worlds colliding. Well, and after that, one thing led to the other, and before I knew it, we were in a contractual relationship. I was being knighted, and you were spending more time with me than with the Lord of Shadows. LGHTN/VL/VC/M. Who was supposed to be the only incarnation of mine to face you. He hesitated for a moment. I knew that the best course of action would be to sever that connection and make sure that Master Sunless, the humble shopkeeper, never comes in contact with Changing Star of the Immortal Flame again. But I was selfish, and I was greedy. And I went along with the flow, allowing it to pull me closer to you. Nephice looked at him strangely, something flashing in her eyes. Then, a slight frown creased her elegant brow. She mumbled. Wait. But initially, I only trusted you, this version of you, because Cassie had vouched that you could be trusted. And she would not have done something like that without a thorough investigation. How did she miss all these clues? Sunny almost choked on his tea. Wiping his lips, he put the cup down and glanced at Nephi's carefully. "Ah," he said tentatively. "Actually, Cassie was the first to find out. She made sure that I had no malice toward you, and tacitly agreed to keep my secret. For a bit. So that I could tell you myself, eventually." The wine bottle was slowly melting in Neff's hand. Her voice trembled a little. "Castle knew?" Sunny smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, Cassie." Yes. We sort of struck a deal. For reasons. But you should know that she only has your best interests in mind. So, if you want to blame someone, blame me. She has really done the best she could. It is me who's at fault." Nephi stared at him silently for a while. Then, she stared at him some more. Sunny had a feeling that she was yelling at a certain blind seer currently, in her head. He tried to imagine what Nephi was feeling. His imagination failed. Surely, she was shocked. Embarrassed, a little. Reeling. But, maybe, was there no possibility that she was a little happy, as well? The Lord of Shadow wasn't her enemy, after all. In fact, they had built some trust and rapport in the recent months, they had fought side by side, and he was someone anyone would wish to have by their side on the battlefield. Someone who could support her on her treacherous path, not just treat her to a plea between the calamitous battles. Wouldn't it feel nice, to know that someone like that was also kind and caring, to her, at least, and that he was willing, longed for, really, to be more than just an ally? Both the Lord of Shadows and Master Sunless were parts of Sunny. And together, they made someone who could stand side by side with Nephi wherever she went, and support her in whatever way she needed. In short, I'm not that bad, am I? Nephi inhaled slowly, then said in a subdued tone. Which one of you is the real you? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then said the truth. All of me is the real me. He looked away. It would be easy to say that one of my incarnations is a mask, and the other one is the true me. But that would be a lie. They are all me, and the only difference between them is the role they have to play. The Lord of Shadows is meant for war, and so, he is aloof and unyielding. Master Sunless is meant for peace, and so, he is soft and accommodating. Sunny lingered for a moment, and then added quietly. I guess you can say that one of them is what one want to be, while the other is what I have to be. But that is not really important. What's important is that. He looked at her with a pale smile. Both of them are me, and I am sincere in my feelings for you. You know it. You should have felt my longing. Nephi studied his face for a long time. Then, she nodded slowly. And, blushed? I see. I need to digest it. Sorry. Wha? Before Sunny could react, beautiful white wings appeared behind Nephi's, and she soared into the air, sending sand flying in all directions. Wait. He called after her, but she swiftly rose into the sky, and then disappeared in the direction of Bastion. Sunny was left alone on the beach, frozen. You. He looked down, remained silent for a while, and grimaced. You forgot to take your dress. Indeed. Nephi was in such a hurry to leave that she had forgotten to pick up her white summer dress. Of course, she could summon a memory armor to cover her body at any moment, but still. Sunny sighed deeply. He didn't regret confessing his identity to her. He would have felt uncomfortable going further without doing that. But he did regret it, a little. Their perfect date was ruined. And yet. He looked at the sky silently. There, at the end. Her reaction wasn't that bad, was it? It wasn't. In fact, it was a little promising. The sky above the Moonriver plain was gray and unfriendly. Drops of cold water were dribbling from above, and the winds were blowing above the barren wasteland, howling as they dove into the canyons. Rain sat in front of the crackling fire for a few minutes, staring somberly into the distance. Her body was bruised, but there were no serious wounds. Her mind was clear. It was just that the situation was a bit bleak. Rain sighed heavily, then inspected her surroundings. Well, there wasn't much to inspect. The stony wasteland was nearly featureless. There were a few twisted, dead trees a dozen or so meters away. Beyond that, far away, stood a weathered ruin. The canyon was on the other side, a stone throw away. Next, she inspected herself and grimaced. Rain was wearing her usual leather pants, Henley, wool vest, and jacket. She was not going to suffer from the cold because her body was protected by her worn-out military bodysuit, but her warm coat was still in her pack, which was back with the survey team, full of survival equipment. The last time she had seen her sword, it was impaling the abominable hand to the ground. Her bow and quiver were now somewhere at the bottom of the canyon. The only weapons she had left were the hunting knife in the sheath attached to the small of her back, and a dagger hidden in her boot. It wasn't much. However, what concerned Rain the most was not the lack of weapons, but the lack of simple tools. There was no food or water, either. Luckily, there was a young lady from a noble clan. Tamar had to have a few useful memories in her soul arsenal. Rain rubbed her face, then rose and walked over to the unconscious girl. After inspecting her carefully, she scowled and cursed quietly through gritted teeth. Damnation. Tamar wasn't in a good shape. She was not at death's door, but her body was terribly battered. Her face was bruised, and judging by a slight grimace that contorted it with each breath, so were her ribs. One of her arms was badly injured. If not for the vambrace of her enchanted armor, it would have been mangled even worse. Worst of all, both of her legs seemed to be broken. She must have been slammed against the wall of the canyon or had been caught between rocks, being tossed around by the current. Well, it was already a miracle that they had managed to survive. In fact, Rain should have been worse off than Tamar, whose awakened physique was much more robust. Her teacher must have made rescuing her a priority. Rain sighed deeply. She wasn't particularly fond of the haughty legacy, but there was also no animosity between them. So, seeing her in such a sorry state made Rain feel despondent. Tamar had chosen to catch the falling laborer instead of saving herself, after all. If she had been more selfish, she might have avoided getting hurt altogether. Stupid woman. Rain stared at the unconscious girl for a while, then rose and walked away. She returned a couple of minutes later, carrying a few sturdy branches. Awakened were much stronger than mundane people, and could recover from many terrible wounds. They healed much faster. Tamar seemed to have already saturated her core, as well at that despite only awakening a couple of months ago. One of the perks of being a legacy, I guess. She must have received a treasure trove of soul shards immediately after becoming an awakened. Legacy clans were known to provide their young with a lot of support, granted, not quite to that degree. Clan Sorrow must have liked pampering young Tamar. Or rather, they probably were in a hurry to make her as strong as possible before the start of the war. The thought made Rain feel cold. In any case, Rain wasn't too concerned about the younger girl. She would make a full recovery before too long. However, this was the dream realm. They were lost and far away from other humans. Their situation was rather precarious. Taking off her jacket, Rain hesitated for a few moments and unsheathed her knife. She cut her Henley and then tore off its sleeves with a regretful expression. Finally, she sat down on the ground and started to cut the sleeves into thin strips of fabric, meaning to make them into cords. It was better to set Tamar's bones before she regained consciousness. Once the cords were ready, Rain returned the knife into its sheath and approached the legacy girl. Her greaves and cuisses were in the way, so Rain had to unstrap them. Memory armor was rarely donned and stripped, since Awakened could simply summon and dismiss it. However, that did not mean that it couldn't be taken off normally. Granted, Rain wasn't very familiar with how all these plates of metal were fastened to a human body and each other. So, she fumbled a little. She was in the process of trying to remove a greave when something about her surroundings suddenly changed. Looking up, she was a little startled to see that Tamar had opened her eyes and was staring at her dazedly. "What are you doing?" The legacy girl's voice sounded hoarse. Rain looked down. "Ah. From the side, it surely seemed like she was trying to loot the half-dead young lady for a pair of boots. Like a complete scoundrel. Rain smiled sheepishly and then said in a friendly tone. Don't scream. Tamar looked at her in confusion. Then, her eyes widened, and she let out a stifled groan. The pain had finally caught up with her. Arg, damn it. The young legacy slumped on the ground and gritted her teeth, reeling from pain. Rain, meanwhile, let go of the greave and shook her head in dejection. All that work, completely in vain. She waved to attract Tamar's attention. Hey, Lady Tamar. Dismiss your armor. Tamar looked at her silently for a few moments. Why? Rain inhaled quietly, then tried her best to imitate the tone her mom had used to make her younger self take medicine. Your legs are broken. I need to set the bones, well, unless you want them to heal wrong. The young legacy gritted her teeth, then raised her torso and looked down. A few moments later, she fell back on the ground, her face turning pale. There was a long stretch of silence, and then, her plate armor collapsed into a whirlwind of sparks, leaving only the cloth underlayer behind. Tamar was left wearing only a simple white shirt and breeches, shivering slightly in the cold. Rain hesitated a little before picking up her jacket and covering the younger girl with it. Then, she looked at her pale face from above. It's going to hurt a lot. Do you want to bite down on something? Tamar slowly shook her head. Just to do it. Well, suit yourself. Rain returned to her feet, picked up on them gently, placed her hand on her calves, and said gingerly. Listen. I'm going to count to 3, 1. Without saying anything else, she pulled. In the next moment, Tamar clenched her fists and let out a string of curses. Or at least she must have thought that they were curses. In fact, this proper young lady had no idea how to properly curse. It was a bit adorable. You said you would count to 3. Rain shrugged nonchalantly. I lied. Tamar handled the pain surprisingly well. Rain herself was no stranger to pain, but she had never been hurt that badly. She wasn't sure if she could have maintained composure in a similar situation, at least without a dire need to stay composed. Humans were wired to abhor pain, so there was nothing wrong with showing a bit of weakness. But after that first string of curses, the young legacy stayed silent and simply glared at Rain intensely. It was as if she was inviting her to try her worst. Weirdo. Luckily, Rain was quite good at treating injuries. All children learned the basic treatment procedures in school, and she had been additionally schooled on how to deal with most injuries in the wilderness by her teacher. So, Tamar did not have to suffer unnecessarily. After the bones were set, Rain told her to summon back her boots, and then went about making splints from the branches and cords she had prepared. While she busied herself with it, Tamar finally spoke. You. Ronnie. Rain glanced at her briefly, then looked back down. Huh. She remembers my name. What? The legacy girl inhaled slowly. Where are we? Good question. Rain hesitated for a few moments, coming up with a believable lie. Sadly, the fact that they were alive was quite unbelievable. But then again, the existence of her teacher was even harder to believe. So, any explanation she could come up with would sound more plausible than the truth. Eventually, she said. I'm not sure, either. Somewhere downstream from where we fought the tyrant. It looks like the river carried us pretty far. When I came about, I was laying on the edge of the canyon, with no trace of the others in sight. You were about 100 meters downriver. That's all I know. Tamar remained silent for a while. How did we survive? A petty shadow rescued us from the current, then left us to fend for ourselves in the wilderness, because I hurt his feelings. She smiled faintly. No idea. I assumed it was because of some powerful life-saving memory you have. The young legacy roused an eyebrow. There's no such thing. Rain sighed. That's too bad. Finally finished, she looked at Tamar and shrugged. Well, we're both alive. Now, we just need to make our way back to the main camp, and then we will even be able to keep staying alive. Isn't that wonderful? The young legacy looked at her somberly, not saying anything. Rain smiled faintly. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Tamar glanced at splints on her legs, then faced her with a grim expression. We don't even know where we are. The wilderness is teeming with nightmare creatures. And I can't fight. How are we going to get to camp with me like that? Rain wasn't very concerned. What's the problem? Summon that echo of yours, and let's ride it all the way back. The young lady did not answer. Her silence was a little unnerving. Rain frowned. Is there a problem? Tamar simply stared at her grimly for a bit, then said evenly. I can't summon my echo. Her words sent a chill running down Rain's spine. The giant wolf had been perfectly fine when they fell into the canyon, had it not? The two of them could easily survive the perilous journey with its help. However, without the echo, the situation would indeed be chillingly grim. Being lost in the wilderness of the dream realm with no tools and no weapons, with the soul-awakened warrior among the two of them suffering from heavy injuries, making it to the main camp in one piece seemed like a very distant possibility, to say the least. Rain looked at Tamar, her frown deepening. Why? Was it destroyed? The young legacy slowly shook her head. No, it's not destroyed. Rain lingered for a moment, then rubbed her face tiredly. Then what's the problem? Tamar remained silent for a few seconds. The survey team is lacking a melee fighter now. Ray can do a lot of damage from stealth, but he is not well suited for direct combat. Without that echo, the team will suffer heavy casualties, if they can even make it back to the main camp. They won't have a way to cross the canyons either. The mission will fail. Rain stared at her incredulously. After a while, she said. So, it's not that you can't summon the echo. You won't summon the echo. Because you would rather die than put the team and your mission at risk. Tamar nodded. That's right. A strange smile appeared on Rain's lips. That is very noble of you, Lady Tamar. It's commendable that you have decided to die for your duty. But what about me? Isn't it a bit strange that you have also decided that I will die to uphold your duty? Doesn't seem very fair. The young legacy frowned. Have you no loyalty? Those people are your comrades, and our mission is important for the future of the Song domain. We must be ready to sacrifice for the greater good. Rain laughed. Loyalty? I am sorry, Lady Tamar. I am a hired laborer. I get paid a pitiful amount of coins to carry rocks and do tedious chores. Am I supposed to die for the right to carry rocks or for the privilege to do chores? I've been only doing that to put food on my plate. The only thing I'm loyal to is my stomach. Tamar glared at her with indignation, then took a deep breath and grew quiet. Sprawling on the ground in exhaustion and clearly suffering from pain, she remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. You're right. You are not a legacy, or even a soldier. So, I can't expect you to understand. Still, I won't compromise the entire survey team for the sake of one member. I won't leave them without the protection of the echo. Rain sighed inwardly. Stubborn fool. Tamar, meanwhile, looked at her with a grave expression. But I also can't expect you to share my burden. So, leave me. Your legs are perfectly fine. You stand a chance of making it back alive without me. I've seen your skill, you are not defenseless. So, I'll give you a few of my memories. You won't be able to use the enchantments, but they will still be helpful. If you are careful enough and lucky enough, you'll survive. Rain studied her pale, determined face silently. After a while, she asked in a neutral tone. So, that's your plan? To send me off and stay here, immobilized, to die on your own? Tamar raised her chin arrogantly. Who says I'll die? I'll crawl and find a good place to hide. In a week or two, the survey team will reach the main camp. Then, someone will come to find me. I just need to last for a while. Her tone was confident, but her words did not sound very convincing. Rain did not say anything for a while, then massaged her temples with a grimace. Eventually, she said, "Fine. Don't summon your damned echo. Instead, summon a rope. Or a cloak, something like that." Tamar frowned in confusion. A rope? What for?" Rain stood up and raised her hands above her head, stretching her body. She could feel strength returning to her limbs. "Because I am going to drag you to the main camp instead of that echo. If I have to. You did save my life back in the canyon, after all. I might be a simple porter, but I'm not an ingrate, my mom taught me better." She had decided to stay with Tamar. After all, there should not be a lot of difference between carrying rocks and carrying a slim legacy girl. They were going to make it back together, or not at all. Among Tamar's memories, there was an enchanted cloak. Its enchantment wasn't very useful in their current situation, but the cloak itself was just what Rain needed. Harvesting 2 long branches from the dead trees, she used it to create a makeshift stretcher. Rain held the front end of the stretcher, while the rear end dragged on the ground. For the young legacy, it wasn't the most comfortable way to travel, but if she was suffering, she did not let it show. As for Rain herself, she quickly warmed up from the strain. Hauling Tamar over a long distance in this manner was not very plausible, but luckily, they weren't going far just yet. For now, their plan was to find shelter and wait for about 10 days before summoning the echo. That much time should be enough for the survey team to return to the main construction camp, or at least get close to it. So, all Rain and Tamar had to do was survive that long. It was especially important that Tamar remained alive, because with her death, the echo would disappear as well. Then, the survey team would be in peril. Remembering the porters she had become friends with, Rain grimaced. She had put on a cynical facade in front of the young legacy, and although there was some truth to her words, in all honesty, she wasn't willing to save herself by sacrificing those people, either. Plus, Rain was not helpless. Although the Moonriver Plain were much more dangerous than the wild reaches around Ravenheart, she still stood a fair chance of surviving here. "I'll take it one step at a time." For now, they had to find shelter. Then, procure food and water. After that, she was going to think about it later. Soon, the ruins drew near. They were too large to be a solitary building, but too small to be the remains of a town. Stone walls rose from the ground, once tall and magnificent, now crumbling and covered in cracks. Rainwater was spilling out of the cracks, and it seemed as if the ruins were weeping. There was no telling what that place had been once, and currently, Rain wasn't that interested in solving the mystery. Instead, her gaze fell on the ground and grew tense. Damn it. She stopped without approaching the ruins and gently placed the stretcher on the ground. Tamar's face paled from the jolt, but she stubbornly refused to let her pain show. "What is it?" Rain studied the ground with a somber expression. A few moments later, she sighed. "There are prints on the ground." Tamar turned her head to look. There were indeed traces of something having stalked this area in the mud. The prints weren't too large, and were clearly animalistic in nature. Judging by their size and depths, the creature or creatures weren't too large. Still, it was a cause for concern. The ruins Rain had hoped to take shelter in were occupied. The 2 young women looked at each other silently. Eventually, Tamar asked, "What do you want to do?" We can go further away from the canyon." Rain remained silent for a while, then slowly shook her head. "There's no point. Whatever it is that lives in the ruins will be faster than us, by far. Once it crawls out and catches our scent, it will find us no matter how much distance we can cover before nightfall." Which wasn't much distance at all. The state of the paw prints hinted that they had been left many hours, but less than a day ago. So, Rain suspected that the inhabitant of the ruins was a nocturnal predator. Even if she hauled Tamar away with all her strength, they were not going to outrun a nightmare creature. She sighed. "It has to die." Rain looked at Tamar, then asked her to summon her memory weapons. Soon, a small arsenal appeared from sparks of light on the ground in front of her. The brutish Zweihander was a beautiful and fearsome weapon, not to mention utterly deadly. Unfortunately, Rain could barely lift it. She could muster just enough strength to swing it from side to side in a crude and graceless arc, but there was no hope of doing that with any semblance of speed and accuracy. Which meant death in an actual battle. To her delight, Tamar possessed an enchanted bow and a quiver of arrows, as well. But Rain could not even draw the bow. It was too heavy, and one would have to have a bear's strength to bend its limbs. There was a beautifully austere battle spear, as well. Sadly, it was even worse than the Zweihander. While its weight wasn't as great, the balance was different, so Rain almost toppled while trying to lift it. Dejected, she stared at Tamar for a few moments, gaining a new appreciation for the younger girl's slender physique. How is she so strong with a body like that? The young legacy had been brandishing the brutish greatsword with elegant ease, and even jumping over canyons while wielding it. Awakened possessed immense physical prowess, but Tamar seemed especially strong, or at least knew how to utilize her strength especially well. Shaking her head, Rain gave up on the Yug legacy's main weapons. Instead, she only picked up a kinjal, a simple double-edged dagger with a straight blade and a sharp tapered tip. It had no guard or decorations to speak of, but there was a lethal beauty to its simplicity. The length of its broad blade was a bit too long to be a dagger, but a bit too short to be a short sword. Rain weighed it in her hand and nodded. I'm off. Tamar grimaced and tried to crawl off her stretcher. Wait. She picked up the enchanted bow and pulled the quiver closer to herself, then sat up, facing the ruins. If you can't handle it, draw it into the open. I'll try to bring it down from the ground. Rain studied her for a few moments with a neutral expression. She was trying not to smile. Tamar's intent was gravely serious, but with her legs outstretched and fixed straight by splints, she looked a bit comical, sitting there on the ground like a doll. Eventually, Rain gave her a nod, gripped the enchanted dagger, and headed for the ruins. The shape of the weapon was only marginally more advantageous than her hunting knife. However, it was a genuine memory, and of the ascended rank, no less. Even if Rain could not use any of the dagger's enchantments, its sharpness alone would be of great help. Feeling tense and uneasy, she silently entered the ruins. A few moments later, her figure was swallowed by darkness. Tamar was left sitting in the mud, gripping her bow tightly. The jacket Ronnie had lent her fell to the ground, but she could not even feel the cold. Looking down at the jacket, she noticed that it was lined with a fine alloy mesh. The stitching was very neat, but it had clearly been reinforced to become a makeshift piece of protective gear by hand. She stared at the jacket for a few moments, surprised. Tamar was no stranger to all kinds of armor, however. As a legacy, she had always been meant to become an awakened. So, the armor she was knowledgeable about was in the form of powerful memories and defensive aspect abilities. Such a minuscule, mundane method of protection as lining one's jacket with reinforced alloy would have never crossed her mind. It was so strange. Ronnie herself was strange. She seemed too calm and too capable. Most of all, her mental fortitude was entirely out of place. By all accounts, she should have been terrified and on the verge of panicking. It was Tamar who was supposed to be the one to maintain her composure in any situation, as an awakened warrior should. And yet, why did it seem as if Ronnie was more prepared to face the horrors of the dream realm than she was? As if, for her, all of it was just a normal Tuesday. Can she be a valor spy? That would be reasonable. However, somehow, Tamar did not believe it. She gritted her teeth and faced the ruins. For a few minutes, there was only silence. And then, the silence was torn apart by a chilling roar. Deep within the ruins, a heavy object collided against the stones. She heard a faint sound of something sharp grinding against the ancient walls. One of them seemed to crumble with a loud crack. Tamar raised her bow and prepared to draw the string. A while later, a slender figure walked out of the darkness. Ronnie's clothes were soaked with blood, but the blood was too dark to have come from a human. Her expression was nonchalant. She was wiping the blade of the enchanted dagger on the sleeve of a black military bodysuit as she walked. Approaching Tamar, the strange porter flashed her a smile. An awakened beast. We were lucky. Tamar looked up, staring at the mundane girl silently. Is that what she calls lucky? An awakened beast was supposed to be a herald of death for a mundane human. Even the government soldiers used heavy suits of mechanized armor and powerful rifles to face one. Soon, Ronnie dragged her into the ruins. Finally sheltered from rain, Tamar felt a little better. They entered a spacious hall in the central structure of the ruin. It was dark inside, but that did not prevent her from seeing the body of a large beast laying on the stone floor. The lower part of its body was buried under rubble, and its throat was savagely slit, seeping with blood. Sitting down on the floor, Rant leaned back tiredly. After a few moments of silence, she suddenly smiled. Here's shelter. And look. She pointed at the dead abomination. There's food. Chapter 1818, Moment of Respite. Even though did not show it, she was still reeling from the short, but lethal battle with the awakened beast. A creature like that was not something she had not faced before, but those encounters had always been preceded by careful planning and preparation. Challenging an abomination as powerful as that blind was a chilling experience. Luckily, the beast had been slumbering deeply when Rain entered the ruins. She stalked them silently, found the enemy, and managed to devise a feasible plan without alerting the abomination. Then, she cut her arm and stirred the nightmare creature awake with the scent of blood. Luring it out of its lair, Rain toppled a badly damaged stone wall on the beast, burying it under rubble. The enemy was immobilized even if only for a few moments. So, she rushed in, dodged its deadly claws deftly, and sliced its throat open with the sharp blade of the ascended dagger. It all ended in a heartbeat. Rain wasn't even injured. Of course, she could have very well lost her life. One mistake was all it took to die. If she had hesitated even a little or had been a split second too late to dodge the monstrous claws, the beast would have been gnawing on her bones by now. But it was dead instead. So, it all worked out, in the end. I don't like it. Rain had grown accustomed to hunting nightmare creatures, but the lack of control in this improvised battle made her feel uneasy. She didn't like gambling with her life. Letting out a sigh, she glanced at Tamar and then went about making a fire. The young legacy had a tinderbox memory, so Rain did not have to go through the tedious motions of forcing the damp wood to catch flame by hand. Soon, the ruin was illuminated by warm orange light, and the two of them were warming themselves in front of the fire. The rain had turned into a dribble by then, so she couldn't collect rainwater anymore, at least not conveniently. It would be easier to wait for the canyon to fill with water once again. She would walk there later. Rain had to scout their surroundings, anyway. For now, though. She weighed the enchanted in her hand once again, then sighed and rose to her feet. Wait here. Dragging the carcass of the dead beast outside with some effort, Rain dressed it down and salvaged a fair deal of meat. She had no salt to cure it, and there was not enough wood to smoke it. So, most of the meat was destined to spoil shortly. If they were lucky, though, it could last them just long enough. Returning inside, Rain skewered the meat on sticks and began to roast it. It would have been better to do it over coals, but open fire worked, as well. Tamar observed her actions silently. All in all, she was holding up well despite the terrible injuries. After a while, the young legacy asked. Ronnie, who are you? Rain raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I'm a porter. Before that, I was a laborer in the main construction camp. They pay members of survey teams much more, so I volunteered. Tamar scrutinized her for a few moments, then shook her head. You are too skilled to be a simple porter. Archery, swordsmanship, wilderness survival. Most of all, your mentality is not that of a mundane person. Rain looked at her dubiously. I'm sorry, Lady Tamar, but have you spent a lot of time with mundane people? The younger girl frowned. What do you mean? Rain smiled and concentrated on the roasting meat. I mean that you legacies are a bit isolated from the rest of us mundane folks. You grow up being trained by your clans instead of going to school, and only attend the academy for a month or two to make connections with fellow sleepers. Then, you assume an important position and spend all your time surrounded by awakened warriors. So, how would you even know what a mundane person should be like? She glanced at Tamar and shrugged. Well, alright. I might be a bit of an outlier. But, still, why can't I have great combat skills? Every child in the world is trained to be able to defend themselves. I trained especially diligently, both in school and with private tutors. That was because once upon a time a nightmare gate opened near me. So, I was motivated. Rain paused for a moment, and then added with a shrug. I worked long and hard to prepare myself for the first nightmare. It was just that my nightmare never came. I wasn't chosen by the spell, and remained mundane. There is no inherent difference in skill or determination between mundane people and awakened, wouldn't you say? It's just a matter of luck. Tamar studied her for a bit, then asked. That might have been so in the past, but the situation is different now. With your talent and skill, you stand a great chance of surviving the first nightmare. So why didn't you apply to challenge one? LGHTN/VL/VC/M. All you had to do was return to the waking world, and let the spell take you. Your training would not have been wasted. Rain remained silent, then sighed. People don't just risk their lives for no good reason. I value my life a lot, you know. Because there is someone out there who treasures it. Her expression turned somber. She hesitated for a few moments, and then added. My older brother died challenging a nightmare. My parents have suffered enough, so I don't want to risk putting them through that pain again. Rain did not expect the proud legacy to understand legacies were a ruthless bunch, after all. But, to her surprise, Tamar seemed to feel her words deeply. The younger girl lowered her head and looked at the ground. After a while, she said stiffly. Mine too. Rain looked at her in confusion. What? Tamar sighed. My older brother died challenging a nightmare, too. He was much older than me, and very talented. The pride of our clan. He became a master at an early age, and challenged the third nightmare after a while. And died there. Her expression was stoic, but her voice was tinged with heavy emotions. Eventually, the young legacy shrugged. Well, the age gap between us was too big, so I did not know him well. I just thought I'd share, since you did first. Rain looked at her quietly for a while, then turned away. Thank you for sharing. With that, she pushed a skewer of roasted meat into Tamar's hand and rose to her feet. Now eat. I'll go scout the surroundings a bit. Rain left the ruin and explored the area a little, eating the meat as she walked. Eventually, she made her way to the edge of the canyon. All in all, the situation seemed much less dire than she had expected. There did not seem to be any more nightmare creatures around, which meant that they would probably be able to hide in the ruins for many days. Now, she just needed to collect water. Sitting at the edge of the canyon, Rain sighed and looked down, into its dark depths, waiting for the chasm to start weeping. What will I use to collect water? Unless Tamar has a suitable memory, her helmet will have to do. At that moment, her body suddenly tense, and her eyes widened. Her expression froze. Because she saw. Out there in the depths of the canyon, a massive shadow was moving. Grabbing onto the rocks with its countless hands. Chapter 1819, Pursued. Rain froze, afraid to move. There, below her, far away, something was moving in the darkness. Sunlight did not reach that deep into the canyon, but she was still able to discern a vague and frightening shape. The creature was immense and hunched, with countless arms protruding like a sinewy forest from its massive hump. She thought she saw a clawed hand reaching up to grab the weathered rocks, and in the next moment, an echoing sound of rolling stones rose from the canyon. Rain's whole body grew tense. The awakened tyrant they had fought before falling into the river seemed to be alive. Worse than that, it was here now, either by coincidence or because it had followed their scent. For a moment, her heart was drowned with fear. She had battled and slain many nightmare creatures. Most of them were dormant, while some were awakened. The strongest of them had been the huntsman, and barely survived that fight. There was no chance that she would be able to survive a battle against an awakened tyrant. That creature was not something a mundane person could ever kill. Not even an awakened would face it alone. Even a full cohort was not always enough to deal with a tyrant. To Rain, the hideous abomination was like a herald of death. Still, she forced herself to calm down. Fear was not going to help her. What would, though? Nothing came to mind. Run. We must run. That was the only logical conclusion. Forgetting to breathe, Rain slowly backed away from the edge, trembled as she turned her back to it, and silently rose to her feet. Then, she took several cautious steps forward, and broke into a sprint. Damn it, damn it, damn it. So much for hiding from danger in the ruins. So much for waiting for 10 days. Not only had danger found them, but it was also of a kind that they had no hope against. Rain glanced at her shadow and hesitated, not knowing if she should say something. Her teacher had been strangely silent since the morning, as if he wasn't there at all. In the end, she didn't say anything. Entering the ruins, she saw that Tamar was laying on the floor, staring at the ceiling with a bleak expression on her face. The younger girl was in terrible shape, so Rain had hoped that she would have an opportunity to rest and recover a little. Sadly, that was not in the cards anymore. Noticing Rain's hurried motions and grim expression, Tamar rose on an elbow and scowled. What's the matter? Rain was already rolling the strips of monster meat into her jacket, knowing that hunger and physical strain did not go well together. In the wilderness, food was life, and hunger was death. Get on the stretcher. She paused for a moment, and then added darkly. The damned tyrant has followed us. It is climbing up the canyon. Tamar's eyes widened. She froze for a moment, then gritted her teeth and silently crawled onto the makeshift stretcher. Rain threw the rolled jacket to her, then grabbed the handles and grunted. Ah. The young legacy girl wasn't exactly heavy, but she still weighed much more than Rain could carry comfortably. Worse still, that weight wasn't distributed evenly between her shoulders and waist, like that of a backpack would. Dragging her to the ruins was a bit of an exercise, but would Rain be able to drag the stretcher across many kilometers of rough terrain? Not without killing herself, most likely. Curse it all. There was no time to think. For now, she had to create as much distance between them and the tyrant as possible. There was still a possibility that the creature had been carried to this corner of the Moonriver Plain by the same current as them, so it could have been here by coincidence. In that case, they still had a chance to escape. If not, let's go. Rain dragged the stretcher out of the ruin and hesitated for a few moments, a lost look on her face. Where were they supposed to head? Every direction was the same except for where the canyon and the tyrant were. So, Rain felt inclined to rush in the opposite direction from the abomination, going west. But she decided to ask Tamar's opinion first. As if guessing her thoughts, the legacy girl spoke quietly from the stretcher. The canyons of the Moonriver Plain typically stretch from north to south. We have been carried far south by the river, so the main camp should be somewhere northwest of our position. She hesitated a little, and then added. However, we don't know how far we were carried, exactly. It may be more prudent to head further south, instead. That way, we might reach the edge of the plain and find the Lake of Tears. The Lake of Tears and the great waterfall, Weeping Goddess, were where Clan Sorrow's citadel stood. Rain remained motionless for a few moments, considering her options. The main construction camp of the road crew was northwest of their position. The Lake of Tears was somewhere south. The problem was that they did not know which one was closer. Eventually, she decisively turned south. Her choice was very simple, and had nothing to do with distance. She chose the Lake of Tears simply because they would have to follow along the canyon to reach it, which meant that they would most likely not have to cross other canyons on the way. With Tamar incapacitated, crossing even one could become an insurmountable obstacle, not even taking into account that they might end up being pursued by an awakened tyrant. LGHTN/VL/VC/M wasting time was a luxury they did not have. So, really, the Lake of Tears was not the best choice. It was simply the only choice. Gritting her teeth, Rain strained her tired body and pulled the heavy stretcher south. At that moment, she was thankful for the cloudy sky and the cold dribble. Even though her face and hair were already damp, the dust covering the stony plain had turned to mud. Because of that, it was easier to drag the stretcher across it. She was still struggling, though. Only to come up with a better way. Somewhere behind them, there were more sounds of rocks falling deep in the canyon. The tyrant was already close to crawling out of the darkness. Rain hurried her steps. Chapter 1820, Waiting for Rain. In the end, her worst expectations had not come true. But it was very close. The tyrant had not happened to be there by coincidence. It was, in fact, following their scent. Rain saw from afar as its ugly shape rose from the canyon, pulling itself onto the stone with a dozen monstrous hands. The creature looked like a hideous giant that was on the verge of toppling under the weight of its bulging hump. However, it wasn't really a hunchback. Instead, the mound on its back was simply there to allow for countless arms to protrude forward, all ending with terrifying claws. The most eerie part was that the abomination looked vaguely human-like, as if it had been a person once. If it had, then it must have been eons ago. After climbing out of the canyon, the tyrant spent some time wandering near the edge, its oversized head low to the ground. Dragging Tamar away with all her might, Rain couldn't help but glance back, into the distance, from time to time. She couldn't understand what the tyrant was doing. But when it wandered to the ruins, spent some time there, then stumbled south, she realized something. The abomination was sniffing for their scent. That would mean that they were done for, only it didn't. Because there was one dead all playing to their advantage. The tyrant was blind. Rain herself had blinded it, putting 2 arrows through its eyes. So, even though the creature seemed hellbent on following them, it couldn't simply rush in their direction. It had to follow their scent laboriously, stumbling across rough terrain as it forged a path forward. Its hatred seemed to be truly boundless, though, because even after a few hours, the ghastly figure could still be seen far in the distance, wandering the plain in search of them. They couldn't lose it. Curses. Rain was slowly increasing the distance between them and the tyrant. Her arms were on fire, as if her muscles would melt at any moment. Her breathing had turned hoarse, and she felt like she was drowning. It took all of her resolve and determination to keep pushing forward, dragging the makeshift stretcher behind her. Just a few hours had passed, and she was already in such a sorry state, so, despite the fact that the distance was increasing, Rain did not feel at ease. That was because she knew that she wouldn't be able to keep this pace up indefinitely. More than that, once the night fell, they would have to stop. She would need to rest. Tamar was not doing too well, either with her injuries. What she needed was to remain still and recuperate, not be jolted painfully every few moments as her stretcher dragged across bumps and creases. LGHTN/VL/VC/M. Her broken legs had to be a cause of constant torment. Even if Rain could push through her exhaustion and Tamar could endure the rough handling, it was simply too dangerous to travel across the Moonriver Plain at night. Despite the abundance of moonlight, it would still be dark, and the fact that there was a nightmare creature pursuing them did not mean that there would be none ahead of them. Bad, bad. It's bad. Unlike them, the tyrant did not need to rest. It was not afraid of the darkness either. So, Rain had to get as far away from him as possible before nightfall, so that they would not be caught until dawn. What would happen if the abomination did find them? Sucking in a hoarse breath, Rain glanced at her shadow again. Her teacher was mercurial and unfathomable, but she was pretty sure that he would not let her die. What about Tamar, though? Would his benevolence extend to a stranger from a legacy clan? She wasn't sure. The lives of the survey team members were also tied to Tamar's life. So, Rain could not stop. I'm going to die. It felt like she would die from the strain long before the abomination caught her. And yet, she persisted. By the time the sun disappeared behind the horizon and the 3 moons rose into the sky, she could barely feel her hands. But she could not see the tyrant anymore, either. Rain found a stone mound to shield them from the wind and placed the stretcher down. Then, she simply fell to the ground, breathing heavily. She was so tired that she couldn't move. Tamar wasn't much better, laying motionlessly on the stretcher. Her face was even paler than before. The barren land was bathed in moonlight. In the darkness, its harsh desolation looked beautiful and shrouded in mystery. A myriad of bright stars shimmered in the sky, veiled here and there by heavy clouds. "Ronnie, are you alive?" Tamar's voice sounded weak. Despite everything, Rain couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed so. After a while, she asked in a subdued tone. "Do you think that the Queen's authority extends this far? If we die, will we turn into pilgrims?" Tamar remained silent for a while, then sobbed evenly. "Of course. Otherwise, you would have already fallen into the first nightmare." Rain sighed. She couldn't argue with the truth. Some time later, she finally mustered enough strength to sit up. Leaning on the cold surface of the stone mound, Rain stared at the sky dejectedly. She was suffering from thirst even more than she did from physical exhaustion. So, she hoped that rain would come. With a name like mine, can't the heavens be a little merciful? A strong enough downpour could wash away their scent, as well. Deciding to be optimistic, Rain asked Tamar to summon her helmet. They consumed some of the remaining meat in silence. Afterwards, the young legacy looked at her somberly and said in a subdued tone. "You can just leave me behind and save yourself, you know." If Rain wasn't slowed down by the need to drag her wounded companion along, she would have had a much higher chance of escaping from the tyrant. That much was obvious. She scratched the back of her head and answered half-heartedly. "Aren't we heading for the Lake of Tears? That is where your clan's citadel is located. What am I supposed to say if I show up there alone? Sorry, one left your daughter to die because she was too heavy? I doubt they'll welcome me warmly after that." Tamar looked at her silently for a few moments. Unexpectedly, a faint smile eventually appeared on her face. "I'm not that heavy." Rain sighed. "And I'm not that strong. Now, go to sleep. You need rest. We'll move on at dawn, so there's no time to waste. I'll take the first watch and wake you up at midnight." Tamar wanted to say something, but just nodded silently in the end. It had been a terribly long day, and she must have been mentally exhausted from dealing with the pain and mental burden. Soon, her eyes closed, and she swiftly fell asleep. Rain studied the sleeping girl's face for a few minutes, then took a deep breath and stared into the darkness. Despite the terrible fatigue, despite being tormented by thirst, she still knew what she had to do. If you want to get out of here alive, all you need to do is awaken. That was what her teacher had said. So, Rain sat motionlessly, felt the flow of soul essence within her, and concentrated deeply, making it revolve faster and faster. After a while, she felt cold drops falling on her face. A minute later, the rain had turned heavy, shrouded the world with a rustling veil. Never losing control of her essence, Rain smiled, picked up Tamar's helmet, and crawled out from beneath the overhanging stone ridge. Placing the helmet on the ground, she allowed the downpour to pelt her freely and continued to force her essence into a raging whirlpool. Deep within her soul, another grain of sand was being formed. Teacher is always right. Despite how tired Rain was, how badly she needed reprieve, she still sat on the ground and circulated her essence. Her body was absolutely motionless, but her soul was like a raging whirlpool. At the heart of the whirlpool, soul essence was being refined into solid form by the crushing pressure. There were plenty of radiant grains there, already, sparkling like gemstones as they spun and collided. Rain could almost hear the melodious ringing, and feel her soul tremble slightly with each clash. However, the brilliant gemstones were unable to fuse, yet. There weren't enough of them for that to happen. She had to create more. But it was such a slow and arduous process. Rain was already doing much better than anyone was supposed to. After years of slaying nightmare creatures, her essence was especially potent. Her control of it was both forceful and intricate, remarkably precise at least for someone below the ascended rank. All she needed was time. Sadly, Rain wasn't sure that she had any time left. I'm not fast enough. Deeply concerned, she gritted her teeth and concentrated wholly on controlling her essence. When the moons reached the apogee of the cloudy sky, she allowed the raging whirlpool of her soul to dissipate and slumped, feeling like she was about to pass out from fatigue. Dragging Tamar's conical helmet over with a weak hand, she drank half of the water that had accumulated inside and finally felt alive again. A little. Then, Rain woke the young legacy up and curled on the ground, instantly falling asleep. In the morning, her entire body felt broken. Rain had told Tamar that they would move on as soon as dawn broke, but in the end, they spent more time under the rock outcropping. Rain knew that she wouldn't endure another day of dragging the stretcher with her hands, so something had to be done. After thinking for a while, she unsheathed her hunting knife and carefully separated the alloy mesh from the lining of her military jacket. The alloy wire was very fine, but incredibly durable. She spent a lot of time patiently dismantling the mesh with the help of Tamar's enchanted dagger, then weaving the wires together. In the end, Rain was left with several meters of crude alloy rope. The young legacy was observing with an incredulous expression. Her pallor had become a little better, but she still looked terrible. In fact, both of them did. Tamar had always maintained a valiant and dashing image, quite in line with her exalted status as the daughter of an old legacy clan. Rain might not have had the same background, but she still endeavored to look if not refined, then at least decent. Now, both of them were dirty and wretched. They were covered in mud from head to toe, with sunken eyes and chapped lips. Their hair was damp and tangled. Their clothes might have had color once, but now they were indistinguishable from the surrounding dirt. It was a complete disgrace. Looking at Rain, then at herself, Tamar smiled faintly. Aren't we a sight to behold? It was good to see that she still had enough spirit to be humorous in this situation. Continuing to weave wire rope, Rain smiled, as well. Indeed. Aren't we lucky that the tyrant is blind? At least it won't be offended by our appearance when it eats us. Listening to Tamar chuckle in a weak voice, she fashioned one end of the wire rope into a simple harness, then secured the other end to the stretcher. Putting the harness on herself, Rain gave it a cautious tug. Much better. By then, she could already see the hideous giant far away in the distance. The abomination had not lost track of them despite the heavy rain. It was still following their scent, albeit a little slower. Of course it is. We have to go. Tamar had seen the tyrant, as well. Rain noticed that she never looked at it directly, keeping the creature in the periphery of her vision, just like Rain herself had been trained to do by her teacher. Many nightmare creatures could sense when a gaze was directed at them. So, she had been taught to never look at abominations directly when stalking them. I guess legacy training has something in common with mine. She wondered who had it tougher, and decided that it was probably her. Helping Tamar onto the stretcher, Rain took a step forward. The wire rope dug into her skin, but it was much easier to pull the stretcher that way, which was not to say that it was easy. Rain still struggled against the heavy weight. She sighed quietly and gritted her teeth. Hooking his fingers under the wire rope to spare her chest and abdomen from being cut by it, she leaned her body forward and pulled. Rain was like a beast of burden, and the stretcher was like a strange mud sled. She was curious to see how long she would endure. Step, step. Another step. 1,000 steps. More. The world narrowed down to a patch of drying mud in front of her, the feeling of the wire rope cutting into her shoulder, and the depleting struggle to pull the stretcher forward. The air flowed into her lungs as she breathed hoarsely. For a while, her mind was empty of thought, full of only the harsh sensation of physical strain. Rain was doing fine for an hour or two, but then, a sense of deep, suffocating exhaustion slowly seeped into her muscles, filling her body with lead. The horizon seemed as distant as it had been before, and the barren wasteland was unchanged. She felt like she had made no progress at all, and therefore, her silent torment felt endless. The lumbering silhouette of the blind tyrant was still following them, far behind, prowling low to the ground. Rain pushed forward stubbornly. But at the same time, A cold realization sent chills running down her spine. It's hopeless. She wasn't one to give up without a fight, but she also knew better than to fight a hopeless battle. And this desperate struggle of hers was already lost. Rain might be able to stay ahead of the tyrant for a while, maybe for a day, or even a few. But sooner or later, the abuse she was putting her body through would take its toll. At some point, she wouldn't be able to keep the pace anymore. Then, she wouldn't be able to take another step, or even rise from the ground. That was if nothing else killed her before that happened. So, all she could do, was keep walking forward and pray that some miracle would save them. Maybe, if she bought enough time, they would stumble on a passing saint who happened to be traversing the Moonriver plain by chance. Maybe another abomination would get into a fight with Tyrant, dealing it a grievous wound. Maybe. They would get lucky. But Rain was not willing to entrust her life to dumb luck. She had to think of something. She continued to pull the stretcher across the mud, slowly forcing her mind to wake up from the numb slumber. There had to be a way out. There always was. After a dozen more steps, or maybe 1,000. Rain's dark eyes suddenly glistened with ferocious determination. Actually, Rain already knew what miracle could save her. It wasn't a miracle that could happen to her, but rather a miracle she could make happen. It was her awakening. Just like her teacher had said, it was the only solution to this lethal predicament. The problem was that the formation of her soul core was far away, while the tyrant was too close. The abomination was not drawing closer yet, but it would soon. If Rain could rest with no distraction and concentrate on meditating steadily, there would have been hope of awakening before the hideous giant caught its prey. But she had to escape from it, dragging Tamar across the wasteland, from dusk till dawn. She had to rest at night to recover at least some of her strength, so there were only a few short hours for her to circulate her essence while keeping watch. Those hours were woefully insufficient for the task at hand. But actually, wasn't she looking at it all wrong? Rain remembered the previous night. The cool sensation of water droplets falling on her face, the joy she felt. Back then, she was circulating her essence. She took Tamar's helmet and moved it from below the overhanging stone ridge to catch the rain, hoping to quench her unbearable thirst. Which proved something vital. It was that she could move and control her essence at the same time. As long as her concentration wasn't broken, Rain could do whatever she wanted while forming her core. Of course, it wasn't easy to keep her essence under control when doing something else. It was already hard enough to maintain the raging whirlpool while in a state of perfect peace, not to mention extremely tiring. And yet, if she could circulate her essence while traversing the wasteland, then she wouldn't just have a few pitiful hours at night to form her core. Instead, she could keep forming it constantly, for as long as her mental fortitude allowed it. Rain felt a strange compulsion to laugh and cry at the same time. Of course. Why not? She was already doing something unprecedented by trying to awaken without the help of the nightmare spell. As far as Rain knew, no other human of the waking world had ever done that. And yet, she didn't just have to perform that miraculous feat, but also do it while being pursued by an awakened tyrant and dying from physical exertion. Lost in the wild reaches of the dream realm with no help, hope, or support. It wasn't fair at all. But it also made sense, in a strange kind of way. After all, making history was not supposed to be easy. I can do it. I must do it. I have no choice but to do it. Rain gritted her teeth. And then, ignoring her terrible fatigue and suffocating strain, she reached into her soul and tried to move her essence. The heavy mental and spiritual burden was instantly added to the crushing hardship of pushing her tired body forward. As soon as she took the next step and felt the wire rope cut into her skin painfully, her concentration was destroyed, and she lost control of her essence. Rain took a laborious breath, gripped the rope tighter, and tried again. This time, she managed to keep hold of her essence, but lost control of her abdominal muscles, allowing them to relax. She instantly lost balance, stumbled, and sprawled in the mud. Ah! Tamar's subdued voice resounded from behind, tinged with concern. Ronnie, are you all right? Rain exhaled slowly, then pushed herself off the ground and wiped the mud off her face. Well, with how dirty her gloves were, she might have just added more mud to it. I'm fine. Pulling up the alloy harness, she gripped it again and pulled the stretcher forward. She did not make the same mistake the second time. It was terribly difficult, and ruthlessly hard. But after a while, she managed to take several steps without losing control of her essence. Then, a dozen steps. Then, 100. And finally, Rain forced herself to keep walking and circulating her essence at the same time. Her vision had turned blurry, and her mind felt as if it would collapse from strain. But it did not. Her body did not crumble either. So, she kept walking. After a while, her hearing seemed to have turned incredibly sharp. She heard the makeshift stretcher scraping against rocks. She also heard the melodious ringing of crystals of essence colliding with each other. She could almost hear the roar of the radiant whirlpool as it revolved within her soul. Eventually, she did not know how much time had passed. She thought that she could feel her essence with incredible clarity, like she had never felt it before. The sensation of it flowing through her, within her, was almost physical. And so, it was almost as if her body and soul became one, indistinguishable from each other. When that happened, she pushed her essence harder, making it revolve even faster. The pressure at the heart of the whirlpool increased, and the speed with which the next grain was being formed increased as well. Much more importantly, Rain wasn't limited to meditating a few hours a day anymore. She could keep the process of core formation at all times, while she walked, while she talked, while she rested her weary body on the ground. As long as her will held, she did not have to stop. The question was, what would take longer? For her will to shatter, or for her soul core to be formed? Rain was going to find the answer, whether she wanted to or not. As night fell, so did she. Rain collapsed on the ground, unmoving. This time, she remained motionless for far longer than yesterday. It felt like her body had shut down. She had never been so utterly beaten before, or exhausted so terribly. And yet, she still continued to control her essence, never letting its current stop or slow down. After a while, Tamar awkwardly crawled over to check on her. The legacy girl helped Rain turn over, supported her to sit up, and shoved a strip of meat into her hands. Eat. Rain smiled weakly and forced herself to take a bite. The tyrant had fallen behind in the latter half of the day. Her speed had been greater with the harness, and she had covered much more distance. It was still nowhere near enough to escape the pursuit, but at least they would survive another night. Probably. They even had some water left. After quenching her thirst and consuming enough meat to refuel her depleted body, Rain sprawled on the ground and sighed. Ah. I'm going to be terribly skinny by the end of it. Tamar stared at her with an incredulous expression. That's what you're concerned about? Rain considered laughing, but found the thought too tiring. In the end, she said. Why, of course. I want the tyrant to be left hungry after it gobbles me up. Skin and bones, that sort of thing. The young legacy remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. You have a very morbid sense of humor, don't you, Ronnie? Laying on the ground, Rain grinned. What can I say? If you live with wolves, you'll howl like a wolf. Someone has been a bad influence on me. After a while, she added. I'm sure I'm pretty delicious, though. Tamar had her usual stoic expression on, but at that moment, it cracked a little. Looking away, she suppressed a chuckle, and said in a serious tone. I'm sure you are. As she did, Rain felt another radiant crystal being formed deep within her soul. The melodious ringing was growing louder, and more frequent. A desolate plain stretched as far as the eye could see under the cloudy sky. The horizon was shrouded by a rustling veil of cold rain, and the ground had turned into an endless expanse of mud. A canyon cut the plain like a deep scar, resounding with eerie weeping sounds. It would turn into a raging river soon, but for now, the vertical slopes were drowning in nothing but darkness. A young woman was moving across the plain, pulling a makeshift sled behind her, although it would have been hard to recognize her as a human from first sight. Covered in mud from head to toe, she looked like a gaunt golem made from clay. The mud stuck to her skin and clothes, making the woman look like a part of the barren wasteland that had somehow come alive. Her face and hair were covered in layers of dirt, as well. Only her dark, sunken eyes could be seen, burning with fierce determination. In the end, Rain had lasted more than a day. In fact, she had lasted for 6, enduring the inhuman strain and crushing exertion of their desperate flight against all odds. She had reached her breaking point a long time ago. But, somehow, she managed to keep going even after becoming broken. Later, she faced some other, much deeper limit. Rain wasn't sure what it was, and couldn't clearly remember. All she knew was that she was still standing. That was all that mattered. The original stretcher had long fallen apart. The enchanted cloak was fine, of course, but the wooden frame had cracked and shattered. Rain had kept repairing it as best she could, but at some point, she could only discard the broken branches and replace them. She built the new frame from the bones of the nightmares creatures that had attacked them in the dead of night. The melodious ringing of essence crystals colliding with each other in the depths of her soul was almost deafening now, filling her ears. Her vision had grown vague and narrow. Most of her consciousness was consumed by the sensation of soul essence spinning in a raging whirlpool, permeating every cell of her body. The rest was filled with exhaustion and pain. Step. Step. Another step. The further south they went, the more bleak the weather became. Chilling rain poured from the gray sky more and more frequently, and grew more and more forceful. She didn't mind. Not only did it mean that they would not suffer from thirst, but pulling the stretcher through the mud was easier than it would have been if the soil was dry. Of course, it was a perilous exchange. Rain would have probably been dead if not for her military bodysuit. Being wet meant losing heat, and heat was energy. With how much she was exerting herself, energy was a precious resource that she dared not waste. Her body had already started consuming itself, so it was a dire commodity. Tamar, meanwhile, was not faring much better. She did not have to exhaust herself physically, and her wounds were healing. But new ones were added to the old ones after that nighttime attack. The young legacy had lost a lot of blood, and although they slaughtered the abominations in the end, it was not without a cost. Rain was concerned about the younger girl. They did not have a lot of chances to get to know each other better in the past 6 days. Most of their time was taken by the endless, exhausting march, and when they rested at night, both were too tired to talk. And yet, Rain felt like an invisible bond had formed between them. How could it not, after they had gone through so much hardship together? The muddy plain, the weeping sky, the burning desire to survive. No one else would know or remember these trials, but they would. There was a sound that suddenly distracted her. She could barely hear it behind the rustle of rain, the roar of the water rushing through the canyon, the melody of her soul essence, and the silence of her numb thoughts. N.I. Ronnie. R.A. She flinched and came to her senses. In the next moment, she saw several swift silhouettes rushing at them through the rain. Nightmare creatures. Curse them. Without wasting any time, Rain fell on the ground. Behind her, Tamar was already sitting up on the stretcher. She was holding a bow in one hand, knocking an arrow on its string with the other. While Rain was feverishly untangling herself from the alloy harness, the young legacy let the arrow loose. It streaked through the pouring rain and hit one of the abominations in the shoulder. Despite her weakened state, Tamar still managed to maintain admirable accuracy. However, it wasn't quite enough. The creature stumbled and rolled on the ground, but then rose again and continued sprinting. Although it had received a deep wound, none of its vital organs were destroyed. Damn it. There were 3 abominations, each the size of a wolf. From the looks of it, they were merely awakened. In fact, the 2 of them had been lucky to not encounter a fallen nightmare creature yet. Still, an awakened abomination was absolutely deadly. Especially in a situation like this one, when the initiative was on their side. So tired. Rain remained laying on the ground for a few moments, then rose to her knees and unsheathed her hunting knife. She gripped the hilt of the enchanted dagger with her other hand and rose, holding both blades in a defensive stance. By that time, Tamar had already sent another arrow flying, finally bringing the wounded abomination down. Her face was pale, and the ugly wound that stretched across her shoulder and chest had opened, seeping with blood. The strain of drawing a powerful enchanted bow was too much for her to endure. And yet, she was already pulling the string for the third time. The nightmare creatures were almost upon them. Both lunged forward in a flash of claws, fangs, and frenzied eyes. Just then, Tamar's arrow hit one in the head, killing it instantly. The other jumped on Rain. She dove under its claws and thrust both of her blades forward. The hunting knife barely penetrated the tough hide of the abomination and slid from her grasp, but the long dagger sunk into its flesh to the hilt. The creature fell on Rain and sent her crushing to the ground. She just barely managed to push the abominable beast, sending it flying over her head. They fell simultaneously. It hurts. Rain fell on her back, but spun and rose to her knees almost immediately. Dashing toward the struggling abomination, she pinned it to the ground with the weight of her body and stabbed it repeatedly. Her strikes were aimed at all the spots where vital organs should have been. A while later, the beast stopped moving. Rain crawled off its corpse weakly and sprawled in the mud. After that violent burst of strength, she felt like she would never be able to stand up. And yet, throughout all of it, the melodious ringing never grew silent. Even while being lunged at by a snarling abomination, wrestling it to the ground, and sinking her blade into its flesh, Rain had never stopped circulating her essence. Somewhere deep within her, another radiant grain of sand was formed. She smiled tiredly. Soon. Soon. Drops of rain were falling heavily on her burning face. Chapter 1824. After me comes the flood plus, turn off reset. The tyrant was still behind them, its towering figure moving slowly in the distance. Rain reminded herself that they could not waste any time. And yet, she had no strength left to rise. However, that was all right. She had felt the same way the previous time she fell, and the time before that, and the time before that. Letting out a quiet groan, Rain sat up, then slowly staggered to her feet. Walking over to where she had dropped the hunting knife, she picked it up and sheathed her blades. The crude sheath she had made for the enchanted dagger was coming undone, sliced by its sharp blade, but it would hold for a day or two, which was more than she could ask for. Finally, she looked at Tamar. How are you doing? The young legacy was laying down on the stretcher, breathing heavily. Her breathing did not sound good. I'm all right. I heal fast. The bleeding is already stopping. Rain nodded. Even if the bleeding did not stop, there was little she could do. All she could do was trust in Tamar's incredible resilience. Walking over to where the alloy harness lay in the mud, Rain glanced at the corpses of the three nightmare creatures. Usually, she would have harvested meat and soul shards from them, but the tyrant was too close. There was no time. I just need to hold on until nightfall. Then, I can rest. She put the harness on and pulled the stretcher. She just had to keep walking. And keep her essence flowing. Life had been complicated, but now, it was very simple. The scope of her existence was narrowed down to these two things. She dragged Tamar away from the dead abominations. They continued their gruesome journey. As Rain walked, she could feel her soul changing subtly. There were countless radiant crystals at the heart of the whirlpool now, all being pressed together by the crushing pressure. She could feel the pressure growing. As it did, the rain was becoming more violent, as well. It slowly grew from a constant downpour to a pelting deluge, as if the sky was slowly splitting open. The weather was strange. Tamar had mentioned once that it did not rain that often, or that much. In the southern reaches of the Moonriver Plain, her ancestral citadel was somewhere nearby, so she would know. It seemed that the world was either helping them or trying to kill them. Rain wasn't sure which, and didn't care to find out. All she cared about was making it to nightfall alive. And in the end, she did. However, to her despair, the long-awaited reprieve did not come. Usually, she was able to create some distance between them and the tyrant by the time darkness fell. The abominable giant would lumber in the distance in the first half of the day, then slowly disappear beyond the horizon in the latter part. However, this time, she could still see its silhouette, following them from far away. Perhaps she had grown so weak that she couldn't maintain sufficient speed anymore, or perhaps the tyrant was slowly adapting to being blind. It was even possible that its eyes were gradually regenerating. Awakened abominations possessed stunning vitality, after all, just like awakened humans did. What seemed impossible for a mundane person was nothing special to them. In any case, the giant was too close. Soon, darkness enveloped the world. The 3 moons and the sea of stars were hidden behind the clouds, so it was even more oppressive than before. The rain fell in a constant stream, reducing the visibility even further. Rain lowered herself to the ground, kneeling in the mud. "Are we stopping?" Tamar couldn't hide the grim feeling of dread from her voice. Rain slowly shook her head. "We can't stop. Not tonight." The tyrant was too close, so they had to keep going. She took a deep breath, feeling cold air cut her tortured lungs. Summon a luminous memory. They had avoided using one before, afraid that light would attract uninvited guests, but there wasn't much choice now. Soon, a wave of stark light flowed from behind her, illuminating a narrow circle around them. The streams of water falling from the sky seemed to ignite with that light, glistening like precious gems. It was pretty. Rain sighed. Then, she rose from the ground and continued walking. South, south. How far south had they gone, already? When would they reach their goal? It did not matter. Rain continued to walk, arduously pulling the heavy stretcher behind her. She continued to spin her essence and listen to the tremors running through her soul. She had reached a state of being beyond exhausted. And yet, the worst part was that she couldn't see the tyrant anymore. It could have been far away, or only a few hundred meters behind them. It could have even been reaching for them with its countless hands, already. "I need to keep going." And so she did. Slowly, all thoughts disappeared from her head. All that was left was the ringing of her soul, which was slowly growing louder and louder. Rain did not notice that the pelting rain was becoming heavier and heavier, as well. A powerful wind rose, sending water flying almost parallel to the ground. Soon, a blinding flash illuminated the world, and a deafening thunderclap shook the heavens. The rain was turning into a furious storm. She smiled, feeling the streams of cold water wash the mud off her sunken face. Her smile was a little scary. Eventually, the lightning grew so frequent that there were almost no breaks between its flashes. The thunderclaps had fused into a continuous litany of deafening roars. If it had seemed as if the sky was splitting open before, then it was collapsing entirely now. A vast and prodigious storm had descended upon the Moonriver plain. And yet, Rain wasn't aware. She could only think about walking forward, one step at a time. But then, she couldn't walk forward anymore. Not because her strength had abandoned her, but because there was nowhere for her to go. Rain stopped, barely noticing that there was no ground in front of her. There was no mud, no stone outcroppings. Instead, she was standing in front of an abyssal drop. She frowned. Have I lost direction and swayed toward the canyon? But that was not it. Slowly, she grew cognizant of her surroundings. The thundering storm, the blinding flashes of lightning, the impenetrable darkness, and a deep, reverberating hum that seemed to penetrate her very bones, resounding from somewhere below. Rain looked into the abyss and staggered. She might have fallen over the edge if not for the harness that attached her to Tamar's stretcher. The young legacy called from behind, struggling to make her voice heard over the storm. Ronnie. Ronnie, is it? In front of them, the Moonriver plain came to an end. The great plateau ceased abruptly, creating a vast and head-spinning wall of stone that stretched from east to west, as far as the eye could see. Countless canyons merged or opened into the vertical abyss, most of them expelling enormous jets of foaming water. The streams of water merged and plummeted down, creating an unimaginable, endless waterfall. It was as if the world was crying. The weeping goddess. They had reached the great waterfall that served as the boundary of the Moonriver Plain. The Lake of Tears was somewhere far below. The city governed by Clan Sorrow was situated on its shore, and their citadel was somewhere close, cut into the cliffs. Rain's eyes widened. Not from joy, but from horror. We're dead. Turning around, she waited for lightning to illuminate the world and saw the dreadful shape of the tyrant. The abomination was not too far away. There was no time to come up with a way to descend to the bottom of the towering cliffs. There was no time to explore the edge of the plateau, searching for the citadel of Clan Sorrow. The goal of their ghastly journey, which had been supposed to be their salvation, was nothing but a death sentence now. Because the tyrant was too close, pursuing them. And they had nowhere else to run. Chapter 1825 Edge of the Abyss Plus, Turn off Reset. The storm shrouded everything in impenetrable darkness. The roaring thunderclaps reverberated across the plain, and a deluge of water was falling from the sky, as if the heavenly floodgates had shattered under the immense pressure, dooming the world to be drowned. Frequent bolts of lightning tore apart the darkness, replacing it with blinding light. And somewhere below, the tidal hum of the colossal waterfall was fusing with the raging song of the furious storm. Rain stood at the edge of the abyss, looking at the black sky with a resentful expression. Behind her, Tamar was looking back, at the hideous shape of the pursuing tyrant. There was nowhere for them to run. Ronnie! The tyrant. Rain looked at the sky, and then took a deep breath. Then, surrounded by the raging storm, she sat on the ground at the edge of the abyss. Crossing her legs, she placed her hands on her knees, and closed her eyes. In a flash of lightning, her tranquil figure looked incredibly out of place. She exhaled slowly. Focus. Rain concentrated on her soul. A radiant river was flowing within her, forming a furious whirlpool. At its heart, beautiful crystals of essence were being tempered by the crushing pressure. The melodious song of her soul was louder than the storm, and much more compelling. She couldn't hear Tamar anymore. Form. Clash. Awaken. Nothing else mattered. Behind her, Tamar looked at her mundane companion in despair. Noticing that Ronnie was sitting on the edge of the abyss, unmoving, she was stunned for a moment. Then, a look of guilt and shame twisted her beautiful face. She assumed that the older girl had completely exhausted her strength, both physical and mental. It was already an incredibly valiant feat, to have persisted for so long without collapsing. Ronnie possessed enough willpower and conviction, or maybe stubbornness, to put most awakened to shame. But everyone had a limit. Ronnie. Tamar gritted her teeth. Despite the terrible flood pouring from the shattered sky, the tyrant never seemed to lose their scent. It moved slowly, keeping its head low to the ground. Countless hands were supporting its weight, sinking deep into the mud. Rain was fully focused on her soul. Now that she did not have to walk or pull the heavy stretcher, the measure of control she could exert over her essence had increased. The radiant whirlpool spun even faster, and the pressure at the heart of it had increased even further. There were countless crystals of solid essence there, by now, each no larger than a grain of sand. They collided against each other chaotically, making her entire soul tremble. That trembling used to happen rarely, but now, there was no stop to it. It was as if Rain's soul was in the middle of an earthquake. But it was not enough. Still, it wasn't. Fuse. Rain did not know whether her mental cry was a command, a request, or a desperate prayer. It was simply her will, expressed in a single word. And just at that moment, either by coincidence or responding to her cry, two of the radiant gemstones collided. However, this time, they were not repelled by each other. Instead, both cracked, and then merged. A sense of indescribable jubilation drowned her heart. Finally. After the first pair, it was as if an invisible catalyst had been added to her soul, starting a chain reaction. More and more of the tiny essence crystals became covered by a net of fine cracks, and then seamlessly fused with each other. Then, the larger gemstones consumed the smaller ones, or merged with those of the same size. The process was incredibly violent, resembling the catastrophic ignition of a thermonuclear bomb. The merging of the essence crystals reminded Rain of nuclear fusion, the wondrous process that kept the distant stars burning in the cold, empty sky. And it was indeed as if a star was being born at the center of her soul. There was blinding light produced by the fusing gemstones. There was heat, as well. The very heart of her soul had turned into an incandescent, luminous sea, and she couldn't sense individual crystals anymore. The whirlpool of essence was being slowly absorbed into that radiant sea. The soul core is forming. Indeed, hidden in the sea of light, a soul core was being built within her soul. And that nascent core was like a bridge between her soul and her flesh. Rain felt as though a miniature star was burning in the center of her chest. Waves of heat were radiating from it, slowly reaching her empty stomach and lacerated shoulders, then her tortured arms and legs, then her aching hands and feet. Under that heat, her bones, muscles, organs and blood vessels were being rebuilt and revitalized. She was being reborn. She was becoming stronger, faster, healthier. It was euphoric. With each second, his transformation was becoming more profound. After some time had passed, the star burning in his chest finally cooled down. The luminous sea dimmed, and from it, a radiant sphere was revealed, shining beautifully upon Rain's soul. The heat was replaced with a soothing coldness. That coldness washed over her body, taking away all the aches and discomforts that had been accumulated there over the past 6 days. Then it moved up, reaching her mind and soothing it. She slowly opened her eyes. Is this what it means to be awakened? Rain felt powerful. Her body was suffused with ferocious strength, startling endurance, and boundless vitality. Her senses were sharper. Even her mind seemed to have become more profound, somehow. Soul essence flowed freely through her body, seeping into her bones and muscles. It felt richer and more responsive, almost palpable. The soul core was at the heart of it all, serving as the bridge between tangible and intangible. A tired smile appeared on Rain's face. I did it. Lost in the depths of a furious storm, sitting on the edge of a bottomless abyss, surrounded by darkness, and pursued by a harrowing abomination. The first human of the waking world had just awakened without taking upon the curse of the nightmare spell. While Rain was in the middle of her awakening, Tamar was struggling not to drown. Streams of water were pouring from the sky, mixing with mud, laying powerlessly on the stretcher. She felt weak and spent. The situation seemed to be hopeless. Not only would he die, but Ronnie, who had refused to abandon her and strived so stubbornly to save them, would be killed, too. Looking at the furious black sky, Tamar wanted to give up. But she couldn't. A long sigh escaped from her lips. Then, a whirlwind of sparks surrounded her, forming into a beautiful spear. Tamar gritted her teeth, then rose to her feet, using the spear as a crutch. Immediately, severe pain pierced her fragile legs. It had been 6 or 7 days since they were broken. The bones had healed, somewhat, but even for an awakening, that was not nearly enough time to recover. She was probably undoing all that healing, but, still. Tamar refused to die lying down. Better yet, she didn't want to die at all. She was also indignant at the thought of Ronnie dying because of her. So, she had a hard decision to make. I have to summon the echo. The monstrous wolf was protecting the survey team, and she was unwilling to compromise their safety. However, at this point, there was no sense in keeping the echo with them. That was because it would disappear if Tamar died, leaving the survey team similarly defenseless. The problem was that there was no way to guarantee that summoning the echo would save them. It was an ascended monster, a protector gifted to her by her clan. An ascended monster was a powerful creature, but it was not a given that it would be able to defeat an awakened tyrant. Especially this tyrant in particular, who seemed both ancient and exceedingly powerful. The wolf wouldn't be able to carry them away either, because the tyrant was too close, and the echo would instantly attract its attention. So, in order to increase their chances, Tamar would have to assist the Echo in fighting the tyrant herself. She could still draw her bow, even if doing so would make her wounds open. I'll summon it, then. And yet, she hesitated. Watching the tyrant slowly draw closer, Tamar waited for something. Maybe something would happen, some miracle that would lead the hideous giant away. Maybe a bolt of lightning would descend from the sky and burn it. Maybe she wouldn't need to fail her friends and mission, after all. But nothing happened. The tyrant was already too close. It was still following their scent. A miracle did not descend, and their fates were still sealed. Tamar took a deep breath and prepared to dismiss the Echo. But just before she did, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Tamar flinched and looked back. Ronnie was standing there, looking at her calmly. Constant flashes of lightning were reflecting in her striking black eyes, making it seem as though they were illuminated by inner light. The mundane girl looked different, somehow. Tamar couldn't tell what about her had changed, exactly, in the lightning-infused darkness. Ronnie smiled. It's all right. I'll take care of it now. She paused for a moment, and then added calmly. Summon that sword of yours. Tamar looked at her in confusion, failing to understand what was happening. Her reason told her that Ronnie must have lost her mind, and that there was no point in listening to her ramblings. But, somehow, Tamar did not believe it. She felt a strange compulsion to be unreasonable and believe in her companion. And, after a long pause, she did. Instead of dismissing the Echo and summoning it here, she summoned her brutish Zweihander and offered it to Ronnie. Ronnie took it with a thankful nod. She could barely lift it before. But now, she was holding it easily, as if her strength was suddenly in no way inferior to Tamar's own. Patting Tamar on the shoulder reassuringly, Ronnie turned and walked away from the edge. She was heading toward the approaching tyrant. Rain walked through the storm, carrying the heavy greatsword easily. Sadly, she had not had a lot of time to bask in the ecstasy of having awakened. They were still in mortal danger. The tyrant was still drawing closer. And she had to kill it. Which was a tall task. Even now that Rain was unawakened, the tyrant posed a lethal threat to her. After all, most awakened did not fight such powerful creatures alone. Her case was especially precarious, because she was a singular existence. Not only had she awakened mere minutes ago, but she also did not possess an aspect yet. Unlike the carriers of the nightmare spell, those who awakened naturally, like her, had to spend time slowly discovering their aspect and flaw. Before that happened, she would not have powerful aspect abilities to assist her in battle. All she had was her enhanced physical prowess, cunning, and Tamar's sword. Now, she would see if that was enough. Reaching a certain point, directly in the path of the approaching tyrant, Rain lowered the Zweihander to the ground, assumed a stance, and froze. She had thought a lot about how to kill that damn tyrant. Actually, it wasn't that hard to achieve. The creature did not possess an impenetrable carapace or thick fur to stop her blade. Its defense was mostly in the form of overwhelming offense. The forest of arms were its minions, so damaging or destroying them would not harm the abomination. One had to reach its body to deliver a fatal wound, but to do that, they had to fight their way through the avalanche of monstrous hands. Which was close to impossible for someone like her. However, the tyrant was blind now. So, that was what Rain decided to gamble her life on. Standing motionlessly in the path of the abomination, she did not make a single sound. In fact, she even held her breath and forced her heartbeat to slow down. In the middle of the roaring storm, the creature would not hear it. At least that was Rain's hope. As she watched the hideous nightmare creature approach, all her instincts were screaming for her to turn away and run. However, she did not move at all. Soon, the tyrant drew so close that she could discern every ghastly detail of its gaunt body, flooded by the light of the flashing bolts of lightning. The creature was coming right at her. But it was not aware that its prey was so close, yet. Soon, a monstrous hand landed in the mud directly to Rain's right. Then, another landed in the mud to her left. The abomination dragged itself closer. Its appalling, oversized head was now almost above her, the enormous maw close enough to swallow her whole in an instant. Rain smiled darkly. Got you. Instead of fighting her way through the forest of hands, she had allowed the blind tyrant to bring itself to her. She finally moved. As soon as she did, the tyrant's head jerked, turning toward her. But it was already too late. The Zweihander exploded forward, slicing through the mud and rising in an upward arc. Rain pulled with one hand and pushed with the other, using its long handle as a lever. Her awakened strength was great enough to make the blade of the greatsword turn into a blur. A split second later, the Zweihander struck the tyrant's chin. Its sharp blade carried enough force and momentum to slice its jaw in half, sever its tongue, break through the fragile bones of the nasal cavity, cut cleanly through its brain, and finally escape from its forehead. In an instant, the abomination's head was split in two halves. A moment later, Rain was already jumping back. She easily leaped a dozen meters back, then slid in the mud the same distance. By then, countless hands were already pummeling the spot where she had stood. If she had been even a little bit slower, she would have been crushed. But it did not matter. Because those hands were nothing but minions. The tyrant itself was dead. Its body swayed heavily, and then collapsed into the mud, a river of blood spilling from its mangled head. Just like that, the pursuit was over. Chapter 1827, Cleansing. Hidden in the shadows, Sunny let out a secretive sigh of relief. The past week had been a terrible ordeal for Rain, but it had not been easy for him, either. A long time ago, Sunny had told Rain that he could teach her how to wield a sword, how to traverse the dream realm, and how to kill her enemies, but he could not teach her how to be strong. The world was a cold and ruthless place, and his little sister was much too soft to endure its cruelty. Even now, all these years later, she retained that softness. She had learned how to wield weapons, survive in the wild, and hunt down abominations, but her nature was still the same. Rain had never suffered heartbreaking loss, had never felt the lightless depths of true despair, and had never faced the darkest sides of humanity. Despite her cool appearance and tough reputation, at her core, she was still the same kind and sweet girl. Which was a solace to Sunny. He never wanted her to lose that part of herself. And yet, he couldn't coddle her too much, either. It would only do Rain harm if she learned to rely on him too much. So, he had laboriously created the persona of Shadow, her mercurial teacher, who was both friendly and caring, but also a little sinister and not completely reliable. That way, she could still feel a false sense of danger while being protected by him from the shadows, and grow stronger for it. It would have been fine to let Rain awaken at her own pace, but the war was too close. So, Sunny had used the chance encounter with the awakened tyrant to design a trial for her. His own version of the first nightmare. The irony of how similar it was to his personal fist nightmare had not escaped him. A punishing escape through the wild reaches of the dream realm, in the company of an awakened swordsman, pursued by a blind tyrant. Of course, there were differences, as well. And although Rain had never been in real danger due to him observing her from the shadows, she definitely had not felt that way. Her struggle had been real, her suffering had been real, and her eventual triumph was real. Sunny, meanwhile, had not struggled himself. All he had done was eliminate any fallen abominations that could have stumbled onto the two escaping girls and keep an eye on the survey team to make sure that they made it back to the main camp all right. And yet, he felt completely exhausted. Watching Rain suffer was not easy for him. He wouldn't go as far as to say that it had been harder than it had been for Rain, but still. Sunny felt like his heart was bleeding. And that was saying much, considering how difficult it was for him to bleed. Similarly, while Rain felt incredible joy and pride at being able to awaken, his heart was full of emotion, as well. However, for Sunny, he felt even more. That was because he could see more, and understood more. Rain had a deep connection to her soul, for a mundane person, and could control her essence well. But Sunny perceived it on a much deeper level. That was why he could see a tiny bead of hideous darkness that nestled in her sister's soul. A seed of corruption, the nightmare seed. Every mundane person who had entered the dream realm carried one within them, just like those infected by the nightmare spell in the waking world did. Although Sunny was not entirely sure which came first, the seed of nightmare or the infection. Perhaps it was precisely because some people carried hideous darkness within their souls that the spell chose them. In any case, the seed in Rain's soul had not grown in the past 4 years, and would not bloom into a Category 1 nightmare gate unless certain conditions were met. That was because it was small and minuscule enough to be suppressed by the authority of Queen Song. As long as Rain remained in the Song domain, her first nightmare would never come. But it would also make her an eternal hostage of a domain unless she accepted the spell and challenged the nightmare. While the storm was raging and Rain was going through the final stage of her awakening, Sunny observed her soul in somber silence. The numerous sparks of light, the crystals of solidified essence, fused under the pressure. A luminous sea ignited at the depths of Rain's soul. Forged in the heat of that sea, her soul core slowly came to shape. And at the same time, unnoticed, the bead of darkness dissolved in the light, destroyed by it. Sunny had seen a seed of corruption bloom in the soul of a sleeper once. Watching the opposite process take place was both poignant and miraculous. Is that the purpose of the first nightmare? To push the infected into awakening, and thus destroy the seed, preventing corruption from blooming? Awakening was the first step toward divinity, after all, and divinity was in direct opposition to corruption. So, it only made sense that coming closer to divinity would render one immune to the weaker manifestation of its enemy. That was the second way Sunny knew of for a soul to be cleansed of corruption. The first way was known to everyone, but very few ever considered it as such. It was death. Awakened were used to collecting soul shards from the nightmare creatures, but they really questioned why was it that the remnant fragments of corrupted souls were pure and untainted. What happened at the moment of death that purified them? Or was it death itself that eliminated the hideous darkness? Now that Sunny knew more about the world, the void, and the origin of death, he understood that death was a weapon to destroy corruption. And that was what it did. He observed the tyrant's tainted soul collapse and be cleansed, as well. The moment the abomination lost its life, the vile darkness shrouding its soul withered and died. In the end, only 5 radiant shards were left. So, Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Finally, the ordeal was over. Rain's grisly trial was finished, and the broader threat to her life was not as pressing anymore, either. Now that her soul had been cleansed, Sunny would be able to take her out of the Song domain. He had many more options now. Of course, it wasn't certain that she would want to leave. Remaining in the shadows, Sunny glanced at her. At the moment, Rain was stumbling back to where Tamar was leaning on her spear with a pained expression on her face. He followed stealthily. This next part is going to be tricky. Chapter 1828. Lost and found. Rain made her way back to where Tamar was leaning on the spear, put the sword down, and sprawled tiredly in the mud. Now that the tyrant was dead, the rush of power she had felt because of the awakening receded. Her body might have been tempered and reforged, but it was still depleted and weary. Her mind, too, she was dead tired. Some distance away, the abomination's corpse was laying on the ground like a small hill of flesh. The creature was dead, but its minions weren't. The monstrous hands were still moving, searching for the killer in blind fury. Luckily, they remained attached to the tyrant's corpse, so their reach was limited. Until the corpse decomposed and fell apart, nothing would reach Rain and Tamar. The movements of the terrible hands were a little panicked. Looking at the sky, Rain let out a long sigh. The storm was slowly dissipating. The wind had already grown weaker, and the rain was not as heavy anymore. The lightning did not strike as often. The roaring thunderclaps were not as loud, as if growing distant. She could even see gaps in the veil of dark storm clouds. Unexpectedly, rays of pale sunlight were pouring from through the gaps. Which meant that it was the 7th day of their journey. Rain stared at the rays of sunshine with displeasure. How annoying. She had hoped that it was still the 6th night, just to avoid the nightmare spell's favorite number. Rain had a mild aversion to the number 7, purely out of obstinance. Tamar finally let go of her spear and fell back on her stretcher. The younger girl looked at her for a long time, her eyes full of questions. But in the end, her exhaustion won, and she simply closed them. Not long after, both Rain and Tamar were asleep, laying next to each other in the mud. This was the first time in a long while they slept peacefully. By the time Rain woke up, the sky had cleared. Strangely enough, she didn't feel groggy or exhausted. Her body did not ache all over, either. Instead, it was brimming with energy and vitality. The low hum of the weeping goddess enveloped the world like a lullaby. She stared at the clear sky for a few moments in confusion. Oh. Right. I'm awakened now. Sitting up, Rain glanced in the direction of the dead tyrant. The forest of arms was still moving, but none of them had escaped the corpse, yet. That was a relief. Looking away, she raised her own hands and studied them. Her skin had become smooth like silk. Her nails were like jade. Turning her hands, she stared at her palms intently. Her calluses were gone. Huh. Rain blinked a couple of times. Her hands looked soft and delicate, as if she had never done any hard labor at all. It was a bit stupid, but she couldn't help letting a small smile creep up on her face. Wait a minute. Rain pulled off her dirty, tattered shirt and unclasped the military bodysuit. Peeling it off to reveal her fair torso, she opened her eyes wide. The mark left by the blow that the huntsman had dealt her was gone. A few other scars she had collected in the last few years were nowhere to be seen, either. Her skin was supple and unblemished, nearly flawless. Wow. Ah. While Rain was delighting in the sight of her ladle-like body, a hoarse voice resounded from behind her. What are you doing? She flinched and hurriedly pulled the bodysuit close, embarrassed at being caught doing something so unserious. Turning around, she saw Tamar looking at her with a complicated expression. Right. Rain smiled sheepishly. Nothing. I was just, good morning, Tamar. The young legacy remained silent for a while, maintaining her usual stern frown. She glanced at the sky, which was already being painted golden and scarlet by the setting sun, but did not comment on how wrong Rain's greeting was. Eventually, she opened her mouth and asked hesitantly. Have you been awakened all along, Ronnie? Now that the deed had been done, Rain honestly wasn't sure how to deal with the situation. There had been no choice but to act when the tyrant was about to catch them, but how was she supposed to explain its death to the young legacy? She wasn't even done processing what had happened herself. Rain met Tamar's gaze and shook her head slowly. I think you know that I wasn't. If I was, I wouldn't have put myself through all that torment. There was hesitation in the younger girl's eyes. She knew that Rain could not have been awakened, and yet, there was no other logical explanation. Reality and reason were clashing in her mind, leaving her in a state of loss and confusion. After a while, she said stiffly. Unless you have some kind of powerful flaw that limits when and how you can express your power, that is possible. Rain wavered for a while, then sighed. No. I have no such flaw. I wasn't hiding my rank from anyone. Tamar gritted her teeth. Then how were you able to wield my sword? How were you able to slay the tyrant? It doesn't make any sense. It's impossible for a mundane person to do. Rain scratched the back of her head, remained silent for a few moments, and then shrugged. You are right. A mundane person would not have been able to wield your sword, well, maybe some huge guy. Tamar took a deep breath. Then how? Rain looked at her and smiled easily. Isn't it obvious? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So. I wasn't awakened before, but I am now. She raised an arm and flexed her muscles. It really feels amazing, by the way. The young legacy stared at her with a stunned expression. No, you couldn't have conquered the first nightmare, there was no time, you couldn't have even challenged it within the Queen's domain. Rain nodded. You are right. I did not conquer the first nightmare. Tamar took a deep breath. How could you awaken, then? Now was probably the last chance for Rain to keep her mouth shut. But really, did she have to? She had a vague hope that Tamar would not betray her. More than that, she did not think that keeping her achievement secret was the right thing to do. Since Rain had found a way to awaken without becoming a carrier of the nightmare spell, others would be able to follow her example, as well, perhaps not many, but some. Which meant that fewer children would have to die while challenging the nightmare. Like her older brother had. Many would still choose to accept the spell, without a doubt, due to all the boons it offered. But at least they would have a choice. Conversely, if she kept her accomplishment hidden, then in the future, the deaths of every unwilling sleeper would indirectly be her fault. Rain wasn't sure how or when she wanted to share her knowledge, but she knew that it had to be shared. So, she gathered her courage and said, "How did the ancient people of the dream realm awaken? You should know that there was no nightmare spell back then." Tamar's eyes widened slowly. She reeled back, mumbling softly. Before the nightmare spell, impossible, the knowledge has been lost." Rain smiled. "Yes, the knowledge has been lost. But now, it has been found. I found it. With a lot of help from my teacher." Chapter 1829, A New Way. Before the sun set, the minions of the dead tyrant accepted the death of their ruler. Rain watched with a dark expression as the countless hands stopped moving for a while, and then started to claw at the flesh of the dead abomination. The corpse was going to come undone much sooner than she had expected, allowing the monstrous hands to prowl freely. She wanted to be as far away from the swarm of them as possible when that happened. Soon, she was pulling Tamar's stretcher through the mud once again. It had been torturously hard and exhausting before, but now, Rain did not feel any strain at all. It was so easy that the bitterness of her past efforts seemed like a joke. She was slowly coming to terms with the fact that she had become an awakened, smiling brightly from time to time. Tamar was slowly coming to terms with it, too. The young legacy spoke from the stretcher. "But, how, exactly, did you do it?" Rain considered if she should break into a sprint, but then decided against it. "Well, it is hard to explain with words. The first thing you should know is that natural awakening works in reversed order from the one induced by the spell. You must learn how to sense and control your essence first, and form the soul core later." She remembered her early days in Ravenheart. Back then, she had barely known her teacher. Your essence has to awaken first. There are a few ways to make that happen, but the only one I know of is to absorb the essence of awakened creatures. Tamar shifted quickly on the stretcher. Soul shards used to be extremely precious in the waking world, so very few mundanes ever had a chance to acquire many of them before. The situation is even more dire now, with how many new awakened and masters are out there. Everyone is striving to saturate their cores. She paused for a moment, and then added scornfully, "You must be very rich, Ronnie, to have acquired so many." "For a simple porter." Rain grinned. "Who? Me? No, I'm a bit poor, actually. I never once managed to buy a soul shard. I just went out there and hunted down nightmare creatures, one at a time. Mostly dormant, and a few awakened." The young legacy let out a long, exasperated sigh. "You crazy mundane girl." Rain chuckled. "Well, anyway. Then, you have to learn how to sense and control your essence. That part is the hardest. I don't really know how to describe it, since there are no words in human language to do something like that. Plus, it's a bit of an impossible task, to begin with. How do you describe the sense of balance? How do you describe colors to a blind person? It's like that. Well, you should know I am sure you, awakened, struggle all the time to explain various things to mundane people. I mean, we, awakened." She paused for a few moments, then continued calmly. "The last part is to form the soul core. That is what I have been doing ever since we've met. The process is rather simple, if a bit tedious. You just need to control your essence and make it flow in a circle, like a whirlpool. If you do it long enough and well enough, your essence will start to solidify. And then, at some point, a chain reaction will start, birthing the core. That is how you become awakened, and what happened to me yesterday." Tamar remained silent for a while. Eventually, she asked, That doesn't really make sense. You couldn't have learned all of this on your own, someone extraordinary must have guided you. But that is not even the issue. Alright, I'll accept that you are a mundane girl who habitually hunts down nightmare creatures. That much is theoretically possible, at least. But it would also mean that you should have stayed comfortably in a well-defended city during the last and most sensitive part of your awakening. There was no reason for you to work as a laborer in a road construction crew, even without taking into account that such a job would slow down the process of refining a soul core. It is simply beneath someone of your ability. Rain coughed awkwardly. Now that she had decided to share the truth with Tamar, how much, exactly, was she supposed to share? She couldn't reveal the identity of her teacher, because that was not her secret to share. As for the rest, she hesitated for a moment. To tell you the truth, I got myself into some trouble in Ravenheart. So, I was advised to disappear from the city for a while. Tamar scoffed. I'm not surprised. She remained silent for a while, then asked in a serious tone. One thing that I can't understand, Ronnie, is why you have decided to share your secret with me. Rain stopped and turned around, looking at the young legacy with a hint of dark amusement in her eyes. Well, the cat was out of the bag after I killed that tyrant. So, I had two choices, either tell you the truth or toss you over the edge of the waterfall. Although, I might still choose the latter. She stared at Tamar for a moment, then turned around and exploded with laughter. Gods, the expression on your face, relax, it was a joke. Plus, why would I keep it a secret? I want as many people as possible to know. That way, fewer kids will be dying in the first nightmare. Fewer of them will be sent into a literal death zone on the winter solstice like you were, too. Rain couldn't help but be giddy. The intoxicating feeling of strength and potency permeating her body, the pride and relief of having finally accomplished the goal she had been pursuing for so many years, the promise of a gentler future that she could potentially help usher in. It was enough to make her head spin. While she was basking in joy, Tamar's cold voice resounded from behind. Ronnie, you are a bit naive, aren't you? Rain glanced at her in confusion. What's that about? Laying on the stretcher, the young legacy looked at the sky tiredly and let out a long sigh. You absolutely cannot tell anyone about how you awakened. At least not while you are so weak and lack protection. If you knew what's good for you, you really should have tossed me over the edge of the waterfall. Rain blinked a couple of times. What? Why? The younger girl shifted and looked up at her, her gaze somber. Just think about it. The entire power hierarchy of our world is built around the nightmare spell. The entire economy too, more or less. Those who wield power can do so because they control the resources people need to survive. Awakened warriors are one such resource, perhaps the most important one. Now, you possess something that can render all that authority meaningless. What do you think will happen to you when those in power learn about your existence? Rain stopped, feeling her sense of joy dim a little. A perplexed smile appeared on her face. She wasn't a fool, so she had considered these things, as well. But didn't the importance of her discovery far outweigh such details? But it can save countless lives. Tamar looked away and shrugged. Can it? Maybe in the short term, but what will happen when these new and untested awakened have to face the horrors of the dream realm? What can cowards who refuse to face even the first nightmare do? Surely, they will buckle and break, leaving humanity defenseless. In that sense, what you offer is poison, not salvation. She sighed. That is not my opinion, by the way. That is just one example of what others can say, will say, to justify harming you and suppressing your discovery. They might not even do it out of malice, but out of sincere belief. Because what you offer does not just attack their authority, but also their identity. That, as well, is built around the nightmare spell for many. Rain dropped the harness into the mud. You can't be serious. Her voice was calm, but her eyes weren't. Because, she could easily imagine a world where Tamar was right. Take the two domains, for example. On the surface, the royal clans were benefactors to those hundreds of millions of mundane people who now lived in the dream realm. But if one looked at it differently, the citizens of the domains were hostage to the royal clans. They could only be safe if their sovereign protected them, and could only really attempt the first nightmare, and thus step on the path to greater power, if the sovereign or one of the sovereign's vassals allowed them to. In the future, when more and more people of the waking world settled in the dream realm, that would become the cornerstone of the authority of the royal clans. Would they be willing to share that authority? And then, there were the legacy clans below the two royal houses, whose culture and identity were irrevocably connected to the dreadful challenges of the nightmare spell. They were already prohibiting their scions from saving themselves from the trial of the winter solstice by entering the dream realm in advance, purely out of belief that warriors had to be forged in fire. Would they accept awakened who had not faced the first nightmare? Or would they find the very concept offensive? The consequences of Rain's achievement went far deeper than she had considered. Tamar sighed. I am deadly serious, Ronnie. You should speak to the extraordinary person who guided you to awakening, at least, before making any decisions. They had to have been more aware of the repercussions than you are. Be mindful, though. Make sure that they have your best interest in heart before listening to what they have to say. She paused for a moment, and then added in a subdued tone. Until you do, no one must know that you are not a carrier of the nightmare spell. We will tell them that we had no choice but to cross the realm boundary and leave the Song domain while escaping from the tyrant, and that you had your first nightmare as a result. That will work as a temporary measure, at least. Rain looked at her soberly. Tamar was young, but she was a member of a legacy clan, as well. She served the queen as a vassal. So, she was the exact type of person she had warned Rain against. Can I trust her? After what they had experienced together, Rain wanted to believe that she could. But in a sense, covering the truth would mean betraying the trust of Tamar's clan and Queen Song. Would she really do that? Rain sighed. One thing I don't understand, Lady Tamar, is why you're willing to hide this secret from me. The young legacy looked at her from the muddy stretcher. Her face was pale and stern, which was a bit of a comical look for such a young woman. After a while, she looked away, remained silent for a moment, and said stiffly. Well, aren't you a member of my survey team? I am responsible for your well-being, as a superior. So, if something happens to you, a stain would be left on my reputation. And I value my reputation very much. Rain stared at her silently, keeping a straight face. Adorable. By that time, the night had already fallen, and the 3 moons were high in the sky. So, she couldn't see Tamar's expression very well. She did see something else, however. With a sigh, Rain unsheathed her hunting knife. Moonlight glistened on the sharp blade as she bent down. Tamar seemed to flinch when she saw the knife. What are you doing? Rain cut the harness, separating it from the stretcher, and looked at the young legacy with a neutral expression. I'm sorry, Lady Tamar. I'm afraid you'll have to go over the edge, after all. Tamar's eyes widened. What? Rain stared at her for a few moments, then laughed and pointed in the direction of the edge. You might not see it from the ground, but actually. Out there in the darkness, far below, a scattering of lights was shining faintly through the water vapor. It was the city built by Tamar's clan on the shores of the Lake of Tears. Rain stood up and started dismantling the harness. The plan was to reach your clan's citadel, but I don't really know how to cross all the canyons that stand in our way. It would be much easier to climb down from the plateau and reach the city. So, summon the brightest luminous memory you have. We're going down. Tamar was looking up at her with a frozen expression. After a while, she scowled in outrage. Ronnie, why, you? Was that supposed to be funny? Rain shrugged. I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny. Soon, they left the stretcher behind. Tamar was strapped to Rain's back with the rearranged harness, holding onto her shoulders with trembling hands. Before, Rain would have never dared to climb a slick, sheer slope while carrying such a heavy burden, but now that she was an awakened, nothing seemed impossible for her anymore. With the bright light of the luminous memory illuminating the vertical surface of the weathered stone, she carefully started the descent. Her physical strength seemed inexhaustible, so all she had to do was pay attention and keep in mind how far from the wall her center of gravity was. That said, the Moon River Plateau was terribly high, so reaching the Lake of Tears was taking an eternity. The weeping goddess flowed down on both sides of them, but the stretch of the slope Rain had chosen was relatively dry. At some point, she sensed Tamar's tension and started talking to calm the younger girl down. Rain talked about all the things she was looking forward to after awakening. Like not having to do laundry or carry a heavy backpack while climbing mountains. Mainly these two things. And having soft hands. That is what you were worried about? Tamar's voice sounded incredulous. Rain grinned. Listen, Princess Tamar, you might not know it, but humble laborers like me take skincare very seriously. The young legacy remained silent for a while, then sighed in embarrassment. No, actually. I get it. Girls from legacy clans all secretly look forward to becoming awakened. We train really hard, you know, so by 16, your hands are a nightmare in and of itself. Rain laughed. It was already dawn by the time they reached the water. Rain had been worried that she would have to swim to shore, but there was no need. Tamar's luminous memory was very visible in the dark night, so the inhabitants of the city had long noticed a strange spark slowly crawling down the sheer cliffs. So, there were boats waiting in a semicircle around the base of the cliffs, with armed awakened on them. Now, their dreadful journey was truly over. Dressed in a comfortable night gown, Rain was sitting on a bed. The bed was wide and soft. The sheets were immaculately clean and crisp, a far cry from the cold cradle of mud she had been sleeping on for many days. It was also much nicer than her own bed in Ravenheart, so, she had nothing to complain about. The room itself was spacious, but austere. The citadel of Clan Sorrow was cut into the cliffside, so the walls surrounding her were that of rough stone. The furniture, however, was quite elegant and beautifully made. There was a single arched window in the room, opening to the pale lilac expanse of the evening sky. The roaring of the weeping goddess seemed quiet here, somehow, but also constant, like a persistent hum. The air was fresh and smelled of water. The peaceful, but uniquely austere mood of the somber citadel helped Rain imagine easily where Tamar's overly serious demeanor had come from. She sighed. Things had happened fast after the two of them reached the Lake of Tears. First, Rain and Tamar were brought to the city built on its shore. It was much smaller than Ravenheart, but still lively. The architecture style was distinctly different, as well, favoring flat roofs that served as gardens, as opposed to the capital, where most roofs were slanted and covered by tiles to avoid snow and ash accumulating on them. They did not spend much time in the city, though. The Saint of Sorrow was currently away, but Tamar's mother was there. After receiving news of her daughter showing up severely wounded, she immediately sent retainers to retrieve her. Rain and Tamar were taken to the citadel, which was cut directly into the vertical side of the great waterfall and oversaw the city from high above. Tamar was treated by an ascended healer. Rain, meanwhile, was welcomed as a guest of Clan Sorrow. She met the matriarch of the clan, as well as a few elders. Everyone had treated her graciously, from the awakened retainers and mundane citizens to the members of the direct family. Tamar had briefly shared the story of how the two of them had ended up in such a sorry state, including the fake version of Rain's awakening. Everything seemed fine. And yet, Rain was in a heavy mood. That was because she had heard a lot, and inferred even more, from the conversations with the locals. The war seemed imminent. Some of the people she had talked to were aware of it, while some were not. Nevertheless, everyone was alarmed and uneasy, as if there was invisible tension permeating the air. Many things had happened after the survey team left the construction camp and lost contact with the rest of humanity. The conflict between the two great clans had grown much more dire. Dalor continued to demand that Silent Stalker and Master Dar of Maharna clan were handed over, and Song continued to refuse. There were all kinds of unrest on the streets of Bastion and Ravenheart. NQSC, even. There had been protests and violent clashes between the followers of the opposing domains. A large crowd was chanting threateningly in front of Clan Song's compound in the waking world. Someone had tossed makeshift incendiaries at the fortress walls surrounding the location of the King's Dream Gate in the northern quadrant. A few young legacies had already fought openly, devastating a public venue. They were arrested by the agents of the government, but the government itself was behaving strangely, as if frozen by fear, indecision, and internal conflict. And those were only the outward signs. The more dire omen was how deserted the citadel of Clan Sorrow seemed. There were awakened warriors, but too few of them. There were members of the direct family, but only the less powerful ones. Which told Rain one thing. The Queen was secretly mobilizing her forces. The road Rain had helped build was almost complete, and soon, legions of the Song domain would march on it, heading to Godgrave. The war, which was an abstract concept before, was almost palpable now. It was much sooner than she had expected. And so, Rain was sitting quietly on the bed, watching as the sky turned dark beyond the window. Finally, when all sunlight was gone and deep shadows devoured the room, a familiar presence emerged from them. Her teacher leaned on a wall and applauded quietly. His smile was as carefree as it had always been. "Congratulations. You are an awakened now." Rain looked at his dark silhouette sternly. "Where the hell have you been?" He gave her a vague shrug. "Oh, you know. Here and there. Hiding in the shadows, taking a beach vacation, sitting idly on my dark throne." "Why? Didn't you do well without me?" Rain lingered for a few moments, then let out a heavy sigh. "I wouldn't call it well, exactly, but, sure. Actually, I did fine." He grinned. "Fine? You are the first human of your world to have awakened without that pesky thing, what do you call it?" "Oh, the nightmare spell." "Great job, Rain. You really made me proud." She silently extended her hand and opened her palm. "Give it, then." He raised an eyebrow, or at least she thought he did, since she couldn't see his face clearly. "What?" Rain frowned. "My memory. You promised me a memory after I killed the huntsman." Her teacher laughed quietly. "Right. Don't worry, I will. I'll even throw in one more for that awakened tyrant. And a third one as a free bonus, for a return customer." He hesitated for a moment, and then added more sincerely. "But really, good job. Awakening, killing the tyrant, and not leaving that girl to die, too. I'm not sure that I would have done the same as a sleeper." Rain looked away, feeling a little embarrassed. "Thank you. Anyway, I was never really a sleeper." "That would have been embarrassing, I'm way too old to be one." After that, neither of them spoke for a while. Eventually, Rain asked. "So, what now?" Her teacher sighed. "That is up to you. Now that you have awakened, we have more options. You are not a prisoner of the Song domain anymore, so, if you want, I can take you to safety, to wait out this entire mess." She faced him, not saying anything. He chuckled. "What? I have nice places to take my student to as well, you know." Rain smiled faintly. "Says the man who has lived in my shadow for 4 years. The joke was just like countless others she had told in the past, but today, it did not land. She didn't feel it. Rain shook her head. "You know I wanted to awaken because I wanted to be strong. Have I become strong to do nothing, then? Running away and hiding in a safe place sure sounds nice, on the surface. But do you really think that I would want to?" Her teacher sighed. "No, not really." He hesitated. "So what do you want to do?" Rain remained silent for a long while. "Tamar told me to consult the person who had guided me to awakening. Before trying to do anything." "So, what? Was she right? Will I be silenced if I try to share my knowledge with the world?" He walked over to the window and looked outside, his silhouette almost indistinguishable from the shadows. "Well, that kid has some sense." What she tried to tell you was a bit too dramatic and extreme, but fundamentally, she is right. Of course, there are ways to go about it. You won't be able to offer this knowledge to the world freely, but the sovereigns will not discard it, either. After all, it is another tool they can use. So, as long as you are willing to let them use it as they see fit, and are ready to accept that it will only ever be used sparingly, I can arrange that. He turned around and smiled. Alternatively, you can entrust it to me. Your friend said that this knowledge should not be shared while you are weak and lack backing. However, she is wrong about one thing. You do not lack backing, Rain, since you have me. I might not be capable enough to stand against the sovereigns, just yet, but I'm more than capable enough to disseminate information without being caught by them. Rain frowned. What would be the point, though? You might be able to avoid them, but people who receive the knowledge from you won't be. So, the royal clans will just suppress them instead of me. Even if they fail to uproot the knowledge entirely, there will be countless victims. That is not what I want. Her teacher grinned. Smart girl. Well, actually, that is all beside the point. In truth, you don't really need to hide that knowledge for long. She raised an eyebrow, confused. I don't? He nodded. I'd say, by the end of this war, all your concerns will become moot. Or, well, we'll have bigger problems to solve at the very least. So, keep your secret safe until the war is over. Who knows, the situation might change entirely by then. His voice grew a little lighter. In the meantime, work on becoming a master. Maybe find a way to manifest a flaw and an aspect. Right, now that you have a soul core, we will have to teach you how to enter your soul sea. Rain listened to him with a smile. At some point, she said. Teacher. He paused. What? Rain remained silent for a moment, then said quietly. I am going to participate in the war. For the first time in a long while, he seemed a little rattled. What kind of, have you lost your mind? She shook her head slowly. No. Actually. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Rain sighed. Tamar said that I am naive, and I know you think that way, too. But I am not. Yes, I tend to assume the best of people, even if some of them don't deserve it. But I am not a fool. He blinked a couple of times. Assuming the best of people who don't deserve it is pretty much the definition of being naive. She looked at her soft hands, illuminated gently by the moonlight. In any case, the sword domain is going to declare war on the song domain. If the King of Swords wins, then, an occupation will follow. I can't just sit on the sidelines and watch without doing anything. He pursed his lips. What, do you think that the Queen is any better? Valor might end up being the ones who initiate the war, but make no mistake. Clan Song wants it just as badly. More than that, what will change if one sovereign replaces the other? Isn't it all the same for the simple people who live in the Song domain? Not to mention that you don't belong to that domain, to begin with. You are from a government family. Rain looked at him somberly. A government family? Sure, I am. But, teacher, for how much longer will the government exist? Once there is only one royal clan instead of two, do you really think that they will allow an independent power to remain without submitting to their rule? Neutrality will become a myth, by then. And anyone who did not join the right side in the war will be branded as a sinner. That includes government families like mine. He lingered for a moment. I'm not sure about how much longevity the government has left, but you are right. The winner will certainly consolidate their power. She shook her head. And yes, it matters which sovereign rules the Song domain. The royal clans might seem the same to you, but do you really think that the King of Swords, who is synonymous with Bastion, will treat Ravenheart the same as his ancestral home? That he won't siphon resources from the conquered lands to feed the central regions? More than that, by the end of the war, many people would have died. Citizens of the losing domain will be occupied by the people who have killed their brothers, sisters, parents, and children on the battlefield. It won't be a peaceful process. Her teacher sighed. Well, you are right. The King of Swords might certainly do something like that. And there will be some tension, and therefore some measures of suppression. Rain smiled bitterly. And lastly, I do believe that both sides want the war. But, teacher, the people I know are in the Song domain. Tamar and her clan. The porters from the survey team. The road managed who went out of his way to help me make more money while staying safe. The merchants who used to buy the materials I harvested. Our neighbors in Ravenheart, who brought us food when we arrived from NQSC. Young awakened guards who welcomed me back from the hunts. And so many more. They are all good people. These are the people I know, and they are the ones who will suffer if the Song domain falls to the army of Clan Valor. So. She looked away. I can't claim any sort of moral superiority by choosing to fight for the Queen, but I can't step back and do nothing, either. Rain took a deep breath and looked at her teacher resolutely. So I'll do what I can. Little as it may be. He stared at her for a long time, not saying anything. Before, she could see a hint of his expression, but now, his face was entirely shrouded in darkness. Rain suddenly felt nervous. She had never seriously angered her teacher before, did she do it now? Eventually, though, he let out a long sigh and said in a grumpy voice. You're not making my job easier, you know that? Bah. What a troublesome student. Her teacher shook his head in dejection. But. I sort of expected that to happen. He cursed. What can I say? I guess we are joining the army of Clan Song. Why the hell not? One side, two sides, three sides, at this point, what's the difference? Chapter 1833 Honesty is the best policy plus, turn off reset. Days before, Sunny had been left alone on a peaceful beach. He just stood there motionlessly for a while, holding Neff's dress awkwardly and not knowing what to do with it. Was he supposed to just leave it here? Or return it? What would that scene even look like? Simply imagining it was a little terrifying. Here, your dress. You left it behind the last time. His face slowly turned a beautiful shade of pink. Eventually, Sunny sighed, folded the dress gently, and put it down. He put his own clothes back on, summoned the nebulous mantle, then briefly rinsed the dirty plates in the river and placed it all back into the picnic basket. He placed the blanket there, as well, and finally put the folded dress on top of it. By then, the velvet sky was illuminated by a scattering of bright stars, and the world was bathed in moonlight. He pushed the boat into the water and jumped inside. Rowing it upstream was not as effortless as it had been to drift downstream, not to mention that he was all alone now. His side felt chilly. Moving the oars and looking at the moon, Sunny let out another sigh. Well, it had to be done. He considered just using Shadow Step to return to Bastion, but then abandoned that idea. After all, that aspect ability belonged to the Lord of Shadows, not to Master Sunless, and although he had told Nephice the truth, these two were entirely different people as far as the rest of the world was concerned. Sunny wasn't quite sure how much longer Master Sunless would be able to exist, and what role the humble shopkeeper would play, but he still wanted to remain cautious. It was not time to abandon that persona yet, hopefully, such a time would never come. Listening to the soothing sounds of the river, he slowly savored the memories of today. Seeing Nephice descend from the sky like a celestial fairy. Witnessing her easy smile at the docks. Rowing the boat side by side with her, pressed tightly against each other. Listening to her laugh as she dove into the water. Sunlight reflecting from the surface of the river as she splashed him, standing near the shore in her tantalizing bathing suit. And the rest. Maybe I could have handled it better? He probably could have, but she had caught him by surprise with her somewhat believable, but entirely mistaken theory of who Master Sunless really was. Remembering Neff's subtly smug expression, Sunny couldn't help but laugh quietly. Oh, what will I do with her? In any case, he had got his point across. He confessed his secret identity, made sure to explain that deceiving her had not been his intention, and expressed the sincerity of his feelings. The rest was up to Nephice. And speaking of Nephice, Sunny hesitated for a few moments, and then asked silently, "Cassie? Are you listening?" There was a stretch of silence, and then, her calm voice resounded in his mind. "I am." Sunny froze, then cleared his throat in embarrassment. "Come to think of it, I sort of threw Cassie under the bus, didn't?" "Well, better not mention it. Ever." Sunny pretended not to remember doing anything of the sort and asked, "I assume you witnessed everything?" She didn't deny it. "I did. For what it's worth. I think you did a good job. It was the right decision." Sunny exhaled slowly. "I hope it was. But..." However, before he could finish the sentence, Cassie suddenly interrupted him, which was a bit strange, since it was not at all like her. "OL." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter?" There was a long stretch of silence, and then Cassie spoke again, her voice sounding a little strange. "Oh my." Sunny frowned. "Is something wrong?" This time, her response came almost immediately. "No, of course not. I just, sorry. Can't speak right now." With that, Cassie's voice grew silent, and she did not respond again. Sunny continued to row the boat upstream in bewilderment. After a while, thinking about something, he winced. "Ah. I hope she survives." Far away, on a tranquil heavenly island, an ivory pagoda seemed to shimmer with reflected moonlight. On one of its higher levels, a delicate young woman was sitting behind the desk, tracing her fingers across a parchment. Her lovely face was enchantingly beautiful, and her long hair was like a cascade of pale gold. At that moment, the young woman turned her head to the white stone of the chamber's outer wall. Her expression changed slightly. "Oh." In the next moment, something crashed into the island with a resounding boom. Cassie slowly rose from behind her desk. Oh my." Then, she walked out from behind the desk and faced the door. Her movements were poised and elegant, but also, seemed a little nervous, for some reason. She frowned slightly. I'm sure it'll be fine." Sunny's voice resounded in her mind. "Is something wrong?" Cassie hesitated for a moment. "No. Of course not." But then, the door flew open with a bang, and a tall figure appeared on the threshold, clad in an intricate suit of enchanted armor. Cassie gulped. "Neph. When did you get BA?" Nephice was already inside, the door slamming shut behind her. "Why didn't you tell me?" Her face was flushed, and her usually calm eyes were full of scathing intensity. Cassie lingered for a moment. "Tell you what?" Neph was approaching her with wide strides. Her office, sadly, wasn't that large. "Don't give me that. I know that you saw everything." Everything." Cassie made her best effort to flutter her eyelashes innocently. Unfortunately, her eyes were hidden behind a blindfold, so it had no effect. She tilted her head in a flawless imitation of a confused lack of understanding, and said, "How could I have seen anything? I'm blind." Her tone was soft and elegant. To illustrate her argument, she pointed at the blindfold. Instead of answering, Neph lunged at her. Cassie made her best effort to hold in a frightened squeal and evaded the grab with a graceful step. It wasn't that hard to do, since her awakened ability warned her of danger in advance. Luckily, Nephice was not using her full titanic speed. Otherwise, Cassie might not have been able to escape even with the forewarning. Now wait a minute, Neph. I can explain." "Sure you can. Stop dodging and come here, then. I'll let you explain." I'd rather not." Too late. Something crashed loudly inside the office. "No, but when did you get so slippery?" "I'm not slippery. I'm adroit and graceful." "Oh yes you are, for now." "No, wait." There was another loud crash. "Ah. Stop breaking my furniture." I'll buy you a new desk. That's not the point. Come here, or I'll buy you a new shelf, too. The fire keepers, who had gathered on the lower level of the ivory tower in frightful silence, looked at each other. Eventually, one of them said, "We didn't hear anything. Right?" Another nodded. "Of course. In fact, I am currently asleep in my cabin on the chain breaker. I was never even here. I am actually in the waking world right now. I think my flaw made me deaf." There were a few moments of silence. "Let's just go, before she decides to buy a new door, too." With that, they quietly dispersed. Chapter 1834. As simple as that, plus, turn off reset. Some time later, Cassie's office was a mess. The actual damage wasn't that severe, but there were parchments and sheets of paper scattered everywhere. The two young women were sitting on the floor, breathing heavily. Cassie's blindfold was a little crooked. Nephi glared at her for a while, then groaned and hid her face between her knees. Eventually, her muffled voice resounded in the stone chamber. I forgot to retrieve my damn dress." Hearing that, Cassie livened up a little, as if feeling a chance to redeem herself. "Oh. Don't worry." He picked it up. Instead of answering, Nephi slowly raised her hands and silently grabbed her head. After a few moments of silence, she said, "When is the war starting?" "Let's go to war, gas." The blind seer smiled. "Of course. I'll go with you." She paused for a moment, then added softly, "But honestly, I don't know why you are reacting so strongly." Nephi raised her head and looked at the other young woman in astonishment. "Why?" "I'm embarrassed." "Embarrassed?" "I'm so embarrassed that I want to fall through the earth." Cassie smiled slightly. "Really? Well, embarrassed is better than angry, I think." She paused for a moment, then asked cautiously, "Are you disappointed?" Nephi remained silent for a while, then sighed and leaned tiredly on the wall. "No. Yes? Maybe." She gritted her teeth. "I am disappointed, but I am also excited." I don't know." She hesitated for a while. "I liked many things about Master Sunless, and some of those things were how soft and safe he was. Unlike me, and everything around me. I'm sad that these qualities of him were a deception." Nephi frowned. "But then, they weren't, really? The man I've come to know, and like, is not an illusion. It's just that I've only been exposed to a part of him. That part is still real, though, it's so confusing." Her voice grew a little heated. "And then there is his other part. The Lord of Shadows. He is someone I appreciate. Someone whom I might have wondered about, what would it be like, if he stood by my side." That was a nice thought. She leaned her head on the wall. "So do I think that I lost something? Did I unexpectedly gain the best of the both worlds? Or is it both? I'm confused." Then, Nephi hid her face in her knees again and let out another groan. "But that is not even what matters." Cassie, who had been listening to her tirade silently, raised an eyebrow. There were very few people in the world that Nephi felt comfortable with enough to let herself be so open and frank. In fact, there was probably no one except for Cassie, so she did not want to interrupt. But now, she had to. "It's not? What matters, then?" Nephi raised her head and glared at her silently. After a while, she opened her mouth and said, It's just, is not how it was supposed to be." Cassie touched her hair awkwardly. "How was it supposed to be?" Nephi let out a heavy sigh. "I just thought that I will spend some time with Master Sunless and try to enjoy myself. Maybe something would come out of it, and maybe not. In any case, it was supposed to be a timed entanglement. Soon enough, before anything too serious might have happened, I would have left Bastion and gone to war. And then, by the time it was over, a year or several years later, I would have been able to decide what to do then." She looked at Cassie intently. Do you see the problem here, Cass? There is no then anymore. Because even if I leave Bastion, he'll still be with me. Cassie pretended to study her expression. She wished dearly to be able to see Neff's face right now, but she couldn't. It was just the two of them in the room, so she could only see herself. Eventually, Cassie chuckled lightly. I see. She took a deep breath and lingered for a while. Actually, I knew that Master Sunless and the Lord of Shadows were the same person for a while now. I trusted that he had no ill intentions toward you, and he asked me to keep his secret until he found an opportunity to tell you himself. That was why I kept quiet. But, honestly, I wanted you to enjoy yourself, as well. I knew that you would go into the changing star of the immortal flame mode as soon as you learned that he was a powerful saint. You tend to forget that you are a human, too, Neff. And humans need repose, sometimes. Cassie paused, the light smile disappearing from her lips. There were some other reasons, as well, but there is no point in talking about it. In any case, he promised me that he would tell you before the war, and now, he did. So, that secret is in the open. Cassie remained silent for a while, and then sighed. So, you need to make a decision now. Nephice looked at her somberly. Eventually, she asked in a quiet tone. But how do I decide what to do? You know that I am not good with these things. Feelings, bonds, and distractions. Cassie couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I know, the fact that you used the word distractions is proof enough. But, actually, it is very simple. I'll help you make the right decision. Nephice looked at her with subtle hope. Cassie spoke softly. Follow my lead. Close your eyes. Now, imagine meeting Master Sunless tomorrow, and telling him that whatever there is between you two cannot continue, and you are ending it immediately. That you will be nothing but colleagues in the future, fighting side by side as allies. And nothing more. Nephice followed her advice. Cassie could not see, but she felt her friend's shoulder slump a little. She smiled. How does it feel? Nephice remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said with a hint of reluctance in her voice. Terrible. Cassie sighed in satisfaction. Then, don't do that. Instead, do the opposite. There, it's as simple as that. Nephice opened her eyes and looked at the blind seer silently. Her expression must have been a little startled. Cassie shrugged with a smile. Feelings, bonds, and distractions are not that complicated. Haven't you been studying passions recently? Just follow your passion, and things will work out. Even if they don't, you won't regret making the effort. The only thing you'll regret is never giving it your best. Nephice blinked a couple of times, staring at her strangely. Cassie frowned. What? Her friend shook her head. No, nothing. It's just that, how are you so good at this? You've never had a boyfriend, either. Cassie faced her with an expression of horror. What? What do you mean, never had a boyfriend? I was very popular in school, you know. Nephice raised an eyebrow. Sure. But did you have a boyfriend? Cassie opened her mouth. That's beside the point. And, by the way, when are you going to buy me a new desk? Nephice rose to her feet, patted down her armor, and headed for the door. No, really. I need a desk. Neff paused at the threshold, looked back for a moment, and said before disappearing in a subtly rushed manner. I mean, you are in charge of finances. Put a request for a new desk, on my behalf, anyway, see you later. I think I know what to do now. A moment later, her receding voice resounded from the corridor. Good night. Sunny reached Bastion in the dead of night. He tied the boat to the pier, climbed ashore, and walked slowly in the direction of the brilliant emporium. There was a lot on his mind, so he was not in a hurry to get home. Eventually, though, he did. The marvelous mimic opened its door unprompted to welcome him back. It even retracted the terrifying fangs, which were usually out at night, back inside the door frame. Sunny patted the lintel, walked into the dining hall absent-mindedly, placed the picnic basket on a table, and sighed. He was a bit tired, but doubted that he would be able to sleep tonight. And indeed, Sunny wasn't able to douse the flames blazing in his mind for a long time. He tossed and turned in the bed, only falling asleep shortly before dawn. As a result, he overslept, only waking up from the sounds of Aiko entering the shop. Since his petite assistant had showed up for work, the morning crowd wasn't far behind, either. Sunny sat up and rubbed his face, then went about washing up for the long day ahead. Will she come? He figured that Nephi's would need a long time to sort her feelings out, but still put extra effort into making himself look presentable on the off chance that she would not. Aiko's voice resounded from downstairs while he was in the middle of his routine. Hey, boss. What should I do with the basket? Sunny swept his wet hair back and responded casually. There are some dirty dishes inside. Give them a rinse. He washed them in the river yesterday, but everything still needed to be cleaned properly. Sunny continued to get himself ready. There were no mirrors inside the mimic, so he used the gloomy shadow to look at himself instead. Needless to say, the shadow was not amused by having to stare at his mug first thing in the morning, or ever, really. That guy never changes. It was then that Sunny froze, opened his eyes wide, then dashed down while summoning the nebulous mantle. N0, Aiko. Wait. But it was too late. The petite girl was standing in the kitchen, the picnic basket floating in the air by her side. It was open, and Aiko was holding a beautiful white dress in her hands. Sunny grew still. That. She looked at him with wide eyes and asked in a small voice. Boss, why did you bring a girl's dress back from your picnic? Sunny stammered. It's not what you think. I didn't do anything. She just ran off, without her dress, it happened that way. Aiko stared at the dress silently. Then, a small frown appeared on her face. Wait a minute, these measurements. In the next moment, she was standing next to Sunny, poking him in the chest with a finger. That is Changing Star's dress. You debaucherous scoundrel. What did you do to Nephi's? Sunny softened the onyx shell, afraid that Aiko would bruise her finger, and pretended to reel back from her jabs. I didn't do anything. We were just escaping the heat in the river, and what do you mean, scoundrel? Weren't you the one who encouraged me to strike while the iron was hot? When did I ever? Ouch. I don't remember. But you definitely did. It was then that the silver bell hanging above the door rang, and they both froze. Someone was standing at the entrance, looking at them calmly. Tasteful white clothes, beautiful figure, lustrous silver hair. Sunny's heart skipped a beat. It was Nephi's. She lowered her gaze and looked at the dress, which Aiko was still holding in her hand. Nephi smiled politely. Oh. I've been looking for that. Walking into the kitchen, she took it from the petite girl's hand and looked at Sunny with sparkling eyes. Thank you for picking it up, Master Sunless. He inhaled slowly. Why, yes. Sure. Why was she acting so nonchalant? What was she thinking? Did she come here to condemn me, or to embrace me? He gulped and asked cautiously. I hope everything is fine. After what happened yesterday. Nephi nodded curtly. It's fine. Then, she frowned a bit and mumbled quietly. No, actually, now that I think about it, after what happened last night, I'll need to replace some furniture. Sunny flinched. What? At the same time, Aiko's eyes widened even more. What? Nephi looked at them in confusion. Oh. Sorry. I was just talking to myself. She paused for a moment, noticing their expressions, and then added hesitantly. Did I say something wrong again? Eventually, Sunny managed to leave stunned Aiko behind and lead Nephi to somewhere more private. And now that they were there, he was silently cursing himself. No, but, am I an idiot? Why didn't I go downstairs, to the memory shop? why did I bring her upstairs instead? Currently, there were, in his bedroom. While Sunny was berating himself, Nephi's looked around with curiosity. Is that where you sleep? This version of you, I mean. Sunny forced out a smile. Ah yes. At least one incarnation of me has to, from time to time. The others don't sleep, but since I am supposed to be the most human one, I do. He silently evaluated his bedroom and thanked the dead gods for the habit of always making his bed first thing in the morning. The room was clean and cozy, with a beautiful view of the mirror lake beyond the window. The castle was bathed in the golden light of dawn, and there, above it, the ivory island was shrouded by clouds. Nephi stared at his bed for a few moments, as if trying to remember something, then turned away and looked out of the window. A hint of a smile appeared on her lips. I think I can see my window from here. Sunny would lie if he said that he had not spent plenty of time staring at the distant silhouette of the ivory tower, so he kept silent. Instead, he gestured to a few items decorating his room. These are some curios that I collected in the dream realm over the years. They are nothing much. But exploring the past is one of my hobbies. Nephi studied them for a while, then turned to face him and said simply. I know. Sunny raised an eyebrow. You know? She hesitated for a few moments. The exploration report on the tomb of Ariel, written by nobody. You are nobody, aren't you? He was startled by that question. It had come out of nowhere, completely crushing his expectations of what she wanted to talk about, both the best and the worst of them. Sunny remained silent until the pain of the flaw made it difficult, and then nodded slowly, choosing not to say anything else. The more he said, the higher were the chances of her asking him something that he was unable to answer. Nephi sighed, then explained calmly. I started to suspect it after meeting the Lord of Shadows for the first time. You, were too strong to have come out of nowhere. A saint as powerful as that simply had to have left a mark on the world. And when I asked who had taught you my family's swordsmanship, you answered that nobody had. I did not note it initially, but later, something seemed to click in my mind. She paused for a few moments, took a deep breath, and then spoke. The memories of everyone who had entered the third nightmare with me are affected. We don't really know every detail of what happened here. But there, in Godgrave, I guessed something. Nephi paused before adding. The tomb of Ariel. You were. However, before she could form the question, Sunny interrupted her by raising his hand. There was a complicated expression on his face. Inside, he was full of intense happiness at the thought of Nephi knowing that they had challenged the third nightmare together. It was not exactly the same as remembering him, but it was something, at least. Something infinitely more meaningful than the nothingness of his current situation. But he also knew that she would not be able to remember his answer. And, unlike Cassie, who was able to retain the memory of having forgotten something due to her aspect, Nephi would not be able to do even that. So, instead of confessing the truth, Sunny said quietly. Before you say anything else, I must confess something. There are certain things that my flaw prevents me from sharing. So, please, some words are better left unsaid. Nephi studied him intently for a while, then let out a heavy sigh. I see. I think I understand. She turned away and smiled faintly. That explains it. Why Cassie put so much trust in you. And why her condition has improved so suddenly. Sunny turned away quietly. Had misled her with his warning. But it seemed that his deception had led her to the right conclusions, at least. Nephi looked at the distant ivory island again. I won't say that I am not disappointed. But if this is how it is, I won't ask, then. Her back was very straight. After a while, Sunny heard her even voice again. I will ask you something else, though. Sunless. He took a deep breath, suddenly feeling nervous. This was the moment of truth. How ironic. What? Nephi turned around and smiled. Her voice was calm and even. I'm leaving Bastion in 7 days. So, will you take me on another date? In Godgrave. Sunny looked at her breathlessly. Suddenly bashful, Nephice glanced down. I know that it is not the most romantic location. But he interrupted her again. Breaking into a smile, Sunny nodded. Yes. Yes, I will. I'll be delighted to. He paused for a moment, and then added. In fact, I have no choice but to follow you to Godgrave, Nephice. She hesitantly raised her eyebrow. You don't? Chuckling, Sunny nodded. Of course. He took a step forward and offered her his hand. After all, I am still contractually obligated to forge that sword for you. How can I leave your side before it's finished? She smiled. And took it. And that was it. Their strange, tentative relationship had not ended despite the many secrets they were keeping, the heavy burden of the forgotten past, and the dark shadow of the imminent war. It was going to continue tenaciously despite the uncertain future. Which made both of them happy. Sunny, at least, felt incredible joy. It was both strange and wonderful. The circumstances couldn't be any worse, the timing was absolutely atrocious, as well. But when had it not been? In hindsight, there had always been something standing between them. Neither Sunny nor Nephice had any time to think about their feelings on the forgotten shore. Then, they were separated for 2 long years. After Nephice returned, they only spent a month together before he left for Antarctica. And after Antarctica, he was forgotten by everyone, including her. They had only had a few fleeting moments to be together in peace, in the depths of the third nightmare. So, strangely enough, despite having known her for almost 10 years, this was the first time Sunny had enough maturity to not only know what he wanted, but also be able to express his feelings. So what if the timing was terrible, and there was a war approaching? If he decided to wait for a good moment to act on his desires, he would have had to wait forever. After talking some more, he showed Nephice out and returned to the brilliant emporium while whistling an upbeat melody. However, once he was inside, he was met by Aiko's chilly gaze. What are you so happy about? Sunny grinned and suppressed the desire to pinch her cheeks. Instead, he said happily. I just agreed to follow Lady Nephice to war. The petite girl glared at him silently. There's going to be a war? Sunny nodded. Oh, right. You didn't know. Yeah, there is. Aiko kept silent for a while, then let out a long sigh and sat down. And you're going with Nephice to that war? He gave her a carefree shrug. It seems so. Aiko sighed again, then covered her face with both hands and groaned. Gods, not again. Why does this keep happening to me? No, really, why? Sunny looked at her guiltily, then walked over and patted the petite girl on the head. His voice sounded bright. Aiko, don't worry too much. It's going to be fine. Let me ask you something. When she looked up at him with teary eyes, he grinned and asked cheerfully. Have you heard about the wonderful world of war profiteering? Chapter 1837, Part of Life. A few days later, Sunny dove into the cold waters of the Mirror Lake while the full moon slowly climbed the lightless sky. It was the last full moon before the Great War between the two domains set both worlds aflame, and therefore, the last chance he had to meet Cassie in the ruined stronghold of a dead demon. Infiltrating the true bastion unnoticed was still somewhat difficult. However, Sunny was tense for an entirely different reason. Rain, that girl is really committed to making my life overly exciting, isn't she? It was shortly before his sister expressed her determination to participate in the domain war on the side of Queen Song. Which wasn't really a big surprise to Sunny, who knew Rain well enough to guess that she would not stay idle. She was too compassionate and not nearly jaded enough to let her neighbors be bullied without trying to do something about it, no matter how small her contribution would be, in the grand scheme of things. So, he wasn't that angry. In fact, he was happy to see that she still retained this kind of innocence. He was also a little proud to know that she had this kind of integrity, something that he had always lacked, and only barely found in Antarctica before losing it all over again. But still, What brother wanted to see his little sister put herself in danger? Honestly, Sunny wanted nothing more than to whisk her to the nameless temple and keep her under lock until everything was over. No. The nameless temple wasn't safe enough, considering what role it was supposed to play. Nowhere was really safe anymore, and nothing would be really over for a long while. However, the main reason Sunny had not tried to dissuade Rain from joining the war was that she had to make her own choices, earn her own triumphs, and suffer from her own mistakes in order to learn and grow. No matter how much he worried about her safety, he would never want to become someone who stifled her growth with overbearing care instead of aiding it. That would only be a disservice, especially for someone as bright and dauntless as Rain was. Plus, so what if she was going to war? It would be a little tricky, without a doubt, but Sunny was quite confident in his ability to keep her alive even in the middle of a battlefield. Who was there among the champions of song and valor whom he couldn't handle? Well, alright, there were the sovereigns, but he could at least run away from them safely. So, this war could very well become a harsh, but indispensable opportunity for her to mature and grow stronger, both in terms of ability and mentality. It was the latter part that Sunny was worried about. Not because he thought that Rain couldn't handle it, but because he knew that she would be left with invisible scars even if she did. Scars were a part of life as well, though. They were a part of growth. I don't know. In any case, there was nothing he could do about it now. So, Sunny tried to forget his worries and concentrate on the task at hand. Cassie was waiting for him near the collapsed tower, her beautiful hair glistening in moonlight like pale gold. She was in one piece, and seemingly alive. There were no visible bruises anywhere, either. So, Sunny felt a little less guilty about exposing her to Nef's wrath. I'll make it up to her later, somehow. Rising from the water, he climbed onto the remains of the fallen tower. Hey, Cassie. Cassie smiled faintly. Hey, Sunny. It was still strange, and heartwarming, to hear someone call him by his name. Sunny enjoyed the feeling and looked at the crumbling walls of the ruined fortress. They seemed even more deserted than before. He raised an eyebrow. I don't see any knights on the walls. She nodded. There was no call for the vassals to assemble their armies, yet, but the royal clan has already started to move its forces. Most of the knights and paladins are heading north. Awakened soldiers, too. It is hard to notice on the streets of the false bastion, but here, their absence can be felt. Cassie hesitated for a few moments. The king is still here, though. So we need to be careful. He offered her his hand without wasting any time, then pulled them both into the mirror maze. Once they were in the familiar stone chamber, Sunny let go of Cassie's hand, summoned the shadow lantern, and said, I am glad that you are okay, and I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult situation. Well, I am sure that Nephi's was her usual composed and restrained self. But still. The two of you must have had a heated conversation. Cassie faced him, and for a moment, there was a strange expression on her face. Oh, yes. Indeed. She was her usual, composed self. With that, she turned to the door and smiled. It's all right. I was actually glad to see her a little flustered. You did a fine job, by the way. Telling her. Now that this obstacle is behind the two of you, the future seems a little brighter. Sunny sighed quietly. I hope so, too. But, to tell you the truth, I am as worried and apprehensive about it as I am relieved and elated. There are things I simply can't tell her, after all. Can we really be together when we can't even be honest with each other? I am worried. Cassie smiled. Of course, you can. Honesty is important, but it is also overrated. If people were entirely honest with each other, there would have been no romance in the world. What do you think a relationship is? At the start, everyone hides their true selves and only shows the other person their best side. And by the time two people come together, even if some details remain hidden, the important truths shine through. I think you showed her the important truth splendidly. Sunny stared at her silently for a while. It was strange, but after hearing her words, he suddenly felt a lot better. Sensing his reaction, Cassie raised an eyebrow. What? He shook his head. Nothing, really. It's just that, how are you so good at giving advice? You've never been in a relationship before, yourself. It's weird. Cassie seemed mortified. Who said that I've never? Sunny gave her a dubious look. Please. The young woman remained motionless for a few moments, then slowly turned her back to him. Her voice sounded a little irked. Unbelievable, that's 2 times in a week, now. Soon, a tide of shadows swallowed the mirror maze, and they continued their meticulous exploration. Sunny did not really hope to reveal the secret of the maze tonight. In fact, by now, he was starting to suspect that he would never be able to reach its heart that way, simply because what he was doing was inherently wrong. It was impossible to reach the tomb of Ariel no matter how long one marched across the nightmare desert, at least during the day. He believed that the only way to approach the Great Pyramid was to brave the Sea of Dunes at night, when it was the most dangerous. Similarly, there must have been some trick to traversing the labyrinth of mirrors. Perhaps by drowning the maze in shadows and neutering its mirror walls, Sunny was preventing himself from making any progress. He sighed. Behind him, Cassie hesitated for a few moments, and then said quietly. That girl in the song domain. Sunny glanced back with a neutral expression, knowing what she wanted, but couldn't ask. She is someone precious. The blind seer remained silent for a while. Eventually, she smiled and said with a hint of wonder in her voice. It is funny, isn't it? The entire world is frozen in fear and anticipation of a great war that will shape history. And yet, no one is aware that something no less important has happened in the desolate wilderness of the dream realm, witnessed by nobody except for a young legacy girl, you, and me. A human of the waking world awakening without being cursed by the nightmare spell. Your achievement is remarkable. A pale smile appeared on Sunny's lips, as well. Funny? It is a bit funny, I guess. Her remained silent for a few moments, and then added. However, this achievement can only become important in the future. She can only make a difference in the future. Right now, it is up to people like us, you, me, and Nephi's, to make sure that there is a future for people like her to make history. His smile turned a little bittersweet. In fact, if there is a future, I hope that what we did becomes all but forgotten, and only what they did is remembered. Such a wish is quite ironic coming from someone like me, isn't it? Cassie chuckled. It is, especially when expressed to someone like me. Although, I must say, I doubt that there is someone like you or me out there. Or will ever be again. Sunny couldn't help but laugh quietly. Gods. I hope not. It would be quite sad if someone in the future had to suffer like him, and was forced to do the same terrible things that he had done or was yet to do. Still, just then, they made another turn, and froze. His eyes widened. I'll be damned. Sunny had not expected to discover anything in the mirror maze tonight, but, unexpectedly, he did. Out there in front of them, the narrow corridor opened into a vast hall. The mirror walls that had been pressing down on them expanded, disappearing into the distance. The floor of the underground chamber was sloping downward like a bowl, and the ceiling was out of sight. The spherical hall was so vast that Sunny could not see the other end of it. In fact, he couldn't see anything, as if something was obscuring his vision. His shadow sense was similarly suppressed. All he could feel was that the hall was enormous, ancient, and dangerous. Sunny's instincts were screaming that he needed to retreat. This sense of dire danger reminded him of the worst horrors he had experienced in his life. Then, there was a sound in the darkness. Chilled to the bone, Sunny looked down and felt something that did not make any sense, and yet filled him with a sense of terror. A wave of cold water rolled over the floor and licked his boots, pieces of ice drifting in the foam, then receded, as if he was standing on the shore of a freezing ocean. Then, there was another sound. The rustle of countless leaves and the creaking of enormous branches. Wisps of mist drifted in the darkness, brushing against his skin like cold tendrils. The ghastly smell of the outskirts assaulted his nose. Before anything happened, Sunny grabbed Cassie and pulled her back into the corridor. Then, feeling that it was not enough, he stepped through the shadows and brought them back to the stone chamber. Letting go of the blind seer, he leaned on the wall heavily. His vision returned. Both of them were deathly pale and trembling. What the hell was that? Cassie's voice was subdued. Sunny forced himself to calm down and let out a stifled laugh. It wasn't easy to scare two saints, and yet, here they were. The demon of imagination, damn. Cassie raised her eyebrow. What do you mean? Sunny slowly straightened his back and brushed his hair back. This castle was created by the demon of imagination once, wasn't it? So, there have to be traces of her power left here. The mirrors are one such relic. The hall we found. I think it is another. The blind seer frowned. The icy water, the rustle of countless leaves, the mist, what do they have to do with the demon of imagination? Sunny slowly shook his head. Nothing. But, when we entered the hall, I felt a sense of danger, and couldn't help but remember some of the most harrowing encounters of my life. And so. He hesitated for a few moments, struggling to believe in the theory that had formed in his mind. Eventually, though, Sunny finished his thought in a low tone. And so, the hall made them real. Cassie's face paled. You mean to say that place can make what we fear into reality? Sunny lingered for a while, then shook his head again. No, if I am right, then it is not what we fear. He shivered, and he added in a somber tone. It's what we imagine. Come to think of it, he must have gone blind there because of Cassie. Damn demons. What did every one of them have to be scarier than the next? Cassie seemed a little shocked by his suggestion, too. She hesitated for a while, then asked in a small voice. Then, do you want to go try again? There is still time before dawn. Sunny laughed. Are you crazy? Just think about what is hidden there, in our heads. Let's not even mention that one of us might accidentally think about having their limbs severed or skin peeled off. Can you control your thoughts completely? What if you imagine that cursed tyrant, condemnation? What if you think about the forgotten god? He took a deep breath. I knew that there would be some kind of challenge at the heart of the mirror maze. But this is beyond what I have imagined. Pun intended. Conquering that hall is a lethal task, even for us. No, especially for us. Because we have seen too much, and remember too much. It definitely wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day. If he wanted to reach the heart of the Hall of Imagination, he would need to prepare thoroughly. Sadly, there was no time. Sunny looked at the door of the stone chamber with regret, and then sighed. It doesn't matter. I had a small hope of finding what I seek here before the war, but I can find it after we win, too. By then, there will be no King of Swords and no clan valor. I won't need to hide in the darkness and come here only once a month. So. I will return to this eerie place then. With that, Sunny offered Cassie his hand and forced out a smile. Let's leave, for now. There is a lot I have to do in these next few days. It was true. Because these would be the last days of peace. Chapter 1839, Last Days of Peace. Pale sunshine poured through the open window, and a gentle breeze made the curtains flutter. Sunny opened his eyes slowly, laying comfortably in his opulent bed. The subtle sounds of the city waking up washed over him, bright and lively on this peaceful morning. He yawned, then slowly got up. Today was like any other day in Bastion. There were some changes about the mood on the streets of the young city as of late, but mostly, it was the same. The brilliant emporium was also the same, except for one detail. There was a hand-drawn sign standing in front of the entrance. It had been there for the past few days, attracting plenty of attention. The sign said, "Closing soon. Temporarily. Farewell discounts for everyone. Best waffles in 2 worlds." As a result, Sunny had earned quite a lot of coins in the last day or two. The brilliant emporium seemed to have gathered a loyal audience, and the regulars were both sad to see it temporarily close doors and in a hurry to visit it one last time. But today was the last day. Sunny wanted to make it perfect. Reaching the kitchen, he was surprised to see that Ajko was already there. The petite girl usually liked to sleep a lot. If it wasn't for the job, she would have lazed around in bed until noon. But today, she was there before Sunny. He looked at her in surprise. "I'm not seeing things, am I?" She grinned. "Of course not, boss. What are you talking about? I have always been dependable, punctual, and diligent." Sunny looked at her with doubt. "Dependable, punctual, and diligent, do you even know what these words mean?" Aiko nodded energetically. "Of course, boss." He stared at her some more, then sighed. "Well, whatever. Start preparing the ingredients." The petite girl made a fist and floated up a little. "Yes, boss. I love you, boss." He shuddered. Aiko had been like that after realizing how profitable a war could be to an establishment dealing with memories. Her eyes had not stopped sparkling since. Sunny could practically see all kinds of nefarious schemes forming in her twisted little head. At least someone is happy. He manifested an avatar and went about welcoming the first customers. A few familiar faces visited the brilliant emporium that day. Early in the morning, he guided Beth to her usual table and brewed her some coffee. The dark circles under the young woman's eyes were even more pronounced than usual, and she seemed to be partially asleep. Sunny was a little touched that she made time to visit the brilliant emporium on its closing day despite that. "Here's your coffee, Miss Beth. Thank you for coming to say goodbye." She stared at him tiredly, then blinked a couple of times. "Huh? Goodbye?" Sunny hesitated for a moment. "Yes? We are closing today, temporarily." Beth frowned. "Oh, really? I didn't know. I haven't left the lab in a week. No, wait, what day is it today? In 10 days? Sunny looked at her silently, not knowing what to say. His pleasant smile froze a little. She sighed. "Well, it's a shame. I really grew to like this place. Good luck to you, Master Sunless, in whatever it is that you are going to do next." His smile widened a little. "Good luck to you as well, Miss Beth. I really hope that you succeed. But, please, take care of yourself. Your life is precious, too." She sipped her coffee and smiled with a hint of bittersweet sadness in her eyes. "I know. After all, there was someone who paid a great price to save it. So, I have to live well." Shortly after, Sunny served Teacher Julius breakfast and tea. The old man seemed strangely down, looking in the window with a distracted look. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked politely. "Is something bothering you, awakened Julius?" The old man perked up a little. "Ah, Master Sunless. It's nothing much. I'm just feeling old these days. I was born before there was even such a thing as the nightmare spell, you know. A youngster like you might not understand." He looked in the window and sighed. "The world keeps changing, and old fossils like me can't keep up. Maybe it's time for me to retire." Sunny sat down across from him and chuckled. "What are you talking about, awakened Julius? You, of all people, must not retire." Teacher Julius raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Why?" "Right, you probably don't know, but my course has never been very popular. I am usually lucky to get 1 or 2 students to attend. They are always the best students at the academy, of course, but still. It's a bit." Sunny shook his head. "It is because the world is changing that you must never retire. Think about it. Wilderness survival might not have been very in demand before, but it was only useful to a handful of awakened before, as well." He gestured to the quiet street outside. "Now, there are many more awakened out there. There are mundane people living in the dream realm, too. There are roads being built between new cities and trade routes being established. We are not just surviving in the wilderness anymore, we are trying to conquer it." So, experts like you will become more precious than gold very soon. Teacher Julius stared at him with a strange expression for a while. Then, his eyes glistened. You think so? Sunny nodded. Of course. The old man was suddenly full of energy and smiled. No, but you are right. The development of civilization is like a conquest of the wilds. Now that civilization is developing in the dream realm, youngsters like you will need someone with a bit of sense to guide them. I might not have a lot of sense, but I do know a thing or two about the dream realm. Let's see. I just need to change my approach a little. It was the same infectious enthusiasm Sunny was familiar with. Smiling, he quietly left Teacher Julius to contemplate and left to serve other customers. At some point, Kim and Luster entered the dining hall. They seemed a little disheartened to see the brilliant emporium closing its doors. Luster shook Sunny's hand and gripped his shoulder with a strangely emotional look on his face. I think I know why you have no choice but to do it, Master Sunless. Those damned rumors, The young man's eyes were almost glistening with tears. But, for whatever it is worth, I want you to know that, for me, and many others like me, you are a hero. A true hero. Princess Nephice, damn. I admire you so much, Master Sunless. Please, teach me your ways. Kim silently grabbed him by the collar, pulled him back, and gave Sunny an apologetic look. Please ignore my idiot husband, Master Sunless. Luster looked at her, hid a smile, and grumbled. No, I'm just saying. Can't I admire a virtuoso? It's purely academic interest. Sunny coughed, then guided them to a table. As they were sitting down, Luster looked around and asked in confusion. By the way, Kimmy, where's Quentin? She shrugged. He was walking Beth home. So, it will probably be just us two, today. Feeling something stir a little in his heart, Sunny smiled with genuine mirth and walked away to help prepare their food. He put extra effort to make sure that these two enjoyed an unforgettable meal. Later, Sunny heard soft whimpers coming from outside. Opening the door, he saw a peculiar scene. Aiko, who had left some time ago to run an errand, was floating in the air with a panicked expression. Little Ling was hugging her leg tightly, hanging on it like a monkey. Huge tears were falling from the little boy's eyes. No. Auntie Aiko can't leave. Ling won't let her go. Giving up in despair, Aiko stopped trying to float away and awkwardly patted him on the head. It's all right, puppy. I'm not leaving yet. But if you don't let go, I won't be able to walk. Ouch. My leg. Ling's dad finally managed to pull his son off her, hugged him tightly, and gave Sunny a helpless smile. Sorry about that. Nevertheless, little Ling's tears were dried up soon. The boy was fully preoccupied with a bowl of ice cream, but he still insisted on holding Aiko's hand and refusing to let her out of his sight even for a minute. His father sighed. Are you really leaving? Sunny glanced at him, then smiled. Yes. Well, for a while. Hopefully, we'll be back one day. Little Ling's dad looked a little sad. The two of them were on friendly terms and spent quite a bit of time together due to the cooperation between the Beast Farm and the Brilliant Emporium. Chapter 1840, bathed in starlight high in the sky above Bastion, a beautiful island was hovering, shrouded in the veil of clouds. Illuminated by pale starlight, a white pagoda stood upon it, piercing the heaven. Nobody noticed when the flying island started to move. Not only because it was dark, and most of the citizens were already asleep, but also because a perfect illusory copy of the island remained in its place when it did. Due to the attempted assassination of Changing Star, Clan Valor gained leverage over the government. They used some of that leverage to summon Saint Thane, a government transcendent who held power over dreams and illusions, to Bastion. His task was to hide the fact that the Ivory Island had left the sky above Mirror Lake. In truth, it was heading for Godgrave. Before that, however, the flying island made a stop. Descending from the great heights, it reached the shore of the lake and landed on the water. A tall wave rose, flooding a few streets that were closest to the shore for a few moments. Among them was a quiet street where a cozy brick cottage stood. At that moment, something bizarre happened. The cottage stirred, and then rose, revealing countless metal legs that were attached to its bottom. Turning around, it trotted to the shore and then nonchalantly dove into the water. The cottage swam surprisingly well for a brick building. Covering the distance to the island swiftly, then it climbed ashore, shook energetically, and then looked around in confusion. It was as if it was unsure where to plop down. Eventually, the bizarre creature simply lowered itself to the ground where it stood. As soon as it did, the island slowly rose from the water and moved north. Soaring into the sky to hide behind the clouds, it flew above the sleeping city, and left it behind. At that time, the door of the cottage opened, and a young man with alabaster skin and raven, black hair walked out of it. Sunny stepped on the soft soil of the Ivory Island, inhaled deeply, and smiled. What a beautiful sight. Nephice was standing a few steps away, looking at him calmly. She responded to his smile with one of her own. Ivory Island is indeed beautiful at night. Welcome. He looked at her silently for a while, then shook his head softly. I wasn't talking about the island. Neff's eyes widened a little. Oh. She hesitated for a few moments, then looked away in embarrassment and gestured to the dark expanse of emerald grass. Would you like to take a walk? Sunny nodded with a smile. Sure. He offered her his arm, and when she took it, asked quietly. Once we reach Godgrave, where do you want to go? I'm afraid there are no beaches there, but I can still prepare a picnic. Nephice chuckled. We won't reach it for a while. There's plenty of time to decide. They walked silently side by side, eventually reaching the edge of the island. Below, a sea of clouds was shining with reflected starlight. Above, a myriad of stars was burning in the distant sky. Neff's eyes were like two radiant stars, as well. But much more beautiful. She studied the night sky for a while, then sighed. I find myself in doubt, now that we are leaving for war. It happens sometimes, albeit rarely. And I can't really reveal that side of myself to anyone, because my strength is their strength. But I am afraid sometimes, too. Can we really win? Can we really defeat the sovereigns? Even if we do, what then? A fragile smile appeared on her lips. Of course, I always banish these doubts, since I can't afford them. You just caught me before I could steel myself, tonight. Sunny looked at her silently for a while. Eventually, he smiled. Of course, we can win. Of course, we will defeat the sovereigns. And everything that comes after them. Nephice faced him, her ivory face bathed in starlight. Why are you so sure? Sunny chuckled. When he spoke, his voice was calm and confident. Because that is our will. Who dares to stop us? She was standing so close that he could hear her heartbeat, and his own. The stars were shining in the lightless sky, illuminating the world with soft radiance. In that radiance, her lips looked even softer. Only war awaited them ahead. Placing his hands on her shoulders, he gently pulled her in and leaned forward. His heart was beating like a caged beast. When their lips touched gently, it was as though the whole world was engulfed with heat. And Sunny wasn't satisfied with that gentle touch. He was hungry for more. Wrapping his hands around her, he pulled her closer, until their bodies were pressed tightly against each other, with no space for anything except passion between them. Nephi slowly raised her hands and embraced him, as well, responding to his kiss. At the same time, their kiss grew more passionate, as if both had been starving for each other's lips for a long, long time. And, intoxicated by the taste of her, Sunny finally felt complete. Somewhere else, a ruined fortress bathed in the light of a shattered moon. In the remnants of its main keep, a tall dais stood. There was no throne and no altar on the dais. Instead, there was an iron anvil, and a man who stood in front of it, swinging a heavy hammer. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with a lean but mighty physique. Powerful muscles rolled under his glistening skin, and his sweat was evaporating in the unbearable heat of a crucible. His bare torso was painted in shades of vermilion by its angry light. The man had dark hair and a thick, but dignified beard. The expression on his noble face was harsh and austere, and his grey eyes were as cold as tempered steel. There was a sword taking shape under his hammer on the iron anvil. Eventually, the man put the hammer aside and quenched the incandescent blade in water. The reflection on its surface convulsed when it was pierced by the sharp tip, and was then obscured by rising steam. A few moments later, the blacksmith pulled the sword out of the water and looked at it closely. Then, the intensity of his gaze was replaced with contempt and disappointment. Gritting his teeth, the man tossed the beautiful blade aside. It fell from the dais and flew down. What waited below was a mountain of swords, each so masterfully crafted that many warriors would eagerly kill for the right to wield one. The newborn blade landed on the top of the mountain and joined its countless siblings, laying there, abandoned and forgotten. Far away, a vast hall cut in blue ice was drowning in darkness. In the center of the hall, a tall throne stood, illuminated by the ghostly light of dancing flames. A corpse of a breathtakingly beautiful woman was sitting on the throne, dressed in a regal red gown. Its hem spilled down the steps of the throne like a river of blood. The woman's chest was pierced by a sword, which pinned her to the back of the throne. Two dead youths stood on both sides of the throne, waiting in silence. Then, the silence was broken. Pieces of ice fell to the floor and shattered as the dead woman's hand slowly rose. Her pale, long fingers wrapped themselves around the blade of the sword. Soon, there was the sound of metal breaking. In the next moment, the ice hall, and the entire mountain encompassing it, shuddered. And someplace else, a gaunt man was sitting in the dust, wearing a tattered spacesuit. The visor of his helmet was cracked, and the oxygen in the tank attached to his back had long run out. Nevertheless, the gaunt man was somehow still alive. He had been motionless for a while, but now, he finally moved. Raising his head, he looked at a beautiful blue disk floating in the great darkness above him. His cracked lips twisted into a smile. How curious. That was what he wanted to say. But, of course, no sound escaped from his lips, since there was no air to transmit it. The man tried to sigh, but failed for the same reason. He shook his head in dejection and moved his lips again. If someone was there to read them, they would have read. It's starting. The war for the throne of humanity had begun. End of Volume 8, Lord of Shadows. Chapter 1841, Evil Minds That Plot Destruction plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1841, Evil Minds That Plot Destruction. Sunny was standing on the edge of the Ivory Island, looking at the sky above. The marvelous mimic was behind him, still pretending to be a quaint brick cottage. The cottage stood between the grove and the lake, on the empty stretch of emerald grass to the side of the great pagoda. The area was quite peaceful, and the view from his window was usually no less spectacular than it had been in Bastion. Of course, that peacefulness was deceiving. The Ivory Island was high in the air. Far below it, the arm of the dead god lay heavily on the ashen ground. A long bridge was connecting the Humerus and the Radius, which had broken off eons ago. The bridge had been recently built, and currently, a vast column of warriors was marching across it, ready to enter Godgrave. A sea of vermilion banners fluttered above like blood. The sight of the great army of the Sword Domain was quite daunting. There were hundreds of thousands of awakened, numerous masters, and dozens of exalted saints. Such a force had never been gathered in the history of humankind, or of the waking world, at least. There were countless mundane humans too, following the warriors in the vast train of the army. Funnily enough, this great force had not been assembled to fight against nightmare creatures or other horrors of the dream realm. It had been assembled to wage war against a similar human army that was currently somewhere far away, on the other side of the titanic skeleton, scaling its right arm. In any case, Sunny was not looking down on the sword army. Instead, he was looking at the sky. The sky had been blue and clear not too long ago, but now, it was being slowly devoured by gray clouds. They were finally crossing the realm boundary. Soon, an annihilating white radiance would suffuse the incandescent heavens and spell fiery doom for anyone caught directly in its light. He sighed. It did not feel safe at all, to be invading Godgrave atop a flying island. No matter how powerful its enchantments were, the Ivory Island was enormous and immensely heavy. Due to inertia, it would not be able to stop instantly should the veil of clouds break. Which meant that all of them would become ash. What a way to start a war. Technically, the war had already begun. The official declaration had happened soon after the Ivory Island left Bastion, almost a month ago. Back then, Nephice and Cassie had been summoned to the waking world. Sunny had been invited, as well, albeit as the Lord of Shadows, not the memory purveyor of the Fire Keepers. There was a historic meeting in the stronghold of Clan Valor in NQSC. All the saints of the Sword Domain were present, as well as the heads of those vassal clans that did not possess a transcendent member at the moment. What made it historic, though, was not the illustrious company. It was the fact that the King of Swords himself attended. Sunny was quite shocked when the doors opened and a heavy presence suddenly settled in the opulent hall, forcing even the most powerful saints to grow stiff and quiet. Of course, his face was hidden behind Weaver's mask, so no one was the wiser. They were seated around a vast round table, which, it seemed, had been carved from the trunk of a single enormous tree. The table held some significance, without a doubt. Perhaps it was that tree in particular that had been the source of the abominable forest slain by Anvil of Valor in the past. In any case, there was an empty seat next to Morgan. Sunny guessed that, maybe, it had been left empty in honor of Saint Madoc, her uncle, but he was proven wrong. As the vast presence enveloped the hall, there was the sound of heavy steps, and a tall man in dark armor entered, a vermilion cloak draped around his shoulders. The man was naturally imposing in a way that made others cower. He was tall, with broad shoulders and a mighty build. His eyes were gray and cold like tempered steel, their gaze oppressive enough to make one shudder. His hair was black, and a full beard obscured the lower part of his austere face. Despite that, it was impossible to miss how noble and distinguished it was. The man was supposed to be close to 50, but did not look a day older than 30. However, the most striking thing about him was not his height, his build, and his cold gray eyes. It was not even the oppressive force of his unfathomable, boundless presence. It was something invisible and intangible. An otherworldly quality that forced one to look at him, pay attention to him, and want to kneel in front of him. This was Anvil, the King of Swords. Sunny had only seen him once before, from afar. He was still unsure what barriers there were that prevented the sovereigns from visiting the waking world often, and what was the cost of breaking them. All he knew was that, today, the king had decided to descend into the mortal world. The rest of the meeting was like a blur. Anvil did not waste a lot of time, speaking in a calm and concise manner, as if the very concept of wasting words was offensive to him. It did not seem like he was trying to explain something to the gathered powerhouses or wished to persuade them. Instead, he was simply stating his will. His message was clear. The rulers of the Song Domain had conspired to kill his daughter, and therefore, to harm the Sword Domain. Therefore, he would assemble an army to march on Ravenheart and tear down Kisong's throne. And those present, as his vassals, would become that army. Sunny was so caught up in the solemn atmosphere and the irresistible authority hiding in Anvil's deep voice that he almost missed how ironic the whole thing was. After all, the representative of the Hanley clan was also at the table. That was the clan from which Castor, who had been sent to the Forgotten Shore to kill Nephice, hailed from. The orders to eliminate her in the Dream Realm had most likely come from the King of Swords. But now, the very same king was proclaiming war on the pretense of punishing someone else for trying to assassinate her. Sunny glanced at Nephice, wondering if she would show any reaction. And, indeed, she did. While everyone remained silent, either in agreement with the king or too wary of his power to raise a futile objection, she was the only one who spoke. Nephice advocated against the war. Her voice was even, and her expression was poised. She calmly listed all the reasons why a war would be disastrous for both domains and asked her adopted father to reconsider. Morgan seemed amused by the whole sequence of events, while the rest of those gathered in the hall kept their faces neutral. In the end, Neff's words were meaningless. Andal dismissed her objection with one glance and a few cold sentences. Everyone here knew that there was no point in trying to defy the sovereign's will. Nephis, of course, knew it best of all. The reason she had spoken out was not a sincere hope that the war could be avoided. Instead, it was important to do so for an entirely different reason. There had to be a record of her objecting to Andal's decision. There had to be rumors that changing star of the Immortal Flame clan had been against the bloodshed, the waste of human life, and the ghastly ugliness of the civil war between humans from the very start. Even if it was all to avenge her against those who had conspired to kill her. Those rumors were needed to pave a way for her to slay both her adopted father and Qi Song, and then usurp their thrones without being branded as a tyrant. When the time came, she had to be welcomed as a savior instead. Sunny smiled behind his mask. What a treacherous world we live in. Not long after that, the Sword Domain declared war on the Song Domain. The news were broadcasted in the waking world, as well as announced by heralds in the cities of the Dream Realm. Both worlds seemed to explode. Sunny was far away from civilization and too busy to observe the immediate reaction of the people, but it must have been intense. In an instant, the very foundation of the world was shaken. The government tried to handle the situation, somehow, but it was powerless against the influence of the great clans. People in the waking world were terrified and paralyzed by shock. So were many in the Dream Realm. There were plenty of those who welcomed the news, though, having been prepared by meticulous propaganda to feel exactly that way. On both sides, many were burning with militant zeal, and thirsting to punish the enemy. And so, two great armies were gathered and marched to war. It did not happen in a day, but it also did not take a lot of time. The preparations of the two sovereigns had been extensive. Today, finally, the Sword Army was ready to enter Godgrave. Chapter 1842, First Blood. As Sunny watched the sky, there was the sound of light steps behind him. Then, Nephis approached and stopped by his side, clad in a suit of lustrous steel armor. She looked at him and smiled. Despite the sinister clouds above and the vast army marching to a calamitous war below, he couldn't help but feel his heart race at the sight of that smile. Sunny had read somewhere that people often described this feeling as having butterflies in their stomach. The image of a swarm of dark butterflies tearing at the walls of his stomach seemed more dreadful than romantic, so he really doubted the literary sense of those people, but, still. Even though a month had passed since their first kiss, he still felt excitement every time he saw her. It was odd and improper, to feel so blessed on the eve of a disastrous war. But he did. Life was strange that way. A smile appeared on his face, as well. Do you have enough spare time to visit a humble enchanter today, Lady Nephis? She lingered for a moment, then shrugged. I might have a little time. With that, she turned her head and looked at the sky, as well. Are you worried about the sun? Sunny nodded slowly. I am indeed a little nervous. Do you think that the clouds will hold until we land? Nephis inhaled deeply. Someone will make sure that they do. In fact, she should be arriving any moment now, actually. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Then, a subtle spark ignited in his eyes. There was the sound of fluttering wings, and a vast shadow fell on the emerald grass. A moment later, a woman was standing in front of him. She was tall and slender, with long hair that fell down like a cascade of pale gold. Her posture was perfectly straight, and her cold face was dazzlingly beautiful. The woman was wearing a suit of light steel armor, with pauldrons and greaves decorated with stylized feathers. The gaze of her stern amber eyes was piercing and heavy, and a white cloak hung on her back, embroidered with silver thread. Saint Tyrus had not changed at all. Sunny was glad to see her. Of course, he hid his happiness behind a mask of respectful unfamiliarity. Skytide bowed slightly. Lady Changing Star. Nephis nodded. Saint Tyrus. The two weren't very close to each other, but they had a good relationship due to what had happened during the Battle of the Black Skull. In fact, there was probably no saint among the vassals of Clan Valor with a deeper bond to Nephice than Sky Tide. Her clan was also different from how it used to be. Its status was still far from being favored by the king, but now that Roan had transcended, there were 2 saints among the members of the clan. There were few legacy families who could boast the same, so that alone made it impossible to ignore or oppress White Feather. Much more importantly, Skytide's status soared now that the war was imminent. Her power over winds and clouds made her one of the most valuable people in Godgrave. Which was a sword that cut both ways. She was indispensable for the rulers of the sword domain, and therefore, they were forced to treat her nicely now. On the other hand, she was one of the primary targets for the forces of the Song domain. So, Sunny was more than a little bit worried about her. Nephice, meanwhile, nodded curtly in his direction. This is Master Sunless. An enchanter employed by the Fire Keepers. Saint Tyrus looked at him expressionlessly, then frowned a little. Master Sunless, your name sounds familiar. Ah. Have my daughter commissioned a memory from you? He bowed politely. Indeed, I had the privilege of fulfilling a request made by Awakened Tell once. Skytide's expression did not change, but he could swear that her eyes turned a little warmer. I see. That memory is serving my husband well. Your competence is worthy of praise, Master Sunless. With that, she seemed to forget about his existence and looked at Nephice. The realm boundary is close. How long will it take the Ivory Island to reach the target area? Nephice answered neutrally. Around an hour, at top speed. Will you be able to hold out for that long, if need be? Skytide glanced at the gray sky, lingered for a moment, then nodded. I will. I won't be able to assist with anything else, though. The immolating sky was not the only threat that waited for them in Godgrave. It was the most dire one, though, so everything else was beside the point. Nephice gestured for Saint Tyrus to follow her and headed for the ivory tower. We will handle the rest. Allow me to guide you. As they were walking away, she threw a poignant look at Sunny. He smiled and nodded subtly, telling her not to worry about him. As Master Sunless, he was not supposed to participate in any battles, so he could only observe today. It was a strange situation to be in, but he could not complain. There would be plenty of battles for him to fight before too long, anyway, perhaps more than he could handle, even with his 7 bodies. Letting out a heavy sigh, Sunny turned to the edge of the island and looked down. At some point, the door of the marvelous mimic opened, and Aiko walked out, yawning as she looked around with sleepy eyes. Noticing him, the petite girl floated off the porch and flew around the cottage, eventually landing on the grass near the edge. She looked down and made a face. Damn, boss. There are so many of them. So many potential clients. Sunny gave her a dark look. Cover your arms. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Aiko was wearing mundane clothes, and not even formal ones, at that. Her black shirt had some kind of nightmare creature printed on it with a band name written above in bold letters, which wasn't really a problem, except for the fact that the intricate tattoo of a snake that coiled around her right arm was almost fully revealed. She grinned sheepishly and summoned a green memory tunic. Sunny hesitated, then said quietly. Are you sure you don't want me to bring you away, to the waking world? Aiko looked up at him and blinked a few times. And miss all the fun? I mean, miss such a historic event? No, thanks. Plus, I know these guys well. Don't worry, boss, they'll be fine, they have survived worse. He stared at her for a few moments, wondering if she would change her mind after witnessing Godgrave. In the end, he didn't say anything. Together, they watched as the shoulder of the colossal skeleton grew closer and closer. The Ivory Island accelerated, leaving the ascending army far behind. Soon, the sky was entirely hidden by a veil of clouds, and the air grew warmer, the daylight changing subtly. They were heading for the collarbone of the dead deity, where the base camp of the Sword Army was supposed to be established. And they, the Fire Keepers, were meant to be the vanguard of the human invasion into Godgrave. Their task was not only to clear out the nightmare creatures populating the area and serve as a bulwark that protected the slow advance of the army from the arm of the titanic skeleton. What they had to do was much more important. It was to bring the authority of the King of Swords, and the power of his domain, to this cursed land. Soon, the vast range of the ancient collarbone was beneath them. The ground was white, but there was barely any of it visible under the thick carpet of scarlet growth. Moss, grass, and grotesque towering plants were all red, as if bloody marrow had exploded from the cracks and fissures in the ancient bone. Of course, the vermilion jungle was teeming with all kinds of abominable creatures, all moving and devouring each other in a mad rush to live and grow in the unknown, but inevitably fleeting amount of time before the veil of cloud broke, and the merciless sun burned them all to ash. At such a late stage of infestation, the surface of the dead god's collarbone was not much safer than the dark expanse of the hollows, where the true horrors dwelled. The strange nightmare creatures populating Godgrave would have had enough time to grow immensely strong, reaching the corrupted or great rank en masse. The strongest would have already retreated underground, to try and claim a place for themselves away from the annihilating heavens, but many still remained. And now, all their undivided attention was turned to the beautiful island drifting below the clouds. Usually, these abominations would have felt nothing but fear when looking at the terrible sky. But today, perhaps for the first time in countless years, they felt something else. A hunger so deep that it drove them into a state of frenzy. Immediately, the scarlet jungle seemed to boil. Numerous abominations rushed in the direction of the descending island like a morbid tide. Most of them simply ran, slithered, or crawled, but there were those capable of soaring into the air, as well. A vast swarm of nightmare creatures rose from the ground to meet the ivory island. It seemed inevitable that the flying citadel would be swallowed by the cloud of them. But then, an imperceptible change spread through the world. Sunny's eyes narrowed when he recognized the familiar feeling. Another component of the ivory tower was unleashed, and suddenly, it was as if a wave of invisible force crashed into the rising abominations, throwing them down or outright obliterating their hideous bodies. Blood spilled from the sky like crimson rain. Chapter 1843, Crash landing on you. The crushing descended upon Godgrave, flattening a vast swathe of the vermilion jungle and pressing the nightmare creatures into the white surface of the ancient bone. Its reach was a magnitude smaller than it had been in the ruins of the Kingdom of Hope, but its force was just as tyrannical. The winged abominations that had been rising toward the flying island were either obliterated or thrown to the ground. A deluge of blood rained down, and only the strongest and most resilient of the flying horrors managed to stay in the air. They persisted stubbornly, their eyes full of demented frenzy. There were terrifying aerial behemoths among them, and nimble creatures that zipped around on swift, translucent wings. A moment later, the first arrow streaked down, hitting one of the larger abominations in the eye and obliterating half of its hideous head. Sunny looked at the macabre spectacle, feeling his blood boil with a familiar thrill. He had never thought that he would grow accustomed to the ghastly crucible of battle one day, but here he was, acting as if he was addicted to it. He longed to join the bloodshed, but could not allow himself to. It was the strangest thing. He could see the fire keepers, who were spread out along the edge of the island, drawing their bows. Some of them were better archers than others, but each and every one was proficient enough with bow and arrow to be a lethal presence on the battlefield. Their memories were all top-notch, as well, not only because they had gathered a vast arsenal of them during the long years of defending humanity from the horrors of the nightmare spell, but also because Sunny had personally tinkered with their equipment in the last month. On top of that, all these memories were being enhanced by the crown of dawn that Nephi's wore. A barrage of enchanted arrows unleashed by 7 ascended cohorts was a dire sight to behold. The winged nightmare creatures that had endured the crushing were simply erased from existence, chunks of flesh raining on the scarlet jungle below. Only one remained, an enormous beast with wings wide enough to drown the world in their shade. Its frenzied eyes were burning with chilling malice, and its pale brown hide was dotted with dozens of arrows, none of it which managed to pierce it deep enough to deal substantial damage. The winds groaned as they were torn apart by its mighty wings. Before the monstrous creature could rise any higher, though, a single fiery arrow streaked down from the top of the ivory tower, piercing its head clean through. wisps of white flame escaped from inside its cracked skull. The massive abomination lost momentum, rolled in the air, and started to fall down. The ivory island was plummeting from the overcast sky, descending lower and lower. The closer to the ground it got, the more the jungle was affected by the crushing. Many of the nightmare creatures that had been pressed down into the red moss were now flattened into piles of bloody flesh, sharp shards of bone protruding through the broken skin. Most were powerful enough to survive, though. Finally, the speed of the flying island's descent started to reduce. It was still great, nevertheless, almost uncontrollable, as if the people on the island were in a rush to reach the ground. And they were. Because the sky above them was suffused with blinding glow, and only a thin veil of clouds stood between them and inescapable annihilation. Brace! When the shout spread among the fire keepers, Sunny gracefully lowered himself to one knee and put one hand on the grass. Iko simply floated into the air, hovering above the ground. In the next moment, the ivory island crashed heavily into the white surface of the ancient bone. The dead god's collarbone quaked, and a violent shockwave obliterated a vast stretch of the vermilion jungle in the vicinity of the impact zone. The 7 chains hanging from the ivory island rattled as they struck the ground. The lake resting on its surface rippled, spilling over its shores, and the chain breaker swayed on the tall waves. The ivory island came to rest, laying tilted on the white expanse of ancient bone. The crushing dissipated. Down below, countless nightmare creatures moved, rising from the ground. Their bloodshot eyes focused on the figures of the fire keepers looking at them from above. The cloud of debris raised into the air by the impact had not settled yet when they started to move, flowing toward the invading island from all sides. However, the fire keepers were moving, too. The closest to Sunny was Sid, who had been Neff's driver on the day of the assassination attempt. Clad in a light armor and armed with a sword and shield, she stepped up to the edge and looked at the tide of abominations with a grin. Then, before the sparks of light swirling around her head manifested into a helmet, she raised her sword and kissed the flat of its blade. "Here we go." Letting out a battle cry, she jumped down, the plume of her helmet fluttering in the wind. All along the edge, those fire keepers who were proficient in melee were doing the same. Those who excelled in ranged combat, as well as those who usually played a supportive role, stayed above, continuing to send arrows and sorceress attacks into the tide of nightmare creatures. Soon, the fastest of the abominations reached the vicinity of the island and clashed with the advancing fire keepers. Sharp steel hissed as it cut into flesh. More blood spilled on the sun-bleached surface of the ancient bone. Sunny observed the battle with burning eyes. The familiar cacophony assaulted his ears, and he felt his hands itching. Nevertheless, he remained where he was, playing the role of a non-combatant. Before the fire keepers could drown in the tide of nightmare creatures, a radiant figure shot from the balcony at the top of the ivory tower, falling down like an incandescent meteor. Nephi's landed in the thick of the abominable horde, and in the next moment, a blinding explosion boomed above the bone plain. A wave of incinerating flame spread outward from the point of impact, turning countless nightmare creatures to ash. The fire keepers cheered, welcoming their personal deity to the battlefield. Looking from above, Sunny let out a long sigh. "Ah, to hell with it." Then, he took control of the gloomy and used Shadow Step to send that incarnation of his far away, under the canopy of the scarlet jungle. Assuming a corporeal form there, he manifested the onyx mantle and summoned Weaver's mask. Then, before any of the rushing nightmare creatures could lunge at him, he stepped through the shadows once again, appearing in the midst of the battlefield. An enormous, towering abomination was right in front of him, rising its terrifying fists to deliver a crushing blow to the ground below. Reaching into the shadows, Sunny pulled an inky, black odachi out of them, and then lunged forward. A dark line was suddenly drawn on the massive body of the nightmare creature. It froze for a moment, its fist still raised above its head. And then slowly fell apart, bisected down the middle with a single terrifying slash. Behind the abomination, a slender young woman with silver hair was revealed, holding a mirror-like sword. There was an expression of surprise on her beautiful face. Grinning behind the mask, Sunny gave her a small bow and said, his cold voice hiding a hint of dark glee, Welcome to Godgrave, Lady Nephice. With that, he looked around. I hope you don't mind the mess. Chapter 1844 on the other side plus, turn off reset. Chapter 1844 on the other side. I think we are all going to die. What do you think, Ronnie? Ray's voice was tinged with melancholy, but Rain had learned to ignore his complaints in the last few weeks. Sitting on the ground, well, on what served as ground in this godforsaken place, and leaning her back against a wagon's wheel, she gave him a relaxed shrug. The young man stared at her with indignation. After a while, he sighed. Have enough decency to look concerned, at least. They were currently in the middle of the army camp, resting after a long and arduous march. It was hard to tell what time of day it was, since there were no nights in Godgrave. A veil of clouds obscured the sky, shining with diffused radiance. It would have been quite pretty if it was not so terrifying. Everyone had been informed over and over again about the lethal nature of the sky in this land. They knew that the only way to survive in case the clouds parted was to remain absolutely still. The army had ascended the dead god's arm far enough, by now, to fully cross the realm boundary, so, those warnings were of vital importance. They had yet to see the clouds break, though. Rain, Tamar, Ray, and Fleur were among the awakened warriors of the 7th Legion, which was led by the 7th and last daughter of the Queen to reach transcendence, Saint Xianxia. Granted, Rain barely remembered how she ended up in such august company. So many things had happened in the last month that it was all like a blur. The news about the King of Swords declaring war on the Song domain had reached them not long after reuniting with the members of the survey team in the main construction camp. It was a great shock to many, but not to Rain herself. The initial shock was soon replaced by fear and outrage. It was then that Queen Song left her palace in Ravenheart, appearing in public for the first time in many years. Rain did not witness it herself, but she was told that the Queen's speech was incredibly rousing. It ignited the hearts of the people of Song, so when the call to arms was issued, countless awakened warriors chose to answer. The vassals of the Queen responded to the call, as well, gathering their armies to help defend the Song domain against the tyranny of the King of Swords. Rain was one of those awakened warriors. She was made a soldier right there and then, in the construction camp, as a member of Tamar of Sorrow's cohort. Tamar's father was leading his own war party, but he sent his daughter to serve under Song Xianxia and her blood sisters. Rain wasn't entirely sure why, but she had no reason to complain. There were hundreds of thousands of awakened in the Song army, but only 7 royal legions. And although Saint Xianxia was the last among the 7 transcendent princesses to conquer the 3rd nightmare, her personal power was in no way inferior to that of her sisters. So, the 7th Legion was among the most elite forces in Godgrave, comparable to the Knights of Valor led by Morgan, the Princess of War. Rain was honestly unsure how she had ended up here. I guess that's the benefit of getting in through acquaintances. The weeks between the declaration of war and today were incredibly hectic. So many things had happened, and yet, one of them stood out as more bizarre than any other. It happened immediately after Rain joined the Song army. She was woken up in the middle of the night by her teacher, who gestured for her to follow him quietly. Together, they left the busy camp and walked far into the wilderness, eventually reaching a secluded gorge. There, Rain had to stop and rub her eyes, bewildered by what she saw. Out there, in the middle of the dream realm, a quaint brick cottage stood, illuminated by the pale light of the 3 moons. The sight was so strange that Rain assumed that she was seeing things. However, she was not. There was really a neat cottage standing in the desolate wasteland of the Moonriver Plain, a walking distance from the main camp of the road construction crew. It was not a mirage, and neither was it an ancient ruin. In fact, the brick building was neat and tidy, as if someone frequently swept its porch and washed its windows. Rain looked at her teacher with wide eyes. "What is that?" He answered matter-of-factly. "That is an ascended devil pretending to be a cottage. Come inside." She did not know what else to do but to follow him into the cottage. The door opened by itself, and then closed behind him. The interior looked like a dining hall of a small cafe. There was no one inside, and no source of light except for the moonlight pouring through the windows. It was more than a little bit creepy. A moment later, the moonlight was extinguished, as well, leaving Rain in absolute darkness. Teacher? There was a scratching sound, and a small light appeared in the darkness. Her teacher was standing near a shelf, holding a burning candle in his hand. Come. With that, he turned around and went back to the door. Rain had no idea why they had come inside only to leave with a candle, but she obediently followed. To her shock, however, the Moonriver Plain was gone. When they came out, there were no moons, no stars, and no wind. The floor was perfectly flat, as if cut from black marble. She couldn't quite see where they were, but it felt as if they were underground. And there was someone else there, as well. God damn it, it's so creepy, boss. Boss, you're back. Where the hell did you, huh? Who's that? Rain had the same question. Out there in front of her, sitting on the black marble floor, was a little girl, who had a very dirty mouth and addressed her teacher as boss, for some reason. Rain raised a hand and pointed to the strange child. Who's the brat? The little girl floated up, lowered her feet to the floor, and stared at her with wide eyes. Brat? What do you mean, brat? I'm 28 years old. Rain blinked a couple of times. She had assumed that the petite girl was a child, but now that she looked closer. Ah, how embarrassing. Rain looked down. Oh, sorry, Auntie. The petite girl opened her mouth in shock. Auntie? No, wait, what do you mean by auntie? Listening to the two of them, her teacher let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. To answer your questions, this is awakened Rain. This is awakened Aiko. Aiko, Rain is my disciple. Rain, Aiko is my assistant. They turned to him almost simultaneously. You have an assistant? You have a disciple? Then, they looked at each other, both wearing a similar shocked expression. Her teacher smiled. No need to sound so stunned, really. Sure, I do. Why wouldn't I? Now, the reason I brought you two here, is to extend an offer to you both. Consider it a great honor. His smile turned a little sinister, making both of them feel a bad premonition and shiver. His smile turned a little wider. How would you ladies like to join the Shadow Clan? And that was how Rain ended up with an intricate snake tattoo coiling around her arm. Leaning on the wheel of a supply wagon, she closed her eyes and listened to Ray's complaints silently. The snake tattoo, which was apparently called the Mark of Shadows, was more than a simple tattoo, of course. It was akin to an attribute, granting her several useful abilities. Among them was the ability to see in absolute darkness, walk stealthily in the shadows, and sense their movements. It also helped her control her soul essence. Apart from that, the snake could also slither off her arm, manifesting into a weapon. Most importantly of all, at least according to her teacher, it allowed him, as well as the creature that had created the soul snake, access to her soul sea. Which meant that they could defend it should something invade Rain's soul. She had not even known that there were things out there that could invade human souls, but knowing that her teacher would be there to deal with the invader made her feel better. All in all, the soul snake was an excellent gift to receive. Of course, it was not the only thing she had received from her teacher. Chapter 1845, 7th Loyal Legion. The Mark of Shadows played an important role. It protected Rain and gave her a few useful abilities, but its main purpose was to confuse people. After all, she did not want anyone to learn that she did not have an aspect, and the snake tattoo bestowed upon her strange powers that could be seen as one. Her teacher had mentioned that he was working on something else to make her disguise more convincing, as well. Rain did not know what he meant, yet, but was going to learn one way or another in due time. What excited her the most was not the Mark of Shadows, though. It was the memories her teacher had given her. Oh, the joy and delight of having memories. Rain held a strong opinion that all the rest of the awakened in the world had no idea how good they had it. Her threadbare bodysuit and old clothes were gone, replaced by an enchanted armor. It was so soft and light that she did not feel any burden at all, but more resilient than her mundane equipment had ever been. The armor was made of dark gray fabric and lusterless black leather, fitting her perfectly. It was an awakened memory of the fifth tier, that was what she had been told, at least, called the puppeteer's shroud. Its enchantments increased her mental endurance and resistance against mind attack, as well as allowed her to recover from mental fatigue faster. The armor looked suspiciously similar to what her teacher used to wear, so she suspected that it had not been, in fact, crafted specifically for her. But even if the puppeteer's shroud was a hand-me-down, Rain did not mind. The euphoria of having a wonderful suit of incredibly light, but resilient armor that adjusted to fit her body perfectly, cleaned and repaired itself, and could be summoned at any moment was simply too great. It was the reward for slaying the awakened tyrant. There were two other memories that she had received from her teacher, as well. One was a powerful bow made of green metal. In fact, Rain knew that metal all too well. It seemed that her teacher had smelted the blade of the huntsman's axe to forge the limbs of the bow, while the string was made from some strange black material. The bow was called the Beast of Prey, and was an awakened memory of the third tier. Its enchantment allowed Rain to enhance the damage dealt by her arrows, as well as infuse one arrow with devastating force at the cost of most of her essence. However, the bow was also able to absorb and store her essence, somehow, so, with sufficient preparation, Rain could use the deadly shot twice. She received the Beast of Prey in exchange for the memory coupon her teacher had given her for slaying the huntsman. The third memory she received, however, was a free bonus. It was a quiver of enchanted arrows that never seemed to run out. The arrows did not really possess any special qualities, apart from the fact that their flight was absolutely noiseless. They were also incredibly sharp and could pierce thick armor. All in all, Rain was quite happy with her little arsenal. Of course, it was only the beginning. She expected to receive many more memories in the future. Sadly, her teacher seemed determined to only award her memories that fit her kills. He could have given her something much more powerful, without a doubt, but then people would start asking questions about her identity. How could a newly awakened girl with no backing be walking around with a soul arsenal that put even the legacies to shame? That sort of thing. Get up. Rest is over. Tamar's voice drew Rain from her pleasant thoughts. Opening her eyes, she sighed and rose to her feet. All around them, the Song army was stirring. After ascending the left arm of the dead deity, they were finally ready to delve into the jungle growing on its white surface, and then cross to the colossal skeleton's collarbone. This rest stop was the last one they would be able to enjoy in relative safety. The edge of the jungle was somewhere ahead, a few kilometers from the head of the column. The 7th Legion was marching closer to its tail, so Rain could not see anything. Nevertheless, everyone was tense. That was because everyone knew that they were heading into battle. Not that people like Rain and the members of her cohort could do anything in a battle like that. From what they had heard in the last few days, the jungle had been allowed to grow for long enough that most nightmare creatures populating its depths were of the corrupted rank. Awakened warriors were simply not powerful enough to face them. Today, the battle was only for the masters and the saints. And for the abominations enthralled by Beastmaster. Just as Rain thought about it, a messenger arrived from the head of the column and hurried past them. She turned around and watched him disappear into the command tent of the Legion. Soon, several blood sisters emerged from it. And then, their leader. Rain couldn't help but hold her breath when she saw the Queen's daughter. Saint Xianxia was a striking woman, without a doubt. With her strange, but beautiful gray skin and tantalizing grace, she was like an embodiment of nobility and regal poise. She seemed both inhuman and riveting, but most of all mysterious. Her beauty was truly breathtaking. It was to the point that the blood sisters, each an exquisitely beautiful woman herself, seemed plain and unassuming next to her. Rain still found it weird that most of the most powerful warriors of the Song domain were women, but she couldn't complain. Especially here in the 7th Legion, she sometimes felt that she was in a flower garden instead of an army. Granted, those flowers were roses with bloodied thorns, and most of the rank-and-file soldiers were still men. Saint Xianxia led the ascended warriors of her legion toward the head of the column. The awakened warriors silently bowed as she passed, wishing her luck. Rain couldn't help but do the same. The Song army was bound to suffer casualties during the push to establish a fortified base on the collarbone of the dead deity. Looking at the powerful members of the legion, she couldn't help but wish that all of them returned alive. At the same time, Rain couldn't help but wonder. Today, they were going to fight against nightmare creatures. What would she feel when the time finally comes for them to fight against people? The army assembled in a complicated battle formation. With so many soldiers, it was vast and unwieldy, and mostly useless, but not entirely so. The masters and the saints were going to assault the Vermilion jungle, but the awakened were prepared to fight, as well. Obviously, they had very little chance of killing corrupted abominations, not to mention the great horrors who dwelled in Godgrave. However, they did not necessarily need to. The commanders of the Song army were well aware of the limitations facing their troops, so they had come up with various chilling, but effective strategies. If it came to that, the task of the awakened soldiers was not to kill the powerful abominations, but to immobilize them. Although hard, that could be achieved with numbers alone. Even if an abomination had to be buried in human bodies, that was one way to deal with it. Of course, Rain felt a bit horrified by the prospect, just like all the other awakened warriors did. Still, it was not like the nightmare creatures would spare them otherwise, so they were prepared to carry out their orders and do their best, no matter the cost. Hopefully, that was not going to happen today. If the saints and their ascended retinue succeeded in holding back the tide of nightmare creatures, it would not. The 7th Legion was positioned in the second line of the formation, so she could not even see the battle. All she could see were the tops of the strange and hideous plants swaying in the distance and the backs of her fellow soldiers. She could also hear the sounds that the wind carried from somewhere far ahead. Next to her, Fleur trembled nervously and looked at Tamar. "It is starting, isn't it?" The legacy girl nodded somberly. "It is." A few moments later, the sound of a horn rolled above the army, and the ground under their feet trembled slightly. Rain saw vague silhouettes moving forward from the front of the battle formation. The white surface of the ancient bone was still inclined, since they had not reached the collarbone yet, so she could not discern their shape clearly. But she knew that they were the saints who had assumed their transcendent forms, as well as the larger of the nightmare creatures enthralled by Beastmaster. At the same time, the jungle came alive. She saw the red tree sway, but mostly, she heard and felt it, a harrowing choir of bestial roars and sounds too alien to be described with human language washing over the massive army like a tide, the violent trembling of the ground as countless abominations rushed forward at the scent of human souls. She glanced at Tamar. For the rest of them, the fate of the saints fighting on the front line was an abstract concept. The saints were people whom they admired, looked up to, and maybe even knew as well as the wall separating them from having to face the dreadful horde of nightmare creatures themselves. But it was different from Tamar, whose father was somewhere out there, as well. The Saint of Sorrow was among the warriors whose task it was to make the tide of abomination stop. There were close to 2,000 masters in the Song army, but only around 40 transcendent champions. It did not seem like a lot, but at the same time, the world suddenly quaked. The world suddenly seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The violence of 40 saints unleashing their transcendent power at the same time was staggering. Even far removed from the battlefield, Rain felt blood drain from her face. Next to her, Fleur swayed and leaned heavily on Ray. All around them, the awakened soldiers staggered. Only Tamar remained standing straight, seemingly undaunted. She did, however, look at the sky. As Rain's eyes widened, she did as well. Was the clash between the champions of the Song army and the creatures of the Vermilion jungle terrible enough to rip apart the veil of clouds? Luckily, it did not seem so. For now. The sounds of the battle grew much more loud, becoming almost deafening. Rain had to struggle not to raise her hands and cover her ears. To her shame, she found herself trembling. Insane, this is insane. The fear that had risen from some deep, primal part of her was almost too powerful to overcome. The inability to see what exactly was happening out there, ahead, only made it worse. After all, it was the unknown that was the most terrifying. All she could see were the backs of the awakened soldiers that stood in front of the 7th Legion in the formation. They were not faring any better than her. Some were shaking. Some had fallen to their knees. Some had dropped their weapons. There were those who did not, though. There were those who helped their comrades to stand up and supported them, gripping the hilts of their swords tightly. Rain wanted to be one of those brave souls, as well. Assaulted by the terrible cacophony of battle, she looked down at her shadow. The sight of it instilled her with strength. Gritting her teeth, she raised a hand and patted Fleur on the shoulder. The delicate girl looked at her with frightened eyes. "Arani?" Rain smiled. "Relax. What's the worst thing that can happen?" Fleur's beautiful blue eyes widened. "What? Why did you say it out loud?" Tamar and Ray glared at her with resentment, too. Rain grinned. She was still a bit of a stranger in this small cohort, so apart from Tamar, the other 2 members acted a little awkward around her. It was rare to see all 3 united in such a sincere display of emotion. And that emotion was pure outrage, not fear or anxiety. So, her job here was done. Rain looked ahead and sighed. Although, she might have overdone it. From what she could hear, the vanguard of the army had managed to stem the tide of the nightmare creatures. A furious battle was happening somewhere ahead. However, the saints had not managed to stop all abominations. Just then, she heard a litany of human cries, and saw bodies flying into the air. It was as if something massive slammed into the front row of the awakened soldiers at the head of the battle formation. Human blood spilled on the white bone. The war horn blared one more time, and the soldiers ahead of her moved forward. Rain shivered and gripped her bow tighter. Far ahead, a strange haze rose above the crimson jungle. It seemed like a haze at first, but soon, she saw that it was a vast swarm of flying abominations rushing from the depths of Godgrave like a cloud. "Gee gods!" One of the awakened soldiers near them pointed at the swarm in horror. Rain sighed and looked at the members of her cohort apologetically. Her grin grew a little forced. "Well, I guess that's the worst thing that could have happened." On the other side of the titanic skeleton, the Ivory Island was surrounded by a sea of nightmare creatures. The horde of them flowed forward, tearing the scarlet jungle apart. The jungle itself was moving too. Vermilion vines were crawling, and rust-red flowers were blooming, releasing clouds of flesh-eating pollen. It was as if the whole world had come alive to devour the invading humans. The humans, meanwhile, met the tide of abominations with sharp steel and the destructive power of their aspects. The fire keepers were skilled and formidable. Their discipline and morale were beyond reproach. Their cohesion and experience were unequaled. Countless nightmare creatures fell to their blades, torrents of blood being absorbed by the ancient bone. And yet, they were being pushed back. A force of 50 battle-hardened masters was truly fearsome, but most of the abominations they faced were of a higher rank than them. These creatures were also the cursed spawn of Godgrave, where nightmares had to fight and devour each other without reprieve for the infinitely small chance to survive. The surface dwellers were not the true horrors who hunted in the dim twilight of the great hollows, but they were also exorbitantly fierce and ferocious, even when compared to the usual demented frenzy plaguing all nightmare creatures. The horde was vast, as well. Granted, the fire keepers had been forged and shaped by the forgotten shore, and so, facing abominations that were more powerful than them was more or less their speciality. But, still, there was one reason why they were able to hold out. 2 reasons, actually. One was changing star of the immortal Flame Clan. The other was the Lord of Shadows. It had been a long time since Sunny was truly able to unleash himself. Right now, he was like a dark hurricane that moved across the battlefield, surrounded by a vast mantle of flowing shadows. He neglected to manifest any of his shells, using only his 2 hands and the black odachi to cut the abominations down. Everywhere he went, severed bodies fell to the ground. Sunny was using shadow manifestation to control the surrounding area and shadow step to move around it, dancing between the nightmare creatures as his blade reaped their lives. While wielding serpent as a weapon, his essence was replenished with every life he took. The faster he killed the abominations, the more essence he received, and could therefore burn. And the more essence he burned, the more enemies he could slay. Reaching a dangerous equilibrium in that manner, Sunny rampaged on the battlefield like the epicenter of a vast whirlpool of blood, darkness, and death. Of course, it was not easy. The corrupted nightmare creatures were falling easily to his blade, but he could be just as easily overwhelmed by them. All it took was a single mistake. But Sunny did not make any mistakes. Despite the startling speed at which he moved around the battlefield, despite the daunting complexity of navigating it with no regard to the familiar constraints of linear space, despite the burdensome task of maintaining both the lethal dance of slaying steel and the flowing storm of manifested shadows, Sunny's mind remained cold and clear, aware of every little detail of his surroundings, and full of merciless killing intent. He did not allow the dire mayhem of the battle and the intoxicating stench of death to pull him into a state of battle frenzy. No matter how brutal and unbridled his slaughter seemed, it was instead a result of precise and callous calculation. There were no emotions in his heart, no distraction in his mind, there was only clarity and will. The will to see his enemies dead. Nephice was fighting on the other side of the Ivory Island. Sunny could not see her, but he could sense her presence through the movement of shadows. In the world of shadows, her presence was as vast as that of the sun. She had unleashed a sea of incandescent flames, turning a swathe of the battlefield into a searing inferno. The flames moved as if possessing a mind, and hunger, of their own, spreading through the horde of nightmare creatures like a plague. Where the power of the scorching flames was not enough, her sword fell like a herald of inescapable finality. At the same time, she was supporting the fire keepers. When one of them received a wound, it was healed by the soft radiance of her soul flame. When one of them was on the verge of being swallowed by the tide of abominations, she was there to lend them the power of her incandescent blade. Cassie was participating in the battle, as well. Her unseen presence was subtle, but played a pivotal role. She was not present on the battlefield, and no nightmare creature fell to her sword. However, she served as the connection between Sunny, Nephice, and the fire keepers. She was aware of all and guided them all, helping them fight as a single being. She could also share the traits of the abominations with them, making the task of surviving the dreadful onslaught much easier. It was because of her that Nephice knew when one of her people needed support. The fire keepers knew when to press forward and when to retreat. Sunny knew where the most dangerous enemies were, and in which direction he had to move. Nephice was in command, but Cassie was the person who made sure that the commander had all the necessary information to make good decisions. Sunny had not seen the fire keepers fighting a battle of that scale before, and now that he did, he was quietly impressed. He knew many who were more powerful than them, and a few who were more skilled than them. But he struggled to think of another group of warriors who were capable of showcasing this level of cohesion, combat awareness, and effectiveness in a battle. That said, it was still not enough. It did not matter how skilled and brave the fire keepers were, or how unreasonably powerful he and Nephice had become. At the end of the day, they were still fighting against impossible odds. There were simply too many nightmare creatures, and each of these nightmare creatures was too powerful. Sending 50 masters and 3 saints to face an entire death zone was a suicidal task. They could not even retreat, because they were surrounded from all sides. However, this time, Clan Valor had not sent Nephice into battle hoping that she would die. This time, they desperately needed her to survive, for a while, at least. Sunny sensed it before he saw it. An invisible, but undeniable change that spread across the battlefield. He was not affected himself, but the fire keepers certainly were. They did not grow stronger, and their swords did not become sharper. And yet, suddenly, more nightmare creatures were falling to their blades. More blood was flowing to the ground, but less of it belonged to humans. Observing the inexplicable change through shadow sense, Sunny couldn't help but feel a deep sense of confusion. There was no reason for the sudden shift in the cadence of the battle, but it had shifted, without a doubt. Lacking any other explanation, he was tempted to think that it was a result of luck. But there was something deeper than that going on. He continued the wanton slaughter, defending one side of the Ivory Island. At the same time, he was standing on the grass of the island, near the marvelous mimic, observing the battle idly side by side with Iko. It was that incarnation of his that tried to understand what was happening. Almost an entire minute passed before his eyes suddenly narrowed. Sunny exhaled slowly. I see. The fire keepers were not lucky. They had not grown stronger, and their weapons had not become sharper. It was just that they were fighting better. Their already impressive coordination had improved, reaching an almost inhuman level of perfection, and their battle sense seemed to have become even keener. It was as if they were possessed by a spirit of war, and had received its blessing. He had seen something similar once before, albeit in a less pronounced way. It was during the Battle of the Black Skull. Back then, Morgan had armed her soldiers with enchanted swords forged by her father. Wielding those swords, the warriors of valor showed a strange level of cohesion, making it seem as if her entire army was one vast, lethal being. Back then, Sunny had guessed that the swords served as conduits for Andal's authority, as vessels of his will, and therefore, of his domain. And now, his domain had spread to Godgrave. After all, that was the entire reason why the Ivory Island was so important to Valor's plan of subjugating this cursed land and winning the war. The entire war was, at its heart, a race to conquer local citadels and allow the sovereigns to express their power here. At the end of it all, the Supreme who controlled more citadels in Godgrave, and could therefore manifest their domain in a more profound way, would have a great advantage in the battle against the enemy. The Queen of Worms was still powerless in this dreadful land, since there was nothing to summon her authority here. But Clan Valor had Nephice, and her flying citadel as well. That was why they had tolerated Sunny's defiant unwillingness to surrender the nameless temple to them, and that was why they were already winning. Because, unlike Kisong, Andal could already express his power in Godgrave. And he was expressing it now. It had already spread in the vast area around the Ivory Island, and rooted itself in the ancient bone, under the cloudy sky, empowering his subjects. That was why the fire keepers were suddenly more effective in the fight against the nightmare creatures. And that was why the Sword Army would have far less trouble entering the Scarlet Jungle. The spot where the Ivory Island landed had been chosen carefully to make sure that the king's authority covered the army's approach. But that was not all. Sunny shivered, suddenly overwhelmed by a cold presence. Turning around, he looked up, at the balcony of the ivory tower. No way. There, a tall figure in dark armor stood, a vermilion cloak fluttering in the wind. A crown made out of dull steel rested on his head. The King of Swords had arrived to Godgrave. Then, the world was consumed by a scarlet storm. Countless sparks enveloped the Ivory Island and the sky above it, swirling like a hurricane of scarlet light. There were so many of them that it seemed as if the whole world was suddenly desaturated of all colors except for red. Then, the sparks formed into a sea of rustling swords. An endless river of them bloated out the sky, moving in strange, hypnotic patterns. Mesmerized by the sight and drowning in their shadow, Sunny almost forgot about the figure of a man standing on the balcony of the ivory tower. The man did not move, but his cold gaze fell on the horde of nightmare creatures below. In the next moment, the storm cloud of swords exploded with a lethal hail. Countless swords rained down, making the bone plane shudder. Down below, Sunny's avatar lowered the black odachi and froze. It was a terrifying feeling, to see the steel sky fall on him, glistening with countless sharp tips. However, he did not have to feel fear. Although it seemed that the rain of swords would obliterate everything on the surface of the ancient bone, none of the falling blades struck him. Instead, they reaped a terrible harvest of lives, piercing every nightmare creature in sight. In just a few moments, the horde of them was eviscerated. Numerous abominations were violently impaled by the flying swords, while those that survived the first onslaught were either bloodied or petrified, slow to escape the inevitable doom. None of the fire keepers had received even a scratch, though, despite the fact that many of them were now surrounded by a forest of swords. The swords did not stop moving. More of them rained from above, and those that were impaling the nightmare creatures tore free of the bleeding flesh, rising into the air and turning to point at new prey. Standing in the sea of blood, Sunny turned and looked at the distant balcony. He should have felt elated because the battle was ostensibly over. But instead, all he felt was a cold feeling of unease. Sunny knew that, one day soon, he would be the target of these flying swords. What's the matter? It's just a sovereign. For once, the words did not bring with them any levity. Lowering his gaze, he peered at the horizon. There, far away, the first of the vermilion banners appeared in the distance. The sword army had crossed over to the collarbone of the dead deity. The sword army entered Godgrave with relative ease. Of course, it was a tense and solemn day. The awakened warriors were pale with dread as they ventured into the scarlet jungle and crossed over from the humerus bone of the dead deity to the vast collarbone. They were in a death zone, after all. However, the army barely suffered any casualties. Changing Star and her fire keepers had pulled the attention of the local nightmare creatures away and established a beachhead on the collarbone plain. Most importantly, they brought the authority of the king to this dire purgatory. Emboldened and empowered by his presence, the army marched on. The veil of clouds did not break, held together by the power of Skytide of the White Feather clan. The transcendent and ascended warriors repelled the sporadic attacks of remnant abominations without too much strain. And later, the King of Swords himself descended upon the battlefield, using the Ivory Island as an anchor. Once the storm of swords manifested above the jungle, the battle was ostensibly over. The army cut a path through the predatory jungle, using the beautiful silhouette of the ivory tower to navigate it. By the time they reached the scene of slaughter, there were no abominations left for them to fight against. They were only numerous corpses and the rustle of countless swords swirling in the sky above. Instead, the task they faced was of a more mundane nature. They had to establish a camp and start fortifying it, building an impregnable fortress on the surface of the ancient bone. That fortress would serve as the staging ground for the rest of the military campaign in Godgrave. The Song army, however, fared much worse than that. Rain was staring at the ground with a tired expression. On the ground in front of her, the wind was playing with flakes of ash. She was staying completely motionless, and those flakes of ash had been a person not too long ago. Above her, an incandescent white void shone blindingly through the broken clouds. Her first day in Godgrave had been a long, bitter nightmare. The first battle the Song army had fought was a sobering experience. Led by the 7 princesses, the saints and the ascended warriors of the Song domain clashed with the horde of nightmare creatures and repelled it. The unimaginable violence unleashed by that clash made the world quake, but, worst of all, some of it reached the battle formation of the awakened warriors. The casualties were not immeasurable, but they weren't negligible either. Perhaps because it was the first time the soldiers fought against the abominations of Godgrave, the strategies developed by the royal clan to breach the difference in ranks between them could not be deployed promptly, or at all. That could improve as the army gained experience, but today, too many people died. Rain herself did not participate in the slaughter, because the 7th Legion was positioned in the second line of the formation, where the battle had not reached. However, she could hear and feel the terrible mayhem of the desperate struggle happening ahead. Nevertheless, eventually, the battle ended. The vanguard obliterated the horde of the frenzied nightmare creatures. Those of them who had got past were immobilized and eventually cut down by the awakened soldiers. After the soul shards were harvested, the corpses of the abominations were pushed aside, and the bloodied army continued to ascend the arm of the dead god. Soon enough, they entered the jungle. The jungle itself was as much of a shock to the invading humans as the horde of nightmare creatures had been. Everything here was not what it seemed, but all of it was insidious, hungry, and chillingly deadly. The grass, the flowers, the vines, the trees, every single thing here wanted them dead. Those of the soldiers who had more experience exploring the dream realm did not seem too fazed, taking the dread of the scarlet jungle in stride. But those who were younger and less experienced, like members of Tamar's cohort, were left shaken. Their mental fortitude was sorely tested, and that was after having already received a painful blow by the recent clash against the vast horde of abominations. If there was one silver lining to the situation, it was that the abominable flora of Godgrave was not as impervious to being damaged by the awakened as the corrupted nightmare creatures were. It was still incredibly tough and tenacious, but they could at least try to contend against the myriad of deadly dangers hiding in the jungle. So, they did not feel as helpless, at least. There were still many that died. Some died, screaming, after inhaling a bit of drifting pollen. Falling to the ground, then wailed and convulsed as their bodies gruesomely became fertile soil for sprouting blossoms. Some died after being stung by tiny insect-like vermin that crawled into their armor. The effect of the paralytic poison was instantaneous, making the victims fall down without making a sound. However, it was unclear if they remained conscious and felt excruciating pain when the eggs deposited by the vermin into the wounds started to hatch a dozen seconds later. Some were strangled and drained of blood by thorned vines that hid beneath the vermilion moss. Some were pulled below it by what had looked like harmless patches of scarlet grass. It was all like a ghastly nightmare. Rain would have thought that they were invading the very depths of hell, if not for the fact that the dream realm was much more harrowing than any hell imagined by a human could ever be. Luckily, she had no time to drown in terror. The army marched forward in a vast battle formation. The train was absorbed into the formation and protected in its center, while the various legions and divisions took turns defending the outer perimeter. The entire arrangement was spearheaded by the thralls of Beastmaster, who faced the most dire peril and suffered the heaviest casualties. On the flanks, the warriors of higher ranks dealt with the brunt of the danger once again. But awakened soldiers like Rain also had a lot to do, both when marching on the outer rim of the formation and when resting closer to its center. She had killed plenty of scurrying pests with her arrows, saving not only her life but also that of others. Her arrows seemed to not know how to miss, striking down even the smallest pests with daunting precision long before they could sink their stingers, mandibles, and beaks into human flesh. In truth, she was a bit safer in this hellish place than most awakened were. It was because she could sense the movement of shadows, and therefore detect dangerous movement even if her sight betrayed her. And yet, Rain was swiftly growing tired, exhausted, even. It was not because of marching or having to draw her bow over and over again. It was not even because of having to climb the steep slope of the dead god's humorous bone without rest. It was due to the mental strain of enduring the horror of Godgrave without allowing herself to break down. Rain had thought that she was accustomed to the dread of the dream realm after hunting in the wilderness around Ravenheart for 4 years. But now, she realized just how tame those settled regions of this terrible world were after being conquered and cleansed by the previous generations of awakened. Compared to Godgrave, Ravenheart was a paradise. She was barely holding on to her composure, if not to her sanity. But even then, after a while, the march became easier. Humans were supremely adaptable, after all. The jungle did not change, but the soldiers of the Song army had adapted to its gruesome reality, at least a little bit. Eventually, they reached the mountainous shoulder joint that connected the titanic humerus to the collarbone. The engineering corps swiftly established a robust bridge under the protection of the 1st Legion, and then, the Song army slowly started to cross over to the overside of the bottomless chasm. The crossing was perhaps the most perilous step of the invasion of Godgrave. Rain felt incredibly tense while the 7th Legion waited for its turn to enter the bridge. However, in the end, they reached the collarbone plain without any trouble. The jungle on the overside was much the same, but somehow, everyone felt safer. That feeling was a lie. No sooner than the last division had crossed over, a strong wind rose, and a loud wailing of a war horn washed over the entire army. That horn was different from the ones that had called them to battle, and much more anxious. "Don't move." Tamar's shout was quite timely. The members of her cohort remembered the meaning of the wailing horn despite their fatigue and mental exhaustion, but many of the surrounding soldiers were slow to react. Hearing her voice, they recalled their training. The entire army suddenly grew still. A few moments later, the world was suddenly much brighter. The light reflecting from the white surface of the ancient bone was almost painful to look at. A wave of unbearable heat crashed into the human invaders, and the smell of ash filled the air. The jungle burned. Many humans burned, too. Well, perhaps burning was not the right word. They just turned to ash, scattering into a cloud of gray flakes in the scorching wind, and disappeared without a trace. Not everyone had ceased all movement in time, and not everyone managed to remain perfectly motionless. Seeing their comrades die, some soldiers recoiled or flinched. They became ash, too. Rain could not move, could not look away, and could not even wipe the flakes of warm ash off her face. All she could do was stand still and stare at the ground. It's bitter. The first day in Godgrave was too bitter to swallow. They had not even clashed with the army of the Sword Domain, and so many people were already dead. Yes, their number was inconsequential in the Chapter 1850, War Council. The camp of the Sword Army resembled a fortified city that was like a dark stain on the sun-bleached surface of white bone, adorned by a sea of scarlet banners. The vicious jungle had been pushed back and incinerated some days ago, and was only now spreading tentatively from the fissures of the titanic collarbone. Tendrils of red moss could be seen here and there, looking like patches of rust on the vast expanse of the bone plain. The sky above was gray and cloudy, yet suffused with blinding light. Tall walls surrounded the sprawling avenues of the base camp, and protected by their impregnable barrier, countless barracks and tents crowded the relatively limited space. The camp was a cauldron of activity, with thousands of soldiers going about their business in a tense atmosphere. When one looked at the fortress of the Sword Army, they could hardly imagine that it had not existed just a week ago. However, it was true, the entire city had been built in a matter of days, not decades or centuries. That was what hundreds of thousands of awakened were capable of when brought together by a common goal. There were many among them who possessed potent utility aspects, and many more who could lend their physical strength and unique abilities to hasten the construction. So, the city had risen from the ground with a speed that was in no way inferior to how fast the scarlet jungle grew and propagated after being reduced to ash. There were two towering landmarks in the sprawling fortress. One was the Ivory Island, which hovered a few meters above the ground, anchored to it by 7 colossal chains to remain completely still. The beautiful white pagoda standing on its soil was like a beacon of hope for the soldiers of the Sword Army, raising their spirits every time they saw it. The other was the dark rift of the Dream Gate, which tore the fabric of reality apart some distance away. The King of Swords had moved it from Bastion to Godgrave, announcing to the world the gravity of his intent to see the rulers of the Song Domain pay for their transgressions. Currently, fresh supplies were arriving at the camp from the waking world. Sunny looked at the flurry of activity with a frown. It was tremendously convenient, of course, to have a direct logistical connection to the waking world here in Godgrave. The Song Army lacked that advantage, still, which was why they had to scavenge provisions in the jungle or wait for heavily guarded convoys to deliver them across the Moonriver Plain and up the left arm of the dead deity. The road rain had helped Bill drastically shorten the time needed for each convoy to arrive, true, but it was still a point of vulnerability, one that he personally would be exploiting in the near future, perhaps, by launching raids to break the supply chains established by the Song Army. That was one of the duties the Lord of Shadows had agreed to, after all. Nevertheless, he did not like the presence of the Dream Gate here in Godgrave. Not because it was particularly unnerving, but simply because it was a point of vulnerability, as well. It was just that the vulnerability lay in the waking world, not in the dream realm. The servants of the Queen could not cross the vast collarbone of the dead god, lay siege to the king's fortress, and destroy the supplies arriving through the Dream Gate. However, they could easily stage a devastating attack on Valor's distribution facilities in the waking world, not caring about the collateral damage and widespread destruction such an assault would entail. There was actually a mutual agreement between the two warring sides to keep the bloodshed contained to the dream realm. No one wanted for their soldiers to be afraid that their physical bodies would be destroyed while they were fighting the war. No one wanted for their families to be put in danger while they were on the battlefield either. The government was supposed to ensure that neither side broke the agreement. However, Sunny wasn't sure how long that agreement would last. He was even more doubtful that the government would be able to do anything if the mayhem of the domain war spilled into the waking world. If anything, such an eventuality seemed all but inevitable. Shaking his head, he looked away from the dream gate and hurried his steps. No matter his opinion, he could not be late today. This is not going to be strange at all. Wearing the vermilion cloak of a Valor Knight, he was following Nephi's and Cassie to the center of the camp. A few fire keepers were there, as well, clad in their armor. Everyone they passed greeted them with admiration and reverence. At the same time, Sunny was heading in the same direction from the outskirts of the camp, his body encased in the stone-like metal of the onyx mantle, his face hidden behind the fearsome visage of Weaver's mask. Saint was walking behind him, indifferent crimson flames burning behind the visor of her helmet. The glances thrown at them were full of fear and apprehension. Today, Sunny was meant to attend a war council where the next actions of the Sword Army would be decided. In 2 different incarnations, now less. The prospect sent his mind for a spin. The Lord of Shadows was a natural choice to participate in such a meeting, of course. Both his power and status were more than great enough to earn him a spot at the table. But Master Sunless ended up being invited to the council by pure happenstance. It was simply because his status as a knight commander, no matter how bogus, was still technically a real one. Therefore, he had been incredibly surprised to receive orders to attend the strategy meeting along other notable officers of the Sword Army. It was both funny and concerning. At this rate, he might actually end up leading the warriors of valor into battle. The probability was infinitely small, but not entirely impossible. Let's hope something like that won't happen. I really don't want to end up as a hero of the sword domain because of some ridiculous misunderstanding. Just then, they finally reached the stone stronghold that stood at the heart of the camp, towering above every structure except for the ivory tower and the dream gate and resembling a castle. That stronghold was where Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords, held court. One would have expected that he would stay in the comfort of the only citadel the sword domain possessed in Godgrave, and Nephi's had even been prepared to surrender her living quarters at the top of the ivory tower to her adopted father. But Anvil chose to reside in a simple tent while the camp was being constructed, and then moved to the stone keep. Sunny could not complain. It would have been quite weird to have Neff's father, albeit a fake one, live under one roof with them, especially when they were often getting busy with. His thoughts were interrupted when his other avatar arrived in front of the stronghold. Sunny stared at the enigmatic and unmistakably sinister figure clad in an onyx armor, the very air around it suffused with coldness and arrogance. At the same time, Sunny stared at a delicate young man wearing a vermilion cloak on top of an elegant black mantle, his handsome face practically screaming of softness and lack of strength. He remained motionless for a few seconds, and then thought. Edgy idiot. Pampered fool.